what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can't keep your radio blind. Open your heart and show your eyes that change your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that change your destiny. What you want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can't keep your radio blind. Open your heart what you want to say, baby, when you're alone into darkest night. Maybe you can give your ray your light. Open your heart and show your eyes that your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that your destiny.
There we go. Okay, I'm actually talking. Do we have leftist infighting in chat? I thought I said no leftist infighting. Look, we're all leftists here. Why infight? We should all respect each other's, nuanced opinions, even if they contain some real hardcore elements of reactionary ideas, right? That's what leftists do. We're tolerant, right? Almost to a paradox. Okay. Yeah. So I put a unified chat on the opening screen this time. I don't know. Do you all like that? Is that a good thing? Do you like being able to... Yeah. Do you like being able to talk on screen while you wait? If we accept the right-wingers into our party, then they're, less and less the right-wingers until there's none, and then we win. That's the Walsh method. You like being united. Yeah, united and united chat. The other thing that I wanted to ask you about, right? I watched my VOD from From Friday. I watched my VOD from Friday, and I noticed that I, started to ask you this, and then I got distracted. Welcome, new. My name is Irene. No, just kidding. Oh my god, that's the worst dad joke ever! What am I doing? Low tier dad jokes here? That's not my wheelhouse. Oh my god. Apparently having a green screen that's slightly... My god, come on, green screen. Come to me. Come to me. Having a green screen that's slightly too small is... Oh wait, I'm not gonna get distracted this time. I'm not gonna get distracted. I'm gonna ask you, chat, would you like to be able to... Okay, so there's this tool, it's called a chat bot, and what this would be is like, you see how unified chat's going right now? You can see everyone, no matter what they're watching on screen at the same time. What if I gave you the ability, like if you're in YouTube chat, when somebody on Twitch talks, it says like it says restream bot, and then it says what their name is, and then it says what they said. Would that be annoying, or would that be good? Is that a Chud Logic emote? What is that? No, that's not, right? Wait, I can't tell. I can't scroll over. I'm gonna have to open a whole new other doc for that. I have to see what that is. Okay, it's not Chud Logic. Whenever I see that color of eye, like lasers, I think of Chud Logic. No Justice MTG, okay. Well, regardless, everybody, welcome to chat. Good evening. Loved what you just said in the bit about leftist nuanced tolerance. Yeah. Look, I just have to, you know, like, when you say things, I say things back, okay? And I hope nobody takes it personally. You know, you can disagree with me. I can disagree with you. I can slightly make fun of, you know, you looking at a beautiful thumbnail that Xerix did for me this morning and saying, and calling that leftist infighting. I call it based, okay? That's what I call that thumbnail. There we go. Speaking of bass, let's get that music started. Everyone's favorite song, the beginning of the stream intro song. So we're here to talk about Karens. We're here to talk about Uber. We're here to talk about DEI. And actually, maybe even touch on Race to Dinner. Do people remember Race to Dinner? There was a documentary called Deconstructing Karen, put together by these people called Race to Dinner, that we watched months and months ago. We watched this, we reacted to this, right? And they're being called out by Anna Kasparian, no less, right? Anna watched the same thing, and I don't know, she seemed to see something completely not please, you say. Okay, I'm gonna, at the risk of pissing off the leftist infighting people even more. Besties. They're besties. Is that gonna, do you think that might could that possibly provoke an emotional reaction? Chat, I've been told that I have the gift, right? To provoke emotional reactions in people. And I guess whoever said that was probably onto something. Yeah, do I provoke an emotional reaction in people, do you think? What's up, Jules? What is up? FaZe. Wait, FaZe, do we have a visit from the illustrious FaZe clan today? I know, it's a different way of spelling FaZe. It's a different way of spelling FaZe. I mean, maybe should we cover FaZe clan? I don't know if you all would be, are you all interested in stuff like that? I was surprised at how many people cared about the iDubbbz situation when I covered it, right? Not exactly the same as FaZe Clan. My gut says no. I don't think of. Whoa, what? I don't think of women as being a different race. I'm not sure what that's responding to. Matt Walsh definitely provokes a reaction in me, and not a good one. I know, it's frustrating to have to watch him. Don't worry, because if you're annoyed by Matt Walsh, we've got somebody who's on the left that we can watch that you will definitely not be triggered or upset with in any way. And yes, I'm talking about Anna Kasparian. Anna Kasparian. Wait, do I have a... I think I have like a, I think I have a Twitter thread to promote. Here it is. So yeah, like I said, we're gonna be talking about Karens. That involves the Uber story. If you don't know, there was firing, or I guess a laying off of somebody in charge of a Uber diversity, equity, and inclusivity department, right? And it was due to a special seminar that they held on, you know, why you shouldn't call anyone a Karen, right? While we're addressing racism, right? Let's talk about the Karens. Who is thinking about the Karens? Well, apparently somebody at Uber was, and it wasn't really appreciated, right? And now there's all these people that are like, wait, why can't we talk about Karens? If you know, if I can't say, you know, a slur, then you know, you should be able to say Karen or the Kyle. Kyle is the main. Is Kyle the main version? The male version? I thought it was Darren. I've heard people say Darren for like a male Karen. White feminism is definitely keeping patriarchy. True. A lot of people are upset with Charlie's reaction to iodubs. Yeah, we covered that the other day. And, you know, like, for good reason. Like, I don't understand Moist Critical's reaction at all, right? I think that was wild. That you would be like, why would you need to apologize? You didn't do anything. Oh, sure. I mean, I guess it was a little bit, like, not the best, but you don't apologize. Just move on and pretend like it never happened. And meanwhile, iDubbbz is trying to be actually, like, accountable and be transparent and be honest and be real. And that is what iDubbbz is getting. Yeah, there'd be so many other words that we need to... Never heard of a male version of Karen? I've heard occasionally people call them Darrens. But wait, am I not supposed to put this somewhere? Yeah, I am. That's the thread, everybody. That is my Twitter thread. If you could help me out by boosting that, it would mean the world to me. It would mean the world to me. I'm like kind of late starting today. It's Memorial Day. It's Memorial Day weekend. I don't even know. I had to decide between streaming today and streaming tomorrow. And I decided on streaming today because I feel like the most people are going to be unavailable tomorrow because it's people do stuff. Other people do stuff, not me, but I've heard they do. Being a Karen is more about behavior and transcends gender. It's a bit like being a boomer. Oh yeah, it's like a mindset thing. It's kind of like a mindset thing. Okay, yeah, then we'll do CitiBike Karen after that. Okay, I was trying to like remember what we're even doing. I haven't covered CitiBike Karen. But this is a wild story, okay? Just to introduce you to this. There was a viral clip that went around probably like a week ago. Probably initially surfaced a week ago. And it was a woman, white woman standing at a CitiBike like bike rack, and she's kind of like jumping on a bike that a black dude is holding, and she starts to scream and say, help me, I need help, like, right? And she's trying to get him to like give her the bike, right? And you know, when this first happened, people were like, well, that is a Karen. That is a Karen in the wild. Clearly a Karen. She's Karening. She's a Karen doing what Karens do. She's Karening. She's a Karening, Karen, right? That was the assessment, right? And then apparently this woman got a lawyer and surfaced some receipts, right? Surfaced a receipt. And people said, she's got a receipt. I guess that means she's not a Karen. No longer a Karen. No longer a Karen, right? We were all wrong. We jumped to judgment. Maybe we shouldn't be saying Karen. Maybe we're the Karens. I don't know. There was this whole reaction, right? Everybody just like flipped. Oh, okay, she's got a receipt. So clearly, right? And this is not the best receipt, right? This receipt does not show what everybody seems to think that it shows. And so you had another news cycle. So the first news cycle was she's a Karen, right? And Walsh covered this, right? Now we can't watch Walsh's coverage of this unless Natalie Marie shows up and has got a super secret clip that she recorded when it went down, because she didn't want to let Walsh get away with this, right? Unless Natalie Marie is in the audience, or somebody that's just a clip meister, a clip master, a clip, you know, just the ultimate clipper is in chat and is like, here's the clip, right? So we probably won't be able to see Walsh's first coverage of this, but I am told that he went a little bit misogynistic with it. He found a way to be like misogynistic. You know, he had a Karen to go off on, and he went off a little misogynistically, right? I can neither confirm nor deny because I didn't watch it. I didn't watch Walsh's coverage of CitiBike Karen, right? So then he does another video, and he gets called out, mind you, right? Chud Logic. Oh, so it's probably on Chud Logic's video. Oh my God, chat. Like, I'm sure at some point we'll have to watch Chud Logic, but I try to avoid exposing you to Chud Logic. It's just not, it's not pleasant. It's not, it doesn't feel good. It's not nice, right? And those of you who know about Chud Logic, you understand why, right? But yeah, Chud Logic covered it. A bunch of people covered it, and they were covering it from the angle that, like, Walsh is being an SJW, and it's actually, this woman's not a Karen. It's not her fault. It was her bike. It was her bike all along. And yeah, Walsh is bad because he's too much of an SJW, right? And so Walsh responded. Walsh took down the first clip, put up a second clip, and this clip was reversing his course, right? And then he decided, you know what? Like, the misogyny, okay, we did that yesterday. Let's do racism today. Here on Walsh Video, we're gonna do racism today, and that's most days for Walsh, right? It's a more rare a day where Walsh does not do racism than a day where Walsh does do racism. Where the fuck is my butterfly? Oh my God, I'm not supposed to say the F word. No YouTuber should ever say that word. It's wrong. Where's my butterfly? Oh my God, chat. I need to order more butterflies. And if you want to help me out with that, right? That is my throne, right? So this is the thing that Polly has. Shakespeare has it. I think a bunch of people have this now. Throne, it's a cat ears. Okay, well, cat. Oh wait, where's my butterfly? Holy, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God! I just memed myself so hard. Did I meme myself? Where's my butterfly? Seriously, Irene, where is it? I just memed myself so hard. Like, I should sign up to Manhunt Dream in the next video. That's how hard I just memed myself, right? Oh my God. Oh my God. I feel like I just jumped into water right after Dream walked on it with his Frostwalker boots. You know what I'm saying? I feel like I was waiting for Dream in the end, and he threw a bunch of TNT down there and blew me up. That's what I feel like right now. This is wild. God damn. You're getting adverts. Oh no. hey, that is a problem, okay? That is a problem. And there's a cause for that problem. And that cause is not having a sub, right? Which is a pretty bad problem. Now, there's several ways you could go about fixing this problem. Some of them easier than others, some of them cheaper than others. Let me go over the really cheap one. And that is, you have Amazon Prime. And you didn't think to connect it to your Twitch, right? But once you do, you've got a free sub and you can give it to anyone you want, and whoever you give it to, you get out of ads in their channel. So, you know, whoever gives me a Twitch Prime, I'm always really happy about that because I know that you only have one to give. And that means, I don't know, that means we're basically besties is what I'm saying, is if you give a Twitch Prime. Now, the second way that you can take care of that is, as someone wiser than I once said, it's just $5. It's just $5. And that is another way to get out of it. I've heard, though, it's like $6 if you're on mobile, but that is the price to pay for a Twitch sub. If it's worth it to you to get out of the ads, because we got 2 ad breaks on the top of the hour and the bottom of the hour, and I know it must be really annoying, right? In fact, I know from experience it's really annoying. I've gotten caught in that. Walsh is dangerously sexist. Dangerously sexist? That sounds like a commercial, like for some kind of snack food. Dangerously sexist. Let's be, I feel like since so many on the left have agreed not to call out Door, that's Gabriel Mate, or no, not Gabriel Mate, Aaron Mate, sorry. Aaron Mate, not Gabriel Mate. That's Aaron Mate's dad. Glenn Greenwald. Destiny to a certain extent, yeah. Thank you for the follow. Davinia, thank you so much. Pretty much anyone can claim to be a leftist and not be seriously challenged on it. It's not about a purity test. Hating on over half of the world's population, misogyny is not a leftist thing to do. Oh, no worries. So yeah, the other way that you can take care of that is, with $5 if you have it. Now there's a third way, all right? And that involves a little bit more patience than the other two, right? But if you've got that patience, you can just be an awesome chatter, making comments and getting noticed by somebody at some point who is looking to give a gift sub, and they'll see your name there. They'll see that there's no Persona 2 face next to it, and they'll realize that you're getting sucked into the ad break zone twice every hour, and they will say, I cannot allow that to go on, and they'll hit the button and they'll make it happen, and that's another way to get out of the ad break. But yeah, Twitch does have a lot of ad breaks, that's true. I guess I can't go off on Twitch or complain about my employer. I mean, that would be wild for me to do. But yeah, if you're looking to be the target of a gift sub, just keep doing what you're doing. But yeah, that's no, you just reminded me I gotta do the announcement, right? I always forget to do that. The other announcement I gotta do is to remind YouTube, you're not like out of the, woods either. If you're on YouTube, you need to, oh my God, what did I do? That's the like button. That's what I'm thinking. You need the like button. You should hit the like button. You'll be very, very happy that you did. And it'll help me as well, right? It'll help chat, it'll help you, it'll help me. It's good exercise for your thumbs to hit that like button. How am I already? Oh my gosh. I gotta request a review. Sorry, I'm already demonetized on YouTube. I don't know what I could have possibly done that was bad. YouTube, did I do anything bad? Booping the like button on this stream is always a delight. Yeah, and I always appreciate it too. Oh my God, we got some butterflies in chat. Let me mute that button. And then what is the other thing I want to do? I want to give YouTube the Twitter thread, because if you're on YouTube and you see this thread, right, that's today's Twitter thread. You can help me out by upvoting that, by liking that, by retweeting it. Whatever you want to do, even if you want to have a little conversation in the replies, that helps me out too. I didn't say that though. I was saying suck. Am I allowed to say suck? Oh my god, if I say it again, they'll think I said the F word. But I didn't. I would never say that word. It's a very bad word, which I would never ever say. Oh my god, why am I on this now? Okay. So yeah, there's been a lot going on with Matt Walsh, including this let's start off with this baby.
I've been informed that as of today, you can get your own, very own stuffed sweet baby by purchasing yours from the Swag Shack at dailywire.com/shop.
So if you think a trans person, if a trans person made something like this, if you think Matt Walsh wouldn't be like trying to get that person executed, you are delusional, okay? I don't know what it is. Maybe I'm the weird one, because people seem to love consuming that shit.
No, like, Matt Walsh is an evil, evil man, right? And we're about to talk about an evil, evil product on his evil, evil merch site, okay? If you don't know, he wrote a book called Johnny the Walrus. It's supposed to be a children's story. And I think it was like a bestseller because, you know, he got all his Daily Wire people to signal boost it, right? But it is literally it's like a South Park. Do you remember that South Park where I think it's Kyle's dad like wants to become a dolphin, and they're making an analogy. So this is one of those episodes that I'm sure South Park has apologized for at this point, right? They were always edgy and irreverent. In the past, it used to be okay to, you know, edgy and irreverent, you know, could be just be like straight up making fun of trans people like that. That's not considered as cool anymore, right? That's not as acceptable anymore. And I think they've apologized for that, right? But Matt Walsh's Johnny the Walrus is basically like Matt Stone and Trey Parker should sue Matt Walsh allegedly in Minecraft, right? They should definitely sue them in Splatoon, right? They should sue him because like it's like the same idea. It's the same idea. Like that Johnny is like, I like walruses, I want to play walrus. And then Johnny's mom is like, oh, you want to be a walrus? And Johnny's like, no, I don't want to be a walrus. And Johnny's mom whisks him off to the doctor. And the doctor's like, oh, well, clearly you're like you're a walrus. And, you know, we're gonna do some surgery. And so it's just like a weird anti-trans children's book. It's like the weirdest. Can you imagine being a kid and having transphobic parents? And like they're like, it's time to read you a bedtime story, sweetie. They're like, what do we have? What are we gonna read? Is it Goodnight Moon? Is it, you know, like any number of just like normal ass children's books? No, it's Johnny the Walrus. And they read you Johnny the Walrus, and they're like laughing. But you don't know why, because you're like a kid and you're like, this is a horrible story. Why are you reading this? Why are you laughing? What is even going on? Well, yeah, unfortunately, your parents are Walshies. I feel so bad for anybody whose parents are Walshies. The only apology I've ever seen is like 10 years later for the climate change episode. Yeah, they made fun of Al Gore, and now Al Gore is looking pretty based. Should have listened to him. Not sure about what to think about South Park anymore. I have not watched it for literally a very long time. Literally a very, very, very long time. It's like the episode where Cartman stole the homophobic joke from Jimmy and pretended it was his joke, and then tried to gaslight Jimmy into giving him the rights to the joke. Okay, I never saw that one.
Gaslighting the SP.
Speaking of, you know, projection among pedo hunters, here is Matt Walsh, who portrays himself as a pedophile hunter by...
I feel like, okay, chat, we gotta do something about this, right? I need to stop saying this stuff. No, I'm not gonna be like a squeaky clean, you know, family-friendly streamer. You all know that I'm like a long way off from that. but I think what I can do is just like not say the no words and not get myself in trouble. And like, you know, when my videos are getting more views on them, that'll be the difference between, I don't know, $100 and like $30 or $100 and $20. You want to stop the music? Please don't stop the music. See, I'm gonna get in trouble for that too. I'm literally gonna get in trouble for everything. Whose IP did I rip off there? Say flipping? I don't know. Sometimes the replacement slurs? Not slurs. I'm not Keffels. God, I sometimes have to remind myself. I'm not Keffels, okay? I'm a very different person than Keffels. Me and Keffels may be like twins separated, you know, but we're two sides of the different coin. I don't know, the coin of the realm. We're very different. We're very different. That's what I'm trying to say, right? So yeah, slurs. That's not in my wheelhouse. I just drink tea and look judgmental. But here's what I'm thinking would help with the swearing. I think it would help if we gave chat the ability to activate certain sounds, right? So that when I swear, you hit the thing and it activates the sound, and then I get like booped. Yeah, like a snoot boop, except not for. Like, I think that's what we need to do. Give chat the ability to snoot boop.
Void coffee.
Because we do have lots of sounds.
Claiming that
You think that chat might abuse it?
every queer person is grooming your children.
To put it simply, the point of Drag Queen Story Hour and the supposed family-friendly drag shows is to turn your children queer. That is the goal.
Well, that means, chat, that if tomorrow's going to be a day off for me, it's not just going to be a day off for me, right? And I'm assuming that too, like, right? I tried to decide. I was like, okay, today or tomorrow, I'm going to take off. I decided to do stream today and to take tomorrow off because I assumed that more of you would be doing other things tomorrow. And so that would be the, you know, bank holiday here tomorrow. Wow. Okay. So it's also bank holiday in addition to being Memorial Day. Chat is sneaky like that. Yeah. Gotta get every last bit of those tea leaves. Put it on a cooldown. That's an idea. Yeah, there's lots of stuff I can do, right? So basically what I'm saying is that, like, there's technology, chat. We have the technology in order to give chat more control over the stream and to some degree over myself. Like, you know, obviously, you know, like in a way that I'm okay with, right? But I think we're going to do that. I think we're going to do that to make the stream more interactive because anybody could watch my VOD after the fact. In fact, lots of people do. Sometimes more people end up watching the VOD than watched the original stream, right? And we love that. And it brings new people in, and it's great. And it's also great if you can't catch the VOD, right? Now it pops up on your YouTube recommendations, right? Assuming that you are following me on YouTube, right? If you're following me on YouTube, it should pop up in your recommendations and you'll be able to watch the VOD after the fact. But, you know, anybody can do that is what I'm saying, chat. But if you're here and I'm here, we might as well, like, take advantage of that fact by giving you the ability to control certain elements of stream, to be able to activate memes, to be able to activate sounds, to maybe even a little bit of TTS. We can play with that, right? You know what TTS is, right? It's when, like, I'm talking and all of a sudden I get interrupted by a AI lady, a very polite AI lady, you know, tells me what chat wants to say, right? And I sit here and listen to it and act annoyed, right? I don't know if that's a good thing. Like, people might be, like, sick of TTS. I know a lot of streams do it, and some people do not like it. Tea will be stewed through and very strong. I need more tea. Well, I'm drinking void coffee right now. I mean, it doesn't get much stronger than this.
And whenever
Just
you
to
say
wake
what I
up.
just said right there is going to be clipped by Media Matters. Hello, everybody, on Twitter.
Just to wake up.
The people who invented it stated explicitly that that is the point, to help children live queerly. That's their quote. And the thing about the left is that what they believe and what they do,
By left,
all
he
of it
means
is so
the
horrifying,
vast
so
majority
perverse, so
of the
degraded, that if you just quote them, then you somehow sound like the crazy one. If you quote what they are saying, it sounds crazy just to say it out loud because it's so horrifying. Yet it's true. And this is the reason the left cares so much about this, and they defend
This is the problem. The left is always trying to justify human walrus hybrids, and like if you say what they're saying, you're going to sound weird. If you try to turn this into a children's book and read it to children at a library, and the children are like, "Huh?" You're gonna feel kind of awkward. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you there, Matt.
vigorously, because according to the left, think about this.
Now, I
According
want
the
you to
left-
notice something, all right? We are, let's see, I'm on the outside. Hassan's one layer in. I think TYT is one layer in of that, right? So TYT is reacting to Matt Walsh. Hassan is watching TYT react to Matt Walsh. So we got layer 1, layer 2 is Hassan, layer 3 is Sam Cedar, layer 4. We're 4 layers deep. This is a deep meta react.
The drag queen child combination has become dangerous. They say it's a light
The right only wants boot human hybrids. Yeah.
rod for violent backlash, right? That's what they said. And it's greatly exaggerated, of course. Mostly it's invented out of whole cloth, actually. But
He reads the Walrus book to children. Yeah. In the library. I think he's gone to libraries and they somehow got this to be a bestseller. That's the other thing is like, nobody's buying this for their kids. Like, cause they're like, they are like, what is this, Johnny the Walrus? They read the book and they're like, oh, I see, it's a metaphor warning about the dangers of transgenderism. Well, I definitely want that for my kids. The parents that are buying that are like Matt Walsh fans, right? Or mostly what it is people buying his book to make it go, high on the bestsellers list, right? That's how he got it to bestseller. And then he can call himself a best-selling children's author, in addition to being a theocratic fascist. Am I allowed to say that Matt Walsh is probably a hypocrite? Oh my gosh. Yes, you are allowed to say that. Yes. You are allowed to say that and much more. Right? As long as we don't talk about like video gaming Matt Walsh in a video game, you are allowed to say it. Yeah.
even by their version of events, if it's causing this much chaos and violence, why do you insist on continuing to do it?
For those of you who don't understand what he's saying here, this is immediately in the aftermath of the Q shooting, where he falsely claims that there's a drag queen power hour for children happening at the club, and then basically says this is why you deserved, like, you know, the violence that you were subjected to is valid, and it will keep happening. It's victim blaming. He didn't even say that, like, I disavow the violence. He said it's expected, and it's going to keep happening. Well, guess what? Matt Walsh has a weird-ass, gross-ass little baby of himself. And here...
So here's the thing, right? I thought about doing a video about this, and I still might do a video. Look for more videos that are not streams. Like, look for more, like, one-off, like, you know, short 5-minute, 10-minute videos on the on No Comment Chick on YouTube, right? I should be doing that. And I put up a clip on No Comment Clips. That channel should get clips, right? I'm going to be trying to post more often. We've also got something coming to you if you are a member on YouTube, if you are a Patreon, or if you are a Twitch sub, right? You're going to get early access to my interview with the phenomenal Steph, right? We talked to Steph, who's like one of my personal heroes, right? In streaming, like when I was just barely, when I was a sweet baby Irene. Are you imagining a baby with my adult head on it? That's like, and the butterfly and the glasses and everything, because that's what you should be imagining, but right? But like, this is like, so yeah, we've got that interview with Steph that's coming up. What I was saying about Matt Walsh, though, is that like he's got that. So I told you he did Johnny the Walrus, successful children's book. I don't know how, it doesn't make sense. It's weird, it's creepy, whatever. He got a successful children's book. Okay, so we got a children's book. Well, it's about a character, right? There's a character in it. What if we make a plushie of the character? We could get little Johnny the Walruses, and people could buy them, and they look, it's Johnny the Walrus. Hey, trans person, it's Johnny the Walrus. You're like this. You're like this. You're like the walrus. You're like Johnny the He's not really a walrus. He's a boy with chopsticks in his mouth and like something sewn to his hands and like I don't know, but like this is what you like, trans people, right? So they can get their Johnny the Walrus and they can play with it and they can probably harass trans people with it. I don't know what they do. I don't know why you would buy a Johnny the Walrus, but people bought Johnny the Walrus. He made money off of the Johnny the Walrus plushie. Okay, so his team is like thinking, okay, so people like weird wacky stuff. People like plushies. What if we made, follow me here, a baby crawling, but instead of a baby head, it's like Matt Walsh's head. Yeah, the sweet baby gang was born, right? And you see his banjo back there? In his older videos, there was one of these little mutant Matt Walsh babies was like back there, and it was creepy, and people pointed it out and he took it down. He removed it, right? And there was some thought that maybe he realizes how creepy and how weird this is, but instead of just it disappearing and it never being seen again, it pops up in his merch shop. And now that's what Twitter's been talking about for the last few days. Steph is amazing, yeah. It's getting bad here on Turf Island. 10 years to get gender healthcare at the NHS. Yes, it is ridiculous. It is untenable, unsustainable, just like unbelievable how bad and how institutionalized transphobia has become in the UK. It's bad in the US too, but it's bad on a state by state basis, right? If you're in a red state, there's some really scary laws coming down the pipeline. Whereas in the UK, it's like the turf viewpoint is like institutionalized and respected enough and just treated like, okay, that is a different political view, right? Some people think that trans people are valid, and some people think, whatever the heck J.K. Rowling thinks, that trans people are drying their hands on their junk. I don't know, right? So yeah, that I do not envy you on Turf Island or in any of the states that have done draconian laws against trans people.
Is him talking about it. A lot of people found.
Yeah. If you're in a blue state, they're not rolling back trans rights. If you're in a red state, they are.
Found out about this. We've known about this for a while. We made fun of him. Yes, I
think you're right, Joni. I think that's the only thing to do, right? That baby is creepy. And here's the thing. I would love to make fun of him about it, but you're about to see why we can't make fun of him. We can't make fun of Matt Walsh for the baby.
Seen that a lot of people are just now finding out about the Matt Walsh plushie. We've known for a very long time. The Daily Wire shop sells what appears to be a naked Matt Walsh doll for your kids to play with. Yeah, we knew about this for a long ass time.
I mean, it's not naked, but what? Yeah, it's in a diaper.
Talked about this before and how creepy it is and how weird it is. Matt Walsh actually put the baby. Matt Walsh actually hid the baby for a duration, which is why I thought maybe he heard us.
Anyway, the reason we can't make fun of him because if he had this made, if it was his brainchild. Okay, bad joke. If it was his brainchild, if it was his idea, right? If this was like, yeah, we should make babies of my face on a baby and make it into a plush, right? Then you could make fun of him, right? But it turns out it's actually the joke. It's kind of like a joke at his expense, I guess. Like the people that run his corporation, his company, the people that run his merch store thought that this would be funny to prank him like this. Like it's not.
Criticizing it, but no, I guess they were putting the baby in production. That's what they were doing. Oh, stop. He clearly has a diaper on. Oh, never mind. Keep up the good work, Coco. Look how many tears you've generated. I'm ready. Let's go. I'm going to say something that I've repeated time and time again. If your entire worldview revolves around thinking that you've owned the libs, then those libs own you, okay? Live your life. Be your own person. Have a backbone. Develop an understanding of the world that is independent from these supposed libs that you're owning, okay? You are the one who is owned if you think that if you do everything in accordance to how liberals are going to receive you, then you're owned by them. I thought he saw that we were making fun of him.
Oh my God, Hassan, roll that back, Hassan. Now, there's no chance that Hassan will ever see this. There's even less of a chance that Hassan would respond. But I want to know, Hassan, does that apply in the converse? In other words, if you care so much about what right-wingers think of you, does the right wing own you? And there's a little distinction I draw here, right? The kind of person that I'm talking about that cares about what the right wing thinks is the kind of person that gears their content towards a right wing mindset, that maybe even adopts a right wing mindset themselves, that maybe has, like, you know, just a bunch of unpacked baggage from being anti SJW edgelord in their youth, and has kind of like some kind of weird, you know, Peter Pan deal. They never quite grew out of it, right? Is that a person who is owned by the right? Because I would say it is. I would say it is. And this is more addressed to other content creators, although maybe it applies a little bit to Hassan as well. Most people who are against trans people aren't total fascists, or either has-beens clinging to attention or insecure and are so afraid of being fooled that they think oh no, the everyone is trans thing, that's scary, right? As a victim of a reverse transvestigation myself, I can only imagine how creepy it would be, like, to be, like, I don't know, like a public figure getting transvestigated. Like, that's
Like, literally stopped using the baby thing that he had.
Done gaslighting the SBG. Yes, this is a sweet baby plot.
done gaslighting the SBG. He's talking about the Sweet Baby Gang, which I think is like our Weasel Watch, right? You know how you're all Weasel Watchers? You watch for weasels doing weaselly things, and then you join the Discord, and if you haven't already, you should, because that's what you do. You join the Discord, and then you report back to me your findings, the weasels that you have seen in real life. Now, I am of the belief that weasels are mythical creatures. I don't think they're real, right? They're like dragons or unicorns or elves or gnomes or dwarfs, or they don't exist in real life, right? But people keep on sending me these weasel sightings. They've seen the weasels in real life. They've seen them on Walsh. They've seen them on Destiny. They've seen them on Xanderhall, right? And they want to send me the links. So, you know, like, I will entertain, you know, the notion, the sort of like agnostic skepticism that although I think that weasels are probably only mythical creatures that exist in our imagination, they're part of the collective unconscious, you could possibly get a weasel persona in persona and fuse it with another persona to get like a double weasel. Oh my god, double weasel persona, that would be sick, right? But I don't think that they exist in real life. But, you know, if you would disagree with me, if you've seen weasels in the wild, especially in supposedly leftist content creators, feel free to send me those weasel links, because you are the Weasel Watch. But yeah, that's what the Sweet Baby Gang is. It's like his Weasel Watch. It's like his people. It's like his community, his, you know, fans. They call themselves the Sweet Baby Gang. A gang of sweet babies, and he's the baby daddy of all their babies. Yeah, just like I'm the weasel mommy of all your weasels, right? He's the opposite of me.
You are not hallucinating. He's been lurking behind me in smug silence for months now.
All right, let's watch Matt Walsh.
Now, there's a reason the media has to lie about the stories of Sarah Comrie and Amy Cooper, not to mention the most egregious recent example, which was Daniel Penny. And the reason is simple.
Or is he the boss baby?
It's because they can't find videos and news stories of white people going out and hunting black people. It just
What did you just say?
The reason is simple. It's because they can't find videos and news stories of white people going out and hunting black people. It just
I think it would be harder to find a video that doesn't have an aspect of that to it.
doesn't happen.
Yeah, because police do it. Like, what do you mean? White people don't do it individually usually.
They do. They do. I'm pretty sure they do.
Usually, they have outsourced it to like a legal authority.
But there's that too. Yeah, there's the cops as well,
that
right?
basically operates above
Rittenhouse, yeah.
the law to do that. What the and
What
all
was the one, like, I mean, God, that's such a weird thing to say. The Dark Knight music always gets me. Oh God, I hope it's not copyright.
also even then there are still plenty of examples like Ahmaud Arbery.
Weasels are real. I have an old book that says they are. Well, show me the proof, right? Join the Discord. and send me the links. When you see a weasel in the wild, when you see somebody being a weasel, literally lying to their audience, let me know.
You know, the Buffalo shooter.
I
Like,
would
what
love to see it.
It happens so frequently, actually. What are you saying?
It happens all the time.
Hey, what? Who was it that lynched people after church on Sunday? It was the Dylan Roof.
Yeah,
Oh,
I couldn't remember his name, but yeah, there's him too.
the baby doll is back. Oh, this freak brought the baby doll back. I don't know why he kept it hiding for a while.
At first, I thought this was a prank that the company was playing on me as they prodded with Matt, the stuffed walrus was such a success. You know, we have to make this next. But the joke didn't end there because it was not so much a joke as it was an attempt to offend God and offend all people of all decent people with, I can't even hold this thing and talk. I've been informed that as of today, you can get your own, very own.
See what I mean? He's too self-aware to make fun of over this. Like it's the corporation around him. It's the merch people. It's the fans. That's who's doing the creepy baby thing.
Stuffed sweet baby by purchasing yours from the swag
But he
shop
did put it back next to his banjo.
back at dailywire.com.
A stuffed sweet baby. That's what. Oh my God! Adverts again. I feel your pain.
.com/shop.
And I feel the pain of all of you who are getting. Taken for a ride by the top of the hour ad break. Is this the top of the hour? Yeah, this is the top of the hour ad break. It happens every top of the hour. At the top of the hour, you get an ad break forced upon you by Twitch. Your immersion is broken. You are separated from the rest of us, and it really sucks, right? And you can get out of that with a Twitch Prime. You can get out of that with $5, or you can get out of that if you're lucky enough to be the recipient of a gift sub. So. Hopefully that'll give you some ideas of how to avoid the top of the hour and bottom of the hour. There's one ad every half hour. It's not like Hassan's where it's like a 3-minute ad where it just really sucks you out, but it is it's a 3-minute ad cut in half, spread across 2 halves of an hour, and that's what we're dealing with. The top of the hour and the bottom of the hour. I know, right? Wish I had the money. Yeah, no, don't worry. Like, listen, anybody like, don't feel like, take care of yourself first, right? And that goes for people as far as like buying your own sub or buying gift subs. So don't ever feel like obliged. You've got lives, and sometimes those lives don't leave us a lot of don't leave us a lot of spare change, for taking care of our own things. So, but like, hopefully by the law of statistics, there's somebody out there that does have the ability to get other people out of ad breaks. So we can hope for that.
Swag
I never
Shack.
asked for this, but some of you have, and this is your fault. God help.
So this motherfucker had that baby behind him for a while. I used to make fun of it all the time. Turns out, and he took it off. So I thought maybe he knew it was weird. His an entire line of merchandise where it's a dipper. It's not only the toy. Anyway, listen. I thought that he knew that it was creepy, and he hid it because I thought he
We should do all the classical fallacies used by Christian apologists, but for weasels.
listened to us. Like he thought.
Do we get money from forced ads? I mean, look, if I was Hassan, then yes, right? Hassan makes a considerable amount of money off of ads. We get, change, like, right? Like we get pennies and dimes, right, for the ads at this level of streaming.
He saw us making fun of him.
But they do force it on us anyway. And the whole thing is like the trade-off for doing these ads, right, is that you don't get ads for 5 minutes the second you come into here. So we do get around the pre-roll ads, but that's the best I can do, is getting people out of the pre-roll ads.
The meme around and make weird shit but not creepable. Exactly. If you think a trans person, if a trans person made something like this, if you think Matt Walsh wouldn't be like trying to get that person executed, you are delusional. Okay, just remember that. It's like, well, he's straight, he's a straight guy, so he's allowed to do that, you know what I mean? This is normal. Not only that, but apparently Matt Walsh actually calls himself, or his audience calls themselves the sweet sorry, what do they call him, like the sweet baby gang.
All right, Sweet Daddy. Well, you're with Mike.
Wait, I gotta mute this. But did you see that guy got like the sweet baby tattooed onto one of his thighs, and he got sweet baby gang tattooed onto the other. And he just wanted to show Daddy Walsh that he was an obedient sweet baby, and had done his bidding.
The worst tattoo.
I have one question for you.
Sweet Daddy Walsh, when are you
Sweet Daddy Walsh.
joining the Sweet Baby Gang Facebook group? Why haven't you joined the Facebook group yet?
Daddy?
We're waiting for you. Your sweet babies need you. And you're just letting us down.
I'm cordially inviting you to join the loyalists of your sweet babies.
So, what are you waiting for?
Come on, man.
And I have one question for you.
Bro, that was braised? No, it's not. It's not braised.
I've never had a weasel, but my brother owns 2 ferrets. DaBaby should sue. Yeah, DaBaby should sue him in Minecraft. Yeah, definitely.
Man.
The U.S. at stage 8.
Sweet Daddy Walsh.
Letting us down.
I'm cordially inviting.
Wait, where is it? Disrespecting the house of the rising sun by animals.
Is this like legit Facebook?
Almost like this should be illegal, but I guess these are your average Matt Walsh fans. Anyway, so there's that aspect of the Matt Walsh
Like, I don't even know what Facebook looks like anymore.
fandom too. Now you know.
I'm not allowed on Facebook chat as a streamer. You can't have a. Do you know that you can't have a Facebook?
I'm literally going to drown myself in a vat of acid. Is this common American behavior? It's just common Republican behavior. Can the FBI infiltrate Matt Walsh's Facebook group like that Thug Shaker Discord? Yeah, that's what they're supposed to do. Like, here's the thing, okay? Here's the thing. As far as like they will look for like trans people being weird sometimes. You know what I mean? Conservatives, they
Yeah, stage 8 G side is
love
what
doing
you're
that,
saying.
being weird and cringe. Like, and
Facebook is called It's not. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like well, yeah, not really. So they close down. They closed down like Zuckerberg's project for Meta, right? But they still call the corporation Meta. It's just that like I think Facebook is still called Facebook. Like if you changed Facebook's name to Meta, you would have a whole bunch of really confused boomers being like, where's the Facebook?
Oh, everyone has the capability of being weird and cringe, right? And certainly, sometimes a trans person can be weird and cringe as well.
Sweet Baby Jesus versus Sweet Baby Matt Walsh celebrity unaliving match. Metaverse must have cost a lot, though. Yeah, it's a very expensive. Anytime somebody tells you that's like a dream inside of a dream, like you just lost money.
Oh, and they'll point
Like
to
anytime somebody's like telling you about a project that they're like it's like a dream within a dream.
that as though that's the norm. Like that's how, like every trans person is like.
Yeah, the URL is still Facebook. I'm pretty sure that the branding, the logos are still Facebook.
All the time with completely devoid of context. Like maybe this person was having a bad day, whatever, right? Like they don't give a they will literally be like, this is how it is. This is how all trans people are. And that's why they should be murdered. Or
Look, Facebook is useful for some things, right? And I'm not allowed to use those things. Yeah, it's like
whatever, right?
Unfortunately, Facebook is more useful to people who spend their days obsessed about streamers than it is to streamers, right? If you get my drift.
Meanwhile, this is what these motherfuckers are doing. Like, bro, there is no shot. There is no shot that if like a trans person was doing this, that Matt Walsh wouldn't make a million videos about it until that person was like executed. You know what I mean? I don't get it. I don't. Oh my gosh.
It's Kaya.
She woke herself up.
Okay, so yeah, that's the Sweet Baby Gang. Let's get on to the main topic here, right? Why are Matt Walsh and Anna Kasparian besties? Wouldn't you like to know?
Uber has placed Bo Young Lee, its head of diversity, on leave after she moderated a couple of employee events that made the horrifying mistake of including
A Dream Within a Dream is essentially the plot of Vanilla Sky. Did that one make money?
the perspectives of white female employees.
I have dreamed about dreaming. Weird. No, I've heard other people say that too. Like, yeah, you go to sleep in your dream and you have a dream within a dream. Hey, what's up, Steve? Wait, did I miss something in chat? Oh my god.
After several years of diversity, equity, and inclusion trainings, making it clear that the inclusion part is really meant to exclude the, participation of white women. Some employees.
Wait, okay, so she thinks DEI excludes white people. Well, I mean, she said white women, but diversity and like This is, you're gonna get this is gonna be weird, right? So essentially, you know, what this represents is, this is like Walsh. This is like Walsh. Okay, so we've dealt with the anti-black racism. Yeah, does it look like it's dealt with? Does it feel like it's dealt with? I'm sure it's dealt with, right? Kind of a privileged thing to say. But anyway, right, we've dealt with that. Now we got to take care of the anti-white racism, which also exists because I am a centrist, fishhook-brained, like, weirdo, and I got to have bookends, right? If there's people that are in excess over here on the right with their anti-black racism, then there's got to be people here that are on the excess with their anti-white racism. I need bookends. I need them to be equal. I need like a, you know, like a diversity is to include, yeah, that's the whole thing, is the whole point is missed. But like, I don't know, there's some people running around with this notion in their head that like, that racism is solved, that like anti-black racism is solved because they and their friends do not say the N-word. Do not bust out and go down the street calling people the N-word. They don't like give off German salutes. They don't, you know what I mean? So racism must be solved. There's no, you know what I mean? None of my friends are like violent, like, you know, members of violent hate groups. So I guess racism is solved, right? It's so weird. It's so weird. My messages are being deleted. I see that message. I don't know what's going on with YouTube. People have been telling me that their messages are not coming through. Let me see if I can go in the background and...
Employees at Uber didn't take kindly to the sudden paradigm shift. Backlash from Uber workers who felt the topic was insensitive spooked the company's execs, who immediately decided to place Lee on leave. Now, the future of their longtime diversity, equity, and inclusion chief is uncertain. The New York Times writes that employees concerned.
But one thing that's not uncertain is the top of the hour ad break, which you can take care of by integrating your Amazon Prime with Twitch. To receive a free sub to get you out of the ad break, you can also pay for your own sub. It's like $5, or if you're lucky enough, you might be you might be given a gift sub. So that is. And the other thing that's certain is that if you hit the like button on YouTube, that more people will see my video, potentially. So those are the two things that are certain, right?
Centered on a pair of events that were billed as diving into the spectrum of the American white woman's experience and hearing from white women who work at Uber with a focus on the Karen persona. They were intended to be an open and honest conversation about race, according to the invitation.
So, I mean, do you see what's being set up here? Right? Okay, so we talked about anti-black racism. We talked about anti-POC racism, right? We talked about microaggressions. We talked about this, that, and the other. Now let's talk about white women's experience and how white women experience racism by being called a Karen. And just like you shouldn't call a member of another marginalized group a slur against that marginalized group, you also shouldn't call a white woman a Karen because it's a slur, apparently. Unironically, this is what TYT is pumping out. This is the garbage that TYT is pumping out. Now, people have asked me, like, what is going on here, right? Some people, if you've been a TYT fan, if you've been around the internet for a hot second, right, you're used to TYT maybe having lip takes, but they're generally progressive. And what has changed? Well, yeah, I mean, like, if you haven't been following along, Anna's had some transphobic takes. TYT, Jink has kind of backed her up on that. They're kind of, they're kind of pivoting to more centrist stuff lately. And the question is why? Why? And here's my understanding of it, okay? TYT found a lane. When they started, they found a lane, right? They found something that wasn't being represented in corporate news, and they occupied that lane. And that lane was representing the progressive perspective, not a leftist perspective, not a revolutionary perspective, not anything that earth-shaking, right? But a progressive perspective on news was just like kind of unheard of, right? So they did that. Now, if you know anything about Jink's history, you might know that he wasn't always on the left, right? And although I do believe that he thinks of himself as being largely on the left these days, he's got, he's a more complicated guy. So my theory is that he was biting his tongue a little bit. Anna was biting her tongue, but they were getting slammed, right? Because being the only progressive news source out there, they were targeted by all kinds of right-wing trolls, right? By every right wing out there. They were the punching bag for the right wing for a really long time. And I think that they just started to resent it. And they were like, but it's like in there, like it was, their brand was progressive, right? And so the chud takes that they had, they didn't always come out with. They sometimes did. There are, definitely like regressive, reactionary takes that you could see them making from time to time. But I think what happened is they resented. What's up, Left is Best? TYT actually had a correct take about Ukraine, and they got torn apart by their shitlib audience. I haven't seen that one yet. I think Walsh talked about it, right? So anyway, yeah. So after so much resentment for being beaten up by the right for viewpoints they didn't entirely hold themselves, they like said enough is enough. Enough is enough. Sure, like I support trans people, but what talking about birthing people is a line too far, right? It's yeah. I think that's what happened with TYT. Probably nothing new. I remember TYT a segment from years ago about offensive Halloween costumes, and there's always been issues. Who is Jake's History? I refer to the great John Mulaney line. If you're arguing about which word is worse and you can't even say one, that's the one that's worse. It's weird because it's just the main show. Every other show lets it on the TYT network is not run by Jink or Anna, espouses real leftist views. I mean, like, there's probably some leftists on TYT. I would say more likely than not, you're going to see lefty views. You're going to see, progressive views represented. But I see what you're saying in that, like, there are a lot of people in the network that are being dragged down with Jink and Anna, and that's really unfair. And honestly, I hope that they find the courage to step up, do the right thing, and move on, right? Because, like, as long as you're let your name be attached to this stuff, you're getting used by TYT, right? I feel really bad for anybody who joined up with TYT, hoping that this would be the home of the progressives. It's not feeling like that anymore. Yeah, there's a lot of good people at TYT, though, Chad is pointing out. And I think you're right, Chad. I think you're right. Dr. Richie, Ben and Ravana, absolutely, absolutely. A bit where Jink complained that people didn't want them to make fun of nerds and completely missing the costume in the question. Oh, was it an offensive Asian stereotype? Oh my God. The TYT Ukraine video. Yeah, look, if you ever want to send me a video, okay, we have a Discord. Maybe I don't promote the Discord enough in YouTube chat. Probably true. I don't promote the Discord. I don't promote anything enough, right? I'm supposed to constantly be making calls to action, etc., etc., etc. I have ADD though, so I get sucked into the content and I don't really think about all the things I'm supposed to be reminding you of. But here we go. I will remember this one. There it is for YouTube chat. This is our Discord, right? So if you ever want to send me a link or bring something to my attention, the best way to get it there is going to be to post it in stream suggestions, right? We've got a lot of channels there. Blessed Twitter takes, cursed Twitter takes, plenty of places to share all kinds of different media. But if it's something that you want to get on stream, right? Stream suggestions is my suggestion to you for where to send it, right?
Employees turned to the company's Slack to complain and express that they didn't like that some of their white colleagues saw Karen as a derogatory term. But as we all know, Karen absolutely is a derogatory term. Are we really gonna pretend?
Okay, so if what you're saying, Anna, is simply that the connotation of Karen is not a connotation of a good person, is not a connotation of a nice person, right? Is in fact a connotation of a cruel person subjecting marginalized people to danger, right? Then 100% agree. But Anna, so is racist, right? Racist is a derogatory term. Can I not say racist? That you're making the workplace, Anna, sound harder than my workplace. In my workplace, I really have to watch what I say. There's lots of little no-no words that YouTube doesn't want me to say, and if I say them, that little $sign there, it turns from green, meaning that I am getting advertisements on my video, to yellow, meaning that I'm doing this video for free, and that really sucks. And because the topics that I cover, the controversial topics, a lot of my videos end up like that. A lot of my videos do get demonetized, right? So if you want to help with that, you could support me on my Patreon, which I should also be. Yeah, we don't even have like a link for that. This is what I mean by I'm so bad with this, right? I'm so bad with this, but you can find my Patreon link either on my Twitch about page, or you can find it on my YouTube about page. That would be the best place to go for Patreon links. And in the future, I'll try to integrate it more into the stream. But that is a real factor that I'm running up against now, right? Is the demonetization. But like, look, I understand. I take that for granted. I believe that is part of my job, to pay attention to those no words, to allow chat to boop me in the nose when I say one of those no words, and to learn to like not say the no words so that we stay monetized, right? Because monetized is what I need to survive at this point, right? But what you're saying to me is that like Uber is a place where you got to watch your words too. Oops, did I say racist? Oh, I'm sorry, that's derogatory. Did I say bigoted? Oops, I'm sorry, I can't say that. That's wild, Anna. That's wild. What did you... She's acting like a debate streamer, right? The thing that she's trying to get away with here is gross, right? Karen is also a derogatory word. Maybe we shouldn't be saying that either. Listen, now, like, Anna, you could have had me, okay? You could have made an argument that I would sort of agree with, right? And that argument goes like this. Karen is a term that sometimes gets misused, especially by white people, right? I have seen right-wingers, call people a Karen for like complaining about racism, right? I've seen right-wingers unironically try to transform the word to meaning a loud and assertive woman, right? Now that's not, that's not racist, but that's misogyny, right? Karen can be co-opted, can be repurposed for misogyny, but that's not what this DEI class was about. This was saying that like this was putting Karen on par with like the N-word, right? Anna, one of these things is not like the other. Can you tell me which one it is? Can you tell the difference between Karen and the N-word? Does this make sense to you? It's a mean term. It is derogatory, just not racist at all. It's a derogatory term to call out white racist women. What this has turned out to be, right? What we're seeing here is an attempt to inject tone policing into DEI. And let me go into DEI just a bit, all right? If you don't know, we're talking about diversity, equity, and inclusion, right? These are aspects of companies, sort of classes that employees will be required to go to, and a lot of it has come into being in the wake of the George Floyd protests, right? Of trying to include some element to educate people about racism, and especially about racism that is not like somebody trying to be racist, that is somebody doing something that is racist, that has a racist impact that they themselves might not recognize, right? A lot of what DEI focuses on is making like white people aware of the things that we don't realize that we're doing, that are essentially gatekeeping the space. Like if I were to summarize it, right, making it harder for POC to feel included, right? So that's what it is. But what do companies use it for? Now? So you might think, well, if you're a right winger, companies are woke. They're woke. They're part of the deep state. They're evil. They're part of this whole George Soros network, and they're trying to, I don't know, do something bad with their wokeness. They're the woke idea. Now, if you're smart though, you know that's not true, right? A corporation is an artificial person, not to be confused with a real person. A real person could be woke, okay? But a corporation cannot be woke. Corporations operate under another imperative. That is a fiduciary responsibility. Any publicly traded company has a literal, legally binding responsibility to try to make as much money as they possibly can for their shareholders. And if they don't, they could be legally liable. So square that circle. Okay, I will, right? They are covering their ass. When companies order DEI training, they're doing it to say, see, we did something to we did something to deal with the racism, right? We were proactive. We don't like the racism. We're against the racism, right? So that time, so that when the company gets caught doing something racist, or somebody at the company gets caught doing something racist, they can be like, not our fault, not our fault. We had a DEI training for this person. This person didn't listen. It's our employee. It's not us, right? So it's a cover your ass kind of thing, right? But at the same time, it's so I guess because of its nature as not being something that comes from an ideological place, it definitely doesn't come from like a compassionate place. The reason that these things are implemented within capitalism is for a capitalistic reason. And so there's a tendency, what it's really there for is just to calm everything down, to make everything run smoother, and to not to prevent like a problem that might happen down the line, or to at least have an excuse to say, we paid for DEI training, check, right? We checked it off, we're not liable, right? That's the main thing that's from. So you can kind of see how easy it might be to fold something like tone policing, right? So tone policing, like the part of what DEI is for is to like allow some feedback where people with privilege get an idea of what people without that privilege are dealing with. Like, right, what white people get an idea of what POC are dealing with, and maybe that changes their behavior, and maybe the microaggressions don't stop entirely, but maybe they people become aware of them, right? Karen is a behavior, not irreducible characteristic they're born with. Yeah, there's so much wrong with this, right? But understand that essentially what this injection of, like, let's not say Karen is, that's tone policing. That's literally tone policing. We're not talking about tone policing like, don't say, you just saw something incredibly racist that pissed you off, don't say the F word, right? Or, don't swear, right? It's not that kind of tone policing. It's like literally like, you need to bite your tongue, even though you're dealing with stuff that you shouldn't have to deal with, right? And that's kind of the so any good part of DEI, because like I said before, that the motivation was corporate. Yeah, everything that happens in the corporate world happens with a corporate motivation, right? It's not a ideological motivation, it's not an emotional motivation, it's not a human motivation, it's a corporate motivation. But it doesn't mean that it couldn't like have a positive effect. It doesn't mean that it shouldn't be there. It doesn't mean that there's not an actual problem that mechanism those classes are on some level addressing, maybe not in the best way possible, maybe not with the right motives, right? But you're taking, any good that could come out of that program, and you're just neutralizing it. It just becomes like a, okay, let's get along. Like DEI is now, let's like make the workplace like let's make there be less friction, and with a particular emphasis on less friction for white people, right?
And like it's not. Employees felt the event organizers were minimizing racism and the harm white people can inflict on people of color by focusing on how Karen is a hurtful word, according to messages and an employee who attended the events. Well, it's a derogatory term. That's why it's used in a derogatory sense after someone is perceived to have engaged in bad behavior. Now, the controversy didn't die down. Weeks later, the Karen conundrum was aired in a company-wide meeting. Several weeks after the first event, a black woman asked during an Uber all-hands meeting how the company would prevent tone-deaf, offensive, and triggering conversations from becoming a part of its diversity.
That's actually a good question. Like, right? How are you going to prevent DEI training from just becoming like, something that reinforces the problem that it's supposed to be there to take care of, to do something about. And also, ad break victims, I feel your pain. Hopefully at some point that'll get cleared up. TERF is used as a derogatory. So Adadak is pointing out something that I touched on earlier, right? Jerk is a derogatory term, right? But if somebody's being a jerk, should you just bite your tongue about it and take it? No, you shouldn't, right? There's a lot of, like things could be derogatory without being slurs. There's a difference. Please don't tell me, Anna, that you don't understand the difference between a derogatory term, like a thing that you don't want to be, and a slur. Please don't tell me that. Nobody is named jerk. That's a good point. Yeah, so like I think Hassan said this about the situation. The only people that are really kind of catching strays from this are people named Karen. Like if your name happens to be Karen, that's a sad day for you. What a solid question to ask at the all hands meeting.
Initiatives. Lee replied, arguing that while the discussions can sometimes feel uncomfortable, they were important and necessary to have. Sometimes being pushed out of your own strategic ignorance is the right thing to do. That's what she said. Now,
what? Jerk is probably somebody's name, yeah, no doubt. Look, I'm gonna name my kid that for sure. No. POC criticizing white women for being racist is strategic ignorance. Well, yeah, this DEI instructor is literally just turning it around, right? They're literally just turning. This is like this person's Vosh-pilled, right? This is a very Vosh-pilled DEI instructor that we're dealing with. Okay, so what about the anti-white racism? What about your strategic ignorance, right? It's just Davinia Robbins, thank you. Not thank you. You can thank Anonymous Gifter for having gotten you out of the next ad break. You had to go through a few, it sounds like there, but you are now out of that. Thank you, Anonymous Gifter. Whoever and wherever you are, much love. God, no more ads for, yeah.
As you can imagine, that comment did not really do much to calm.
Now, you could read this as the squeaky wheel gets the grease, right? But don't take that too far. I'm sure at some point it might become like annoyance. But yeah, this is, I'm glad this worked out.
The situation down and instead sparked additional outrage and complaints to executives. So Lee decided to hold a second event, which was intended to be a dialogue where employees could express how they felt about what they heard during the first event. But that led to even more complaints. In Slack, groups for Black and Hispanic employees at Uber fumed that instead of a chance to provide feedback or have a dialogue, they were instead being lectured about their response to the initial "Don't Call Me Karen" event, One person wrote, "I felt like I was being scolded for the entirety of that meeting." Another employee took issue.
And the funny thing is the person that's scolding them is like completely missing the point. She's only going to get worse. Yeah, I'm afraid you're right, Ubafly. Reminds me of that show Black White. Yeah, but the birthing person was it for me. I see who she is. I mean, I think it's becoming apparent, like, right? I mean, not to everyone. There are still stands out there. We had somebody in the, I'm not trying to call you out if you're still watching, right? But it's somebody, you know, was accusing me of leftist infighting for putting Anna on my thumbnail like that. It was so rude of me. But I think it's gotta be, it's gotta be said. It has gotta be said. Oh, wait, a black family and white family swap. This is a show? Typically, this happens when non-binary people try to lead a discourse or education on issues. Sorry, not non-black. Oh my God, thank Zara. Zara did not mean non-binary people. Zara did not mean non-binary. I was like, wait a minute there. That doesn't make sense. Yeah, non-black people try to lead a discourse. Yeah, I figured. It took me a second, Zara, but I got there. That show was Nuclear Crunch. I've never heard of this show. Criticizing Anna is not leftist infighting. Anna came out and said she wasn't going to work with leftists anymore. She's decided, yeah, I mean, that's true. And also, I mean, God, you gotta watch out for this. Like, this is a Voshian brain mind snake. Chat, what do you think? Can I say brainworms? There was some discussion when I said brainworms. Some people like did not like that because there's another way of saying brainworms where you're like saying your brain's been eaten away by worms, right? You're not, you know, and it ends up being kind of ableist, right? But when I say brainworms, I mean something's gotten into your brain that you're unaware of. And imagine this: like you got a little driver's seat in here in your forebrain. And normally your executive function, or in my case, lack thereof, is sitting at the driver's seat driving it around, and the worm crawls in through your ear. Little brain worm, you don't even notice it, crawls in there, goes, plops down on the driver's seat and starts driving it, right? When you've absorbed a concept or an idea that you didn't really realize you can absorb, and you know, there's like transphobic ones and there's racist ones, and there's all kinds of little things that can kind of get into your mindset without you realizing. That show Black and White was wild. The white dad goes in thinking racism isn't a problem, and spoiler alert, he doesn't learn a dang thing. Swap wives. Oh my God, yeah, that show sounds super cursed. Hassan watched it a long time ago. Blackfaced racism and white people saying the N-word. Okay, yeah, that's how you use brainworms. Yeah. Well, I mean, like I think I used it before, and people were like, hold on. Stop the ableism, no comment check. I use NB instead of NB to denote the difference between non-binary. That's one way to do it. What's up, Cool Bees?
With the premise that the term Karen shouldn't be used. Look, I'm gonna be honest with you. In the workplace, you shouldn't be calling your coworkers Karens. It's just not a good idea.
But there's like an underlying assumption that there's an inappropriate like amount of Karen calling going on, right? And to me, that's what the weird thing is. Look, I mean, oh my God, what is going on with like literally everything today? If you're white, you shouldn't be calling anyone Karen. Yeah, it's not a good idea because Anna will fire you if she hears you doing it. Well, listen, most of the time, like, you know, there's two ways that, you know, like a Karen can be, and there's like a unifying factor between the two of them, right? It can be the like, I'm gonna go to your manager, Karen, or it can be the I'm calling the cops, Karen, right? And so either the person's job is threatened or their life is threatened, right? I mean, I feel like I'm making it too narrow too, because it doesn't necessarily have to be cops that are, but but in general, like a Karen situation is more likely to involve a customer than it is to involve a fellow employee. I don't really, and also like I feel like the thing here is that like the biggest problem with what Anna's saying and what the DEI instructor was saying is that it implies a problem that doesn't really exist, right? It implies like an anti-whiteness or an anti-white womenness that is like on par with, you know, other vectors of marginalization. If you're a white man, you're just be appropriating AAVE and being misogynistic. I call Karen's Karen. More white women need to call out white women.
And by the way, just let that sink in for a moment. Employees were openly angry that they couldn't use a derogatory word against some of their colleagues. This type of work environment is just fantastic. I mean, it's not hostile at all. Now, in response to the apparent uproar, Uber's chief executive and chief people officer sent employees an internal email and asked Bo Young Lee to step back and take a leave of absence while they determine next steps. The email also let employees know.
Adadak says, I call people reactionary D-bags. I've never felt comfortable taking the word for myself.
That quote, we have heard that many of you are in pain and upset by yesterday's moving forward session. While it was meant to be a dialogue.
Karen is someone who weaponized their whiteness against black folks or workers. Yeah, and is basically using often like the perception of victimhood in order to like call forth a reaction from an authority to hurt that person, right? I don't think the story mentioned anyone wanting to specifically call their co-workers Karen. Yeah, that's the whole thing, is that like this DEI does not exist to address discomfort with language of people describing their oppressors for the sake. It's like that is something that DEI, if it's any good, should be teaching you to watch out for, right? It's not something that, it's not a component that DEI should be including. Like, right, this is weirdness, right? I remember when Karen started being used, I kind of missed the OG, like the barbecue Betty and Permit Patty.
It's obvious that those who attended did not feel heard. Look, I gotta be honest, simply treating employees equally and providing a space for some to gently push back on the Karen narrative is nothing compared to the several years people have been consuming speeches like the one Dr. Aruna Kilanani gave at Yale in 2022.
I had the fantasies of unloading a revolver into the head of any white person that got in my way, burying their body, and wiping my bloody hands as I walked away relatively guiltless. With a gun to my chest, like I did the world a favor.
Yeah.
I think she's gonna read that. I hope she's gonna read that.
Just want to reiterate what you heard there. The audio wasn't great, so just in case you didn't hear it. During a speech at Yale in April of 2022, Dr. Aruna Kilanani said, and I quote, I had fantasies of unloading a revolver into the head of any white person.
I mean, that is
person that got in my way, burying their body and wiping my bloody hands as I walked away relatively guiltless, with a bounce in my step, like I did the world an effing favor.
What is that? Like, this is a non sequitur, right? Oh my God! I found a violent element in a speech somebody gave once. This is why we need to stop calling people Karens. This is why the word Karen needs to be banned from your workplace, the same way that any other slur would be banned. Anna is, and you're gonna see who she agrees with, right? And if you looked at the thumbnail, if you're on YouTube, you already know, right? This is a complete non sequitur. What is this doing here? This is wild. Where did she pull that? Like, did she just have that ready? Has this speech been like bothering her for like a really long time? And she's like, oh, finally a place to invoke this. It was around 22. Oh my God, chat's moving so fast. It was around 2017-ish when the huge rash of white women calling the cops on black people existing in the U.S. started. Well, I mean, the at least until it was getting like, you know, reliably videoed, recorded on people's phones. Yeah, exactly. It started rising super high with video proofs. But Karen, and the reason that those video proofs exist, right, is because POC were not being believed. It's a situation that if you are enmeshed in privilege, you might not know exists. In fact, a lot of people probably did not know that this kind of situation was going down on the regular until people started taking videos of it, right? So you know, because it's a situation, you know, that where it's like one person's word against the other, and if one person is like black, then guess who's like not going to be believed, right? So like literally video evidence had to be submitted to the internet for people to say that is messed up. That should not be happening, right? People who have been abused often have fantasies. Yeah, I mean, I don't even know why she's bringing this up, right? It's just like anti-racism without class analysis is just liberal idpol.
Okay, now that might seem like a bizarre, isolated incident, and to be honest,
liberal idpol, okay. Lack of intersectional analysis, Soviet commissar. Is just class reductionist bullshit.
the rhetoric there is rare. I haven't heard.
And we have seen enough of where that road leads, right?
Rhetoric that extreme, but
that's a very Walshian take.
There is an entire industry where authors and academics make a killing conducting trainings that simply tell white workers to shut their mouths and take kindly to hours of being told they're all the same. They're all racist, they're all hateful, they all deserve what's coming to them. And it should come to no surprise that DEI trainings like this have led to law.
Getting mad at people calling others Karen is because it highlights the disparities white people don't want to acknowledge, so they fear monger about the use instead. That might seem like an isolated incident, she says. Yeah, it literally is. Show me that it's not. Show me that it's not an isolated incident. Show me that this is a problem, right? What is DEI training? It's diversity, equity, and inclusion training. It is generally administered in an academic or in a corporate setting, right? So either your school or your boss will assign one day during work, you'll go and do a DEI class. And what this is supposed to be is like spreading awareness of things like microaggressions, spreading awareness of racist things that people do that make the workplace hell for POC that they might not recognize that they're doing. Yeah, and it's a Band-Aid on a big gaping wound, right? It's not sufficient. It's mainly done by the corporations and by the schools to cover their ass, but at the same time, it does address, it does attempt to address a real problem, and with the right person in charge of it, maybe it could make some progress. I think there are probably DEI classes that do help to a certain degree.
Lawsuits because they include discrimination. In 2020, at least half a dozen people who had been employed by the New York City Department of Education filed lawsuits or won settlements in cases relating to
Soviet commissar. Are we gonna have to watch the Thomas the Tank video here? I don't know what you want me to do here.
Mandatory DEI.
You got half of the puzzle. Please put the other half together, right? It's called intersectionality. It comprises class analysis and analysis of other vectors of oppression as well, right? That you need the whole puzzle. You can't just like isolate it and be like, I got my class analysis, that's all I need, I'm fucking chilling over here.
Trainings. What I'm also not surprised about is how lucrative this industry is. After George Floyd's murder, as companies face pressure to demonstrate a commitment to racial justice, interest in diversity, equity, and inclusion exploded. The American market reached an estimated $3.4 billion in 2020 alone. Take Syra Rao and Regina Jackson as—
Just for anybody that needs to know, I am not Peter Coffin, okay? I'm not Caleb Maupin. That is not what we're doing over here.
Just one example. They run a business called Race to Dinner, and wealthy white women across the country pay them handsomely to come to their dinner parties to bash the host and her white friends.
Okay, so we watched this. One in chat if you remember this, right? This is called Deconstructing Karen. There was a documentary called Deconstructing Karen, right? One, if in chat, if you've watched this, right? Race to Dinner is what the organization is called. They produced a documentary called Deconstructing Karen. So some people have seen it. Yeah, the white women that pay $5,000 to get bashed, according to Anna. Now, I saw the documentary that Anna was talking about. I didn't see anybody get bashed. I saw a dinner, you know, being attended by, yeah, maybe like what, rich white women, right? But where like a little portion, a very controlled portion of realness was made available, where the filter was taken off for a split second, right? And Anna sees bashing. Like that's literally not what's going on.
As racists. They do this without knowing anything about the dinner guests, without ever having interacted with them. All they know about these individuals is the color of their skin, and automatically they assume these white women have anti-black prejudice in their hearts.
And they'd be right. And if you invited me to dinner too, and you made that assumption, you'd be right about me. Like anybody, I am so suspicious of anybody that says that they were brought up in a racist society and they haven't internalized any of that. They haven't like, you know, right? It's like, God damn. Look, there's two ways that you can deal with like what we call implicit racism, implicit bias, right? And that's not somebody being like, you know, thinking bad thoughts about black people, thinking bad thoughts about POC, right? That is somebody who doesn't realize that they have like framing, they have ideas, they have concepts that are bigoted, that are biased, that inform the way that they act. But you know, because they're not conscious, they can say, I am not racist. I do not support the, you know, KKK. I do not support the, you know what I mean? Like, oh my God. Anna is from like an academic background. And like, she's not ignorant of this stuff. There is no way that she went through all the education that she went through and didn't have this explained to her. So the only explanations are that A, she disagrees, right? And she wants to have bookends, and she wants to see like anti-black racism and anti-white racism as like equal culprits in our racist society, right? She's literally Vosh-pilled, or she's grifting, and I don't really know which one it is. Oh, hey, what's up, Umam? I'm gonna pronounce your name correctly. Umami, Mommy, Bridget. Whoa, what is up with my chatters having like the coolest names ever? Being serious, white culture is linked to oppression. There's simply no way not to be indoctrinated with white supremacy. Yeah, us black folks have to unlearn it, and that gets said during the documentary, right? Like the other one of the facilitators, talks about who is not white, cops to having anti black racism herself, right? That this is not. I don't really think this is that complicated, right? This shouldn't be this hard to get. This is the basics. This is the bar that you have. This is the low hurdle that you have to cross to be able to form any kind of solidarity between marginalized people. Like this is it, right? This is the bare minimum. And the fact that you got like not only Walsh and his crew, but Anna Kasparian and TYT backsliding on this stuff. And Anna Kasparian 100% knows better, should know better. I guess she just doesn't agree, right?
How much do they...
So anybody who thought that I was being a super meanie butt by putting her up there with Matt Walsh, please check yourself. Please take a second look at that. The biggest thing I still fight against is stereotypes. Even stereotypes of good things is racist. Positive stereotypes. I definitely didn't have the issue some of my white friends have through growing up. I never understood their thinking.
Charge? Well, if you ask me, a lot. Each dinner party initially cost $2,500 total.
So look, there's two ways that you can go. There's two ways that I hear people wanting to go about forming solidarity. Like there's the class reductionist way, right? And I hope people understand what's wrong with that. And that is to say, shut up about race. Shut up about race. It's about class. Since class is one of the vectors that racial oppression, is carried by, then we can take care of the racism without ever saying racism. Because when we say racism, some of the precious white working class might be upset, and they may be like, oh, well, you're coming for me, but I'm oppressed too, and you're not recognizing my oppression. And oh my God, please tell me we can get past this, right? Please tell me that we can understand that intersectionality is where it all comes together, right? If you want an analysis that allows you the basis to form solidarity, you're not going to do it by telling black people to shut the fuck up. You're not going to do it by, oh my God, there we go. Demonetized, gone. I'm out of here. All right, chat, it's been nice. No, we can proceed demonetized. Just understand that I'm not getting paid by YouTube. The pittance that I usually get for a video for a stream is not going to be paid to me today. So please look kindly upon your streamer if you can. But yeah, this is it's pissing me off. It's really pissing me off because we have the framework to be able to analyze this stuff, to be able to bring it all together. But this class reductionism is when you try to pretend that either racism doesn't exist or it can be all addressed without speaking its name. It can't. It has to be acknowledged. It has to, at the very least. This is what I'm saying about this is like the bare minimum for solidarity is being aware of the existence of this stuff. You cannot sweep it all into this dustpan of class consciousness, of class analysis, right? That is important. That cannot be left by the wayside. And yes, liberalism does often use a bastardized version of intersectionality as a fig leaf over its lack of class analysis. Does that make sense? This is something that was noted and has been noted and is as true in, it's as true today as it ever was.
But the rate increased to $5,000 in 2020. Gee, I wonder why. The funds cover a 2-hour dinner, which includes support from Race to Dinner's business developer, planning, travel for Jackson.
Okay, so as you hear, each dinner party initially cost $2,500. Rate increased to $5. So wait, okay. Oh, okay. It's 5,000. Okay, for some reason I was thinking each of these women were paying $5,000. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's like the whole dinner is used to be 2,500. So like that's an expensive dinner, right? And yeah, these are like rich, white women that are I think for the most part that are pay they're the clients of Race to Dinner, right? So if you didn't see it, it's basically a dinner party. Like, how do I explain this? Like a dinner party taking place in a wealthy neighborhood amongst a white woman who's hosting it, and some of her friends, right? And during this dinner, the facilitators talk about racism, talk about anti-blackness in a way that doesn't spare white people's feelings, in a way that doesn't allow the dinner guests to recenter themselves and their own feelings about their racism, and kind of forces them to deal with it and forces them to look at it. And yeah, like this is a thing for really wealthy people, right? This is a thing but the facilitators that do it like are saying that they are also like influential people, and these are people that hopefully if they're able to pierce their bubble of privilege and spread this awareness, that maybe the awareness will spread further than them. There's like a whole rationale to this, but I mean it is what it is, right? And I mean you could see this, and some have like looked at this as like that kind of like white guilt manifesting as false contrition, like oh my god, woke potato, thank you for the raid, you have activated my stand. Welcome, Raiders. Bouncing in. Welcome, Woke Potato. Woke Potato, how was your stream? You just saved me from having to give a very overly complicated explanation. Woke Potato, sometimes it takes streamers a second or two to get into chat, because like you stream for a long time and you're really tired, and maybe you don't come in right away because it's in your OBS and you got to switch over. What's up, Woke Potato? There you are. How is your stream? You're really high and slow. That's okay. I'm feeling kind of slow too. Bouncing Potato, and oh, we got some Rotted Ranch emotes in there too. Nice emotes. Well, everybody, if you're not already following Woke Potato, maybe you go over there and give them a look. You should have, we should be seeing a shout out pretty soon. Yeah, it's good to see you as well. Thank you for jumping in here. And thank you for the follow, Oh No Melons.
And
you've got like a food themed chat, don't you? We got Woke Potato and Oh No Melons. Anybody else come in from the raid?
And when applicable, a post-event consultation. The cost of food was not included in the original dinner party fee. This is the perfect example of a DEI-related grift that allows economic privileged women to engage in performative acts to feel like they're doing their part to fight racism.
Or you could look at it in a different way. It targets very privileged people. Now look, could this be like performative? Could somebody, pay $5,000 for a dinner, a very expensive dinner for them and their like 7 closest friends, and just like do it to feel good about themselves and to check a box and saying we're doing something to fight racism? Yeah, absolutely, right? But they're not going to be comfortable doing it, and the facilitators are aware of that phenomenon, and they do their best to circumvent it. I don't know, like it's weird for me to like Ollie London. Oh my god, talk about a grifter. Yeah, that's what a grifter is. I don't know. I'm not comfortable with calling these people grifters. I mean, this is like some wealthy white liberal shit that, you know, in terms of the people, you know, that are paying to have dinners, you know, at their house and stuff like that, right? But I wouldn't necessarily, you know, attack the facilitators over this.
Of course, they're not actually doing anything to fight racism at all. And if they want to pay for that,
look, like, nobody can force you to deal with your own implicit racism. That's true. That's true. They are not necessarily going to pierce that bubble of privilege, right? I think it's entirely possible for somebody to go to one of these and to just kind of feel good about themselves for it and to not really learn anything. That's entirely possible, but I don't think that's necessarily
great. But the Race to Dinner ladies have also published books and even put out a movie called Deconstructing Karen. As a result, their simplified portrayal.
Class is a unique category in that it directly implies material conditions, yes.
Of white women seeps into the public consciousness and discourse.
Well, I don't know, is that unique though?
Their words, as void of evidence as they may be, are treated as fact. But don't worry, they also think immigrants to America are automatically anti-black racists as well.
Syra will generally say that she is anti-black, and everybody will pivot towards me. And I go, well, and black people know it. The gig is up. We know that every person who comes to this country as an immigrant believes themselves to be better than us.
Based on what?
Based on an entire, based on history, right? Whiteness is formed as in negation of that, like as a category, it's a negation of that which is not white. It's you know, and then secondarily there's like a proximity to whiteness, but like, you know, just about every wave of immigration has been like it's one of the ways that waves of immigration like are able to like, it's the only route to assimilation, right? Anti-blackness is inculcated on like not as a means to integrate with whiteness, as a means to lower or like increase the proximity to whiteness, right? That it's, oh my God. Like, I hate that I have to explain this to somebody. Like, Anna knows this. Like, Anna is more educated than I am, okay? And about this, you know, kind of stuff, right? I don't know where she's coming from here. If anybody's grifting here, it's Kasparian.
What evidence is there that immigrants come into the country and automatically see themselves as higher up the food chain or the hierarchy than black people? There's no evidence of that.
Oh my God. I mean, you're taking this and you're turning it into like a moral, you know, like you heard what was said and you got from it like non-black immigrants bad or something. I don't know. You're hearing something that's not actually there.
Look, I think this discourse has had a devastating impact on the country because when you mix business interests with the branding of social justice, chances are the objective is really about profit rather than actually addressing.
Anna, you're in a for-profit company. What are you fucking talking about? We live in the United States of America. Literally everything is what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Like, you can't like opt out of capitalism. I mean, like we can opt out of capitalism as workers, right? United with solidarity. Theoretically, someone once prophesied, chat, I am reading you, by the way. You're going really fast, but I am still reading you. Someone once prophesied that we could unite and opt out of, you know, capitalism together, right? But that's easier said than done, right? But like in terms of like, you know, can like an organization like within capitalism? Can people within a capitalist country, can they just like opt out of capitalism? Let's do this in a non-capitalist way, right? It doesn't really make sense.
Systemic issues. And if the main problem is systemic racism, why are we all engaging in this toxic witch hunt? Sussing out people we perceive to be problematic does nothing to address racism in our criminal justice system. It does nothing.
Sussing out? What does she mean? What does she mean by sussing out?
To improve educational curriculum in our schools. And it fails to ensure that people of color have equal opportunities to wealthier white people. We've been conditioned to think that generalizations about entire curriculum in our schools, and it fails to ensure that people of color have equal opportunities to wealthier white people. We've been conditioned to think that generalizations about entire groups of people
against corporations using ID poll to say, well, no, the problem is corporations and politicians using, like, I don't want to say ID poll because that's captured language. Understand, like, that's right-wing language right there. All right, I don't know what post-left theorist you heard that from, but that's some right-wing shit, right? Thinking of it as like ID poll is absolutely captured language. And I don't think it's particularly a great thing to invoke in this situation. But yeah, does Hillary Clinton use the appearance of anti-racism in order to sell her centrist liberal, garbage, right? In order to in order to stifle anything approaching, like, something that might make the material conditions better for working people? Yeah, absolutely. Do corporations like have an ulterior motive in doing DEI? Yeah, I think I explained that. I don't know if you were here earlier, but I went over that. Like, right, the corporations, they want to implement this so they can check a box, and then later when somebody in their corporation is racist, they can say, this is not our fault, we paid for DEI. It's the bare minimum. It's a tiny little thing. It's usually like a 1-hour class or something like that, and it's not always implemented the best. In this case, you've got somebody here that doesn't understand the principles that she's trying to teach and is basically teaching tone policing in place of DEI, right? So, I mean, like, granted, like that this stuff can be appropriated and bastardized and put on like a fig leaf to hide, to hide essentially the neoliberal nature of somebody's politics or the capitalistic nature of a corporation. But that doesn't mean that intersectionality itself is the master's tools, right? Please disabuse yourself of that notion.
Is somehow okay, as if it doesn't contradict the fight against racism. We've taken the bait in this extremely successful divide and conquer strategy. And to be honest, I've been struck by how effortlessly callous the online discourse has become.
Okay, if she'd said the online left, I would have said, have a sip of Void coffee.
Context viral video that features a conflict with a white woman is automatically considered evidence of a racist act, even before we have all the details. The latest example involved a pregnant hospital worker named Sarah Comrie in New York. She was captured on video during an argument she had with a black man over a CitiBike in Manhattan. The man claimed that he paid for the bike rental, but Comrie disagreed.
Go, record him.
Help me! Please help me!
It's not your bike.
Please help me!
It's not your bike.
Please help me! Help! Please get off me!
What's going on?
The dominant online narrative was that this racist pregnant woman tried to steal a bike from a black man and then made herself out to be a victim with her white tears. Her attorney later provided receipts claiming that she in fact paid for the bike. But it felt like no one thought it might be a good idea to just wait and see what the truth was before attacking her. Her employer at Bellevue.
Okay, now this sounds even worse. We're gonna get into this. We're talking about CitiBike Karen here. Every time I hear that, I want to say CitiBank Karen, but there's CitiBike Karen. This is something that Walsh covered the first time that he covered it. He was like, "Wow, this really is a Karen. Let me be misogynistic to her," right? The second time that Walsh covered it, he says, oh, looks like the bike Karen has receipts and therefore she's not really a Karen, right? She's like, help me, somebody help me. The white woman being accosted by young black men, help me, right? You know, but she wasn't being a Karen. Don't get it twisted. She wasn't being a Karen because she has a receipt, right? We don't want to look at that receipt. We don't want to analyze that receipt. It doesn't matter what the receipt is. If the white lady has a receipt, then she's not a Karen. Stop calling her a Karen, right? That's what Walsh says. And he takes it in a racist direction, right? And like, since then, more has come out. Actually, the sister of the guys, the black guys involved in the situation came out and explained more about it. And yeah, no, she absolutely is a Karen. Her receipts are sus. They don't even, you know, show her possession of the bike itself. And that's not even the point. That's not even the point, right? So yeah, like this is what we're gonna deal with CitiBike Karen coming up next. Right now we're gonna do the Matt Walsh, and I'm gonna show you Anna Kasparian, Matt Walsh, same take on this Uber DEI thing. And yes, we're talking about a DEI course at a corporation. Please don't be surprised, okay? Please don't be surprised if there's some like, you know, capitalism and neoliberalism mixed into this, because this is literally like a not just a corporation, but part of the gig economy. Like their innovation, their disruption is to find a way to treat workers even worse than workers were being treated before. So please understand where this is coming from, right? It's not God, and don't get it twisted. Don't put the corporations and like ID poll on the same side. The corporations don't give a flying flip about ID poll. The corporations care about their bottom line. They're doing this for their bottom line, right? That doesn't change that doesn't change the objective power relations that we're trying to, you know, talk about in any sort of discussion like this, right? And the fact that that's being undermined by a tone policing, colorblind bullshit mentality, which, you know, unfortunately is not just endemic to the right. I hate to say that, but I'm you know, chat's proven it to me today, right? That it's not just the right that we have to worry about in terms of that. What was that? That is definitely not what we're trying to watch.
Hospital was immediately contacted. She was placed on leave pending an investigation. Now her attorney is looking to potentially sue media outlets that propagated false allegations about his client, but we still don't know the full story. And it's better to—
Oh, thank you, Yosiel. You sent me Vash's reaction. And sorry, chat, you're moving really fast. Look, you're awesome, chat. Okay, I will say that you're awesome. You're moving so fast that I am not able to read everything that you're saying, or I'm not able to read it out loud, but I am keeping track of it.
Wait and see how this develops before people try to destroy a stranger's life and livelihood. So, do we feel better about racism in America today?
Look, when you're sitting there and like, help me, you know, getting a cop's attention like that, right? Put her life, like when you say put her life in danger, you're talking about like her job, right? And maybe her social links, right? Putting that in danger. What was she doing? What was she doing in trying to get a cop to come over here and notice these young black men that are accosting me, right? What was she putting in danger there? Literally their lives, literally putting their lives in danger. Is YouTube chat? No, it's not moving too fast. It's fine. Look, I shouldn't say it that way. It's a good thing. That means that you're involved. That means that you care. That means that you're engaged. These are all really good things. I just wanted to let you know, in case I don't read everybody's chat, that I don't, you know, I'm not trying to skip you or anything like that. I'm just,
it certainly feels like
it's the damsel in distress thing.
Like we're becoming more divided. We're definitely more
divided. God, talk about some centrist fishhook neoliberal garbage, right?
Obsessed with whipping out.
We don't want to be divided. We want to make compromise ideologically with the opposition. We're too divided. This is too divisive.
To surveil one another.
Calling somebody a Karen when they're being a Karen is too divisive.
Because God forbid we fail to capture one of our peers in their worst moments. Simply put, I absolutely loathe this crap. And I can't pretend like I'm above it because I engaged in a lot of it myself. And I have deep—
Back when I was a liberal, no?
regrets about that.
See, this is the thing with TYT is like they're at this point, like I don't know if they're gunning for like a centrist lane or if they're gunning for like a center right lane or if they just want to like, you know, I don't know.
Karen hunting is a destructive symptom of the powerlessness people feel as they're more atomized and alienated from those around them.
Look, hunting implies people are going out and looking for somebody who's not really causing a problem and throwing them up on the gallows to be pilloried by you know, tomatoes, or you know, putting them on the stake to be burned or something like that, right? That's not what's going on. What about the guys whose lives were put in danger by CitiBike Karen? Do they not count? Do you not see them? Is there you're talking about her livelihood. What about their lives? Right? That's not hunting. That is defending. These guys are not hunting anyone by documenting the way that their life was put in danger. They are not hunting, Anna. They are hunted.
It's the abscess that forms from the lack of an organized movement that values the humanity of individuals while fighting institutions that propagate inequality.
Always in a colorblind way.
It's what happens when society fails to understand the critical nature of solidarity in fighting.
You don't understand solidarity. You're trying to literally impose solidarity from the top down. That is not how it works. You cannot tell marginalized people to STFU in order to get solidarity. But some people seem to think that you can, or some people seem to think that you can sweep it all up into class relations so that we don't, like, you know, trigger the reactionary, you know, white people, right? And then that's literally not how it works. This stuff has to be acknowledged. This stuff has to be brought out into light. This stuff has to become conscious, or else it will proceed to work on our unconscious. If you haven't seen my video already, the cost of doing business, where I analyze Innuendo Studios' video, right? That's where I talk about the Agent Smith concept, right? That at any time, you know, the white supremacy can express itself through anybody that's got that sort of unconscious, that sort of implicit bias, right? And we don't mean for Agent, you know, Smith. That's why I use the metaphor of Agent Smith, right? Nobody's meaning to be racist. Nobody's trying to walk down the street with a KKK outfit, or, you know, like look like a, you know, like it just kind of happens. It just kind of comes out. It just kind of expresses itself, right? And it will continue to express itself as long as that stuff stays unconscious. The very first step, the very bare minimum, the very lowest bar that we have to clear is bringing that stuff to conscious. And Anna, you are trying to push it back down. God.
Systems of oppression. The Karen narrative flattens an entire category of people, white women, as malignant members of society whose toxicity lay dormant until they're in the presence
a whole year, damn,
of people of color. It's ridiculous. But back to DEI trainings. Is there any evidence that they even work? Well, over the years,
how would you study that? And like, what would you take as like, what qualifies as a DEI training, right? The problem is that even like well-intentioned, like, right, so even like a facilitator who's well-intentioned, even a facilitator who has a working understanding of intersectionality and really looks at the situation and really tries to make an improvement, they're going to be limited because the company implementing the DEI has a fiduciary responsibility that is their bottom line, right? They will act like they care about this. They will, you know, check off that box, right? But in most of it is to cover their ass, and that's why shit like this is generally gonna fly, right? Like DEI sessions becoming you know, workshops for tone policing, that is gonna tend to fly because that's just another way the company can cover their ass.
Social scientists who have conducted careful reviews of the evidence base for
Anna is living off pre-Obama vibes.
Diversity training have frequently come to discouraging conclusions. Though diversity training workshops have been around in one form.
Jesse Singal! I'm sorry I yelled. And I'm sorry to my neighbors too. I'm sure my neighbors, don't need me yelling through the walls, through the ceilings, whatever. I apologize, neighbors. I apologize, chat. I apologize, microphone. I apologize. But seriously, that's Jesse Singal. That's Jesse Singal that she's reading off, right? That is who she... Noted transphobic weird champ. I don't even know what how would you typify Jesse Singal's ideology? Like, I would just say fishhook, right? Am I right on that? Is that the best description of what Jesse Singal represents? TYT is reading off a Jesse Singal argument and being like, hell yeah. Jesse Singal understands this. Okay, so look, you've got over the years social scientists who have conducted careful reviews of the evidence based for diversity training have frequently come to a discouraging conclusion. Through diversity training workshops, though diversity training workshops have been around in one form or the other since at least the 1960s, few of them have ever been subjected to rigorous evaluation. Please, Jesse, shut up and design me a study to actually measure this. The first hurdle is what is your basis for inclusion, right? Do you want to include every single corporate course or workshop that labels itself as being promoting diversity, inclusion, and equity, or right? This is so mind-numbingly...
Or another since at least the 1960s. Few of them are ever
like Barry Weiss, someone who is conservative, but yeah, I mean, you could say, yeah, it's kind of like the left side of the IDW. I would say, I call these people fishhook. Hey, what's up, Clarity?
Subjected to rigorous evaluation, and those that are mostly appear to have little or no positive long-term effects. The lack of evidence is disappointing.
Okay, Anna. Either Jesse Singal cited some studies, which you should now be going over, or Jesse Singal is blowing hot air out of his ass, and you're breathing it. Which is it, Anna?
Wrote Elizabeth Levy-Palak of Princeton and her co-authors in a 2021 annual review of psychology article considering the frequency with which calls for diversity training emerge in the wake of widely publicized instances of discriminatory conduct. In fact, there are unfortunately even some studies that indicate these trainings could be causing more harm than good. I mean, certainly if you're being told by your colleagues that you're automatically a bad person and you're very likely racist.
I mean, look, you say that there's no evidence, and then source, your source is a little sparse on evidence too.
Because of the color of your skin, gonna cause some hostility in the workplace, no? Now, in the case of DEI,
so DEI programs have been recently criticized by Black leftists, and oh my God. Sorry, this I don't have I have a short time to be able to read this. Black leftists and Black liberals who saw the true nature of this bad faith takes on the programs that liberal corpos keep corpos. Okay, yeah. So look, like I said, the motivation is lacking, right? The motivation for these programs are the fiduciary, anything a corporation does, right? If you ever think that a corporation is doing something for an ideological reason, you're probably wrong. And if you think it's doing it for a progressive, for a pro-intersectionality ideological reason, you're even more wrong, right? They do it to fulfill their fiduciary responsibility. That's generally how they move. There may be some corporations that are owned by right-wing ideologues who want to play, silly games and risk, the liability of not fulfilling their fiduciary responsibility in order to sort of promote a right-wing agenda. But in general, you're not going to see leftism done by corporations. Does that blow your mind? Yeah, no, you're not going to see leftism done by corporations. That being said, these courses are gonna go on, right? One way or the other. Because like I said, they fulfill that fiduciary responsibility. They allow the corporation to to cover their ass, right? But the very least we could ask for is that they don't reinforce this kind of like colorblind nonsense, backsliding, like white fragility that they're supposed to fight. The least that we could ask for is for what happened in this Uber DEI course not to happen, right? Like, I don't know who like made you think that these are like the like, right? The corporate nature of this atmosphere is gonna like lead in a certain way, and it's not gonna prioritize the things that you'd want to prioritize as an anti-racist, right? Corporations are not anti-racist. It's never gonna be the motivation. That being said, this kind of like the tone policing session that this DEI instructor was trying to turn her class into is actually for sure does more harm than good, right? So she's talking now about like the ideas that diversity trainings might do more harm than good. So that idea then is that we get rid of them. The only problem is, Anna, we get rid of them. Anna, how much stock do you own in these corporations? Are you CEO? Or are you on the board? Do you have some kind of sway? What are you suggesting, a boycott? Are we going to boycott every company that does DEI trainings? Like, what leverage do we have? What makes you think that the audience that you're talking to is the capitalists? Like, right? Oh my God. And the capitalists themselves do not care about anything other than that fiduciary responsibility, than covering their ass, than when something racist happens at their company, for them to be saying, we paid for DEI, we paid for DEI, we did everything we could. This employee didn't listen to the class, right? If they'd listened to the class that we paid for, everything would be okay. God.
Dr. Dobbin and Dr. Kalev warn that diversity training that is mandatory or that threatens dominant groups' sense of belonging or makes them feel blamed may elicit.
Threatens dominant groups' sense of belonging. Did I just... Jesse Singal. That is some pretzel logic. Threatens dominant groups. Can you define this word, Jesse Singal? Dominant groups, sense of belonging. Oh my God. Dominant groups don't have to worry about belonging. They are dominant. What are you talking about? What are you even talking about?
Negative backlash or exacerbate biases. Yeah. I mean, no surprise there. So if employers insist on DEI trainings, they shouldn't shun discussions that are actually inclusive. But
that's an inclusive discussion. She thinks that tone policing struggle session that was imposed on those workers in place of a DEI instruction, which, like I said, is lacking, is toothless, is mainly done to cover a company's ass, is already inadequate, right? But we're taking that inadequate situation and turning it into like a both sides situation, into reinforcing the colorblind notion of race, of like, yeah, there's the anti-black racism, but what about the anti-white racism? Don't call anybody a Karen. Let's tone police everybody. That's God.
Personally, I'd rather encourage employees to go out and grab a drink together after work. They should bond and get to know each other.
Okay, so wait, what is she advocating for? Drink vouchers? Is that gonna solve racism? No, but like you have to prove that you drank with you have to prove that you drank with at least one POC. You get a drink voucher from your company, and then you have to have it stamped by the POC that you were drinking with. That's an even worse solution. Anna, what are you talking about? What are you talking about, girl?
Without a third-party mediator making money off of their interactions. An employee should understand that any effort to improve their working conditions and to do something about actual systemic racism as a whole is reliant on solidarity with their fellow coworkers.
Wait, a third-party mediator? Wait, so like, okay, So either you think that like marginalized people or privileged people are going to come together and talk it out and everything's going to get understood. And it's not just going to turn it into like, you know, into black people listening to diatribes about how it hurts our feelings when you call us Karen. It hurts our feelings when you say that we're racist. So could you please stop that? And we'll virtue signal towards stuff like, right. Either that or like what does she mean by the third party? Like, right. The third party being the DEI instructor. But like, I mean, the reason that they bring a third party in there is because the company sure as hell isn't going to do anything about it. Like the you know, objective power relations are what they are. You know, people in and of themselves, like left to their own devices, aren't going to do this, right? What is your solution?
Despite the protests, I think Uber's diversity chief had the right idea. If you're going to implement diversity, equity, and inclusion trainings at the workplace, they should be inclusive of everyone's thoughts, feelings, and participation.
Thanks for watching.
Yeah, and if Richard Spencer works with you, we should include his thoughts, feelings, and participation. Listen, if your workplace includes Richard Spencer, then what you need to do is like, you know, like sit there, listen to everybody. And when it comes to Richard Spencer's turn, he's going to show you, he's going to say, look, I got this little Pepe button here. Let me show you. This is Pepe the Frog. This is Pepe the Frog we have right here. Let me tell you about the history of Pepe the Frog. You know, like, we're going to listen to everybody. Are we going to listen to like, God damn.
To the Young Turks, so really appreciate it.
Okay, now I'm listening to Jink's pitch. That's great. Okay, well, you know, that was cursed. That was really cursed. But do you know what isn't cursed, chat? You know what isn't cursed? DNN.
Welcome back to the Duck Report.
I'm gonna
Duck
pee.
Duckington.
I will be right back.
We go now to
I leave you in the capable hands of Duck
Duckington. The
Duckington.
big protest being held there is developing. Here's ace reporter Duck Duckworth, who is on the scene with the latest developments. Duck?
Thanks, Duck. As you can see behind me, Antifa has joined the big protest, and with me here is Kitty, an Antifa protester who describes herself as an anarcho-communist. Kitty, can you tell our viewers why you decided to show up for today's big protest? Well, Duck, as an anarchist, I can't just sit by and watch while these fascists shove their reactionary agenda down the people's throats. That's why the Anarcho-Communist People's Council of Democratic Workers Unions have shown up today in force to show how direct action could turn back the tide against these kinds of oppressive policies. Direct action? Give me a break. Thomas the Tank, what are you doing here?
The Marxist-Leninist Democratic Union of Workers' Councils is here to show the vanguard spirit of true communism.
True communism? Tankies like you wouldn't know true communism if it bit you on the turret. Uh-oh, seems like there's some hostility between these protesters here. Can I get your name, sir?
Beat it, Doc. I refuse to participate in your capitalist propaganda.
Yeah, scram, Featherbrain. This is between me and Bolt Breath over here.
This is Dr. Duckworth signing off. Who are you calling Bolt Breath, Garfield?
You, and all your Stalinist sympathizers. Your oppressive brand of authoritarianism is no better than fascism.
Well, at least Stalin actually defeated real fascists, unlike any anarchists ever. How can you hope to liberate the working class if you're not willing to form a united vanguard party that could smash class oppression and suppress counter-revolution, huh?
How can you call workers liberated when they're beholden to an exclusionary caste of party elites? I'll never submit to your enforced hierarchies, bootlicker.
Yeah, and you'll never get anything done if you're not willing to form a true proletarian dictatorship to end capitalism forever.
Oh, did you say forever? Because 1991 called, they want the Soviet Union back. Oh wait, that's when it collapsed.
The USSR collapsed because of uncommitted revisionists like you.
No, it collapsed because state communism is indistinguishable from capitalism in terms of worker exploitation and unjust power structures.
Anarchism is boozy bullshit.
Marxist-Leninism is tyranny.
You're an enemy of the working class.
No, you're an enemy of the working class.
No, you.
You.
Comrades.
Far out.
Oh my God.
The unicorn of leftist unity.
But that's only a legend.
It's a mythical creature. What's up, Spicy Tricks? Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. Did you really enjoy this non-compete content? Look, I didn't want to bring up Thomas the Tank, but like, I mean, sometimes we have to. Like largely, Walsh's criticism of everyone to the left of him, you know, as a tanky is ridiculous. Like his wanting to have bookshelves about, like, on one side we have authoritarian right wingers and fascists, and on the other side we have, like, you know, authoritarian like tankies or whatever, right? I mean, like, that's generally bullshit. But like, I mean, I guess like authoritarian ideas, if they creep into Walsh's, I don't know what the hell you want to call that, if you can get authoritarian like ideas creeping into like radlib, you know, spaces like Walsh's, then you're gonna have them in almost all spaces, right? And you know, the sort of, we do have a problem with like a reaction to liberalism putting on the skin of intersectionality, right? And that reaction turns into class reductionism. And there we have Peter Coffin, there we have Walsh to a certain degree, there we have Caleb Maupin, and you want to go further down the Nazgul vortex, there we have Infrared Haas, right? There we have somebody who's fully MAGA pilled, but will call himself a Marxist. And in fact, he's more of a communist than you are, right? He'll say, right? So, like, you know, hopefully we can resist that infection. The render is at 69%. That's a good beautiful number. And if you want to see beautiful numbers of minutes of uninterrupted stream, you can get out of the top of the hour and bottom of the hour ad breaks by either integrating your Twitch, your Amazon Prime, should you have it, with Twitch, and getting a free gift sub, which means a lot to me because you can only give them out once, and if you park it with me, I'm just like bowled over by you know, with gratitude, right? Or paying $5 yourself to get out of the ad break to Twitch. Or if you're lucky enough to getting a gift sub, right? So those are the three ways that you can continue to see beautiful numbers of uninterrupted minutes of stream without being subject yourself to the top of the hour and bottom of the hour ad break.
And I am real, comrade. As real as the ambition of the working class to throw off our chains forever and enjoy a new era of human progress.
Why did you come to us, O wise and powerful unicorn?
I came because I can no longer stand by and watch as leftists clash against fellow leftists. Your petty sectarianism keeps the working class divided and forestalls any hope of successful revolution.
But he's authoritarian trash, and she's a delusional sentimentalist.
You are both enemies of oppression. You both share the same dream of a classless society. Stand and fight together.
I told you unicorns were real.
Only then can capitalism be overthrown.
Work with him?
Now, just a second. I gotta point out that if you look at Thomas the Tank here, right, you can tell that this is made out of a to-go container, right? Do you see this Thomas the Tank character? That's a to-go character. That's a to-go container, right? Which I believe comes from capitalism. So I don't know if we can take EJ and Luna seriously, right? Since they're using the artifacts of capitalism in order to make a critique against capitalism. I don't know, something doesn't jibe there. Something doesn't jibe with them using, you know, like they bought this for somewhere. They participated in capitalism. I feel like they're not pure enough to teach us anything, right?
With her? Why not?
That's proof right there that that Breadville has fucked with capitalism.
Oh, as we speak, the reactionary and fascist forces of the world are gaining ground. Ecological destruction is killing our planet. Time is running out. We must join together and build a united front, or the working class will be forever doomed.
That sounds
Ridiculous?
No way am I ever working with a dirty anarchist.
Yeah, and I'm not ever going to work with a filthy Leninist.
But leftist unity, you have to...
Oh, just shut up already.
Yeah, get out of here, you friggin' unicorn.
Will I never...
Beat it, hornhead.
Go away.
Fine. Fight amongst yourselves. Seed humanity to an endless era of social destruction. See if I can.
And don't come back.
Man, that guy was a creep.
He sure was. God, he smelled like oats. Leftist unity is such a load of horse crap.
I agree. Leftist unity is cancer.
I just can't think of anything worse than the idea of leftists building a united front across ideological boundaries. Ew, it just could never happen.
Not only could it never happen, but it should never happen. Unity between MLs and anarchists would surely be a boon for capitalism. I'll take sectarianism and ideological purity over a united front any day of the week.
Well said.
Thank you. Hey, I was gonna go get some ice cream. You wanna go with me?
Oh my god, yes.
Sounds like they want to counter politicize the word carrot like they did woke into a new narrative for themselves. And we know that's what Matt Walsh aims are. But TYT as reactionaries will eat it up. Yeah, that's the unfortunate thing, right?
Robbins?
We're about to get to that. Yeah, I wanted to do a little, what do you call this? Palate cleanser? We gotta cleanse our palate. EJ voices Anarchitty.
Butterscotch.
Oh my god, I'm gonna get Rocky Road.
I'm gonna get sprinkles on mine.
Oh my god, yum. You know, I heard Baskin Robbins.
I mean, that's the secret of Marxist-Leninists. They all like sprinkles. They're all, you know, they like sprinkles on their ice cream.
I was thinking of introducing a 33rd flavor.
33rd flavor? That sounds amazing. What flavor do you think it's gonna be?
I'm not sure, but I heard it's gonna be.
Oh. George Irwin, Animal Crossing 1985, Vuvuzela, iPhone 100 trillion dead. The actual creator of Pepe the Frog finally won the rights back from the alt-right, but sadly, it was too late. Pepe got ruined by the alt-right. Oh. The volcano is chilling out? Oh, right. There was like a volcano? Hey, Dragon Princess. We should get ice cream. I don't know. It sounds kind of bougie.
I hate leftists so much.
I can definitely see your head in this camera for sure.
Yeah, get out of here, you friggin' unicorn.
Well said.
Hey, thank you. Hey, you want... Okay, one more time.
Well said.
Thanks. Hey, you want to go get some ice cream?
That's a good idea. What for the...
Okay, so yeah, I just wanted to take a little... Oh, thank you, Nautical. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Cat Cult. Welcome to the Weasel Watch. You have a frozen energy drink. That sounds pretty good. All I have is sparkling water. Yeah. And not even the good kind like Andrew Tate gets, right? I don't have a MLM based on a Discord to exploit like all my viewers like Andrew Tate does. So I'm stuck with the 2 liter of carbonated water. But to be fair, it's not that much worse. It just loses carbonation faster. That's all. I am in Mexico City right now. The huge volcano next to the city here is erupting. Damn. Volcanoes don't F around, do they? All right, so I promised you the other half of that coin. We did Anna Kasparian. Let's do Matt Walsh. Okay, I shouldn't say it that way. Matt Walsh is coming for your kids. There we go. Even the left admits this is a racial slur. Do you see? Look, this is what the title is. Where is he getting this? Even the left admits this is a racial slur. Anna, stop feeding the right wing. And if you want to feed a random small streamer chick instead of the right wing, you can do so with a sub on Twitch, right? It's only $5 on desktop, $6, I believe, on mobile, free if you've got an Amazon Prime or if you're lucky enough to be noticed by somebody who's giving out gift subs. So, and if you're on YouTube, I would appreciate hitting that like button. It helps me out immensely. All right, so here we go. Karen is a racial slur. Matt Walsh loves it. In fact, I think what Matt Walsh has actually tweeted to let Anna Kasparian know how much he's gratified by her slide to the, her backsliding.
This is from CNN. Uber's diversity chief is on leave from the company after criticism from some employees.
Matt Walsh would be one of the first people to be put in the gulag right after no comment check, yeah.
He's related to an internal panel called Don't Call Me Karen. Bo Young Lee, Uber's chief diversity and inclusion officer, is on a leave of absence, according to a Uber spokesperson. Lee oversaw a series of sessions called Moving Forward at Uber that focused on issues around race,
Do you know why, though?
gender identity, and class.
Do you know why?
One of the more recent sessions was titled Don't Call Me Karen and focused on the experiences of a handful of women leaders. A person familiar with the matter told CNN, Karen is a slang term that usually refers to a middle-aged white woman with a strong sense of entitlement, often at the expense of people of color. Lee was put on leave after a follow-up listening session in response to concerns.
Leave it to CNN to totally miss the point.
About the Don't Call Me Karen panel resulted in additional concerns.
They could have just said that they shouldn't exclude white women from whatever the user timing was, not to go on this reactionary anti-SJW path. But the young reactionaries have been moving that. Yeah, the young TERFs have been moving in exactly that direction. Yeah, it's because NCC bad, obviously. NCC bad. Everybody, that's the one thing that can unite the left. NCC bad. I am literally the devil.
So there was a listening session in response to concerns, which resulted in concerns.
That's the one thing that'll bring the Anarchitties and the Tankies together is NCC bad, right? When they all get together and decide to. You should look up the word. Oh my God, that is one word that will I get in trouble for saying that word? I feel like Twitch has got a pretty weird way of looking at things too. They regard words that they regard a lot of things as slurs that should not be regarded as slurs. So you can say that in YouTube chat, but I can't say that on Twitch, unfortunately.
She was put on leave. Black and Hispanic workers at Uber first felt that the organizers of the event were focusing more on the harms caused by using the moniker Karen than the harms white people can inflict on people of color.
What is that noise? That is Vamps resubscribing. Thank you for the resub, Vamps. 29 months. That is incredible. That is amazing. That is so encouraging in the time in which my subs are just absolutely cratering down the floor, and I don't know if I'm going to be okay, right? It's great to see people resubbing for many months. That's amazing. Hassan
in a
got
follow-up
banned for the
listening
C word,
session,
yeah.
Times reported, some employees felt that their concerns weren't being heard, and that instead of a chance to provide feedback or have a dialogue, they were lectured by Lee about their response to the initial "Don't Call Me."
Do I look like an Anarchitty in this hoodie? This kind of seems like
Karen event. Okay, so there was.
If I really want to look like an Anarchitty, I gotta have that.
And there was a listening session about those concerns, which led to more concerns, and then they had a follow-up listening session about the concerns that came from their listening session about the concerns, and those also created concerns. And so what we need is now a third listening session about the concerns from the listening session about the concerns from the original session. We just got to keep listening and keep talking about our concerns. Everyone is very concerned. Well, I'm concerned too, and my concern is this: that if you still have any confusion about what these diversity initiatives actually are, well, this should clear it up. Diversity absolutely means anti-white. That's what it means.
There we go. There we go. Diversity means whitey bad. Right? Because we have to Look, if we don't allow people's implicit bias to function as de facto discrimination against POC, then we're basically discriminating against whitey. And that's not fair. That's idpull. That's idpull. That's idpull, and I will not see that on my left. I will not allow that. It doesn't mean that. Yeah, no. How is Karen a racial slur if it's literally something white people used and it's a descriptor as nebulous? That people use Karen in a lot of there's even like a right wing there's even right wingers that'll use the term Karen. There's like they'll basically, you know, use it as like a woman that is being loud and assertive and a feminist, right? That's kind of how what the right wing's trying to turn it into, right? Class reductionist claims to understand classism, not classicism, when they actually don't, thinking that class is different from identity and that identity doesn't affect politics. Well, yeah, I think that most of the time where people go wrong with and get into class reductionism is thinking that we're addressing material conditions of the working class as a whole is a way of addressing all these other you know, vectors of oppression too. Unfortunately, when that like membership in the working class is gate kept under whiteness. And if you want proof of this, just go back to the 2016 election and listen to all the Hillary Clinton people talking about the white working class, right? Talking about white working, but the Democrats are in danger of losing the white working class, the white working class, white working class. Yo, the working class is not white, okay? The working class is made up of a lot of different people.
All diversity initiatives are anti-white initiatives. Anytime you hear about any kind of diversity initiative anywhere, whether it's in government, in corporations, in any institution at all, it is an anti-white initiative. Diversity is an anti-white conspiracy. And you can clip that and cut it and post it on Twitter because I know you will.
Diversity is an anti-white conspiracy. There we go. Brain completely broken. Brain completely broken.
Because that's what it is. And if you ever doubted it, well, here you go. Because the diversity chief at Uber tried to do one thing, okay, host one event. This was one session, it's part of a series where they were talking all about diversity and all the ways that, quote unquote, people of color are victimized.
Yo, have we got people communicating in Cyrillic in my YouTube chat? What is this?
And in the middle of that series,
what is this Christian magic?
It's just one session, one little event where she tepidly suggested that, hey, you know, maybe we also shouldn't use racial slurs against white people.
I know it's not literally Cyrillic.
You know, maybe we shouldn't do that. And just that one time, and she was fired for it. The black and Hispanic workers were offended. They were offended by it. Well, I've seen all your comments, and we know how much you all are enjoying the sick burns during my Genucel ad reads. Well, coming up with creative insight.
I mean, he is working it in. He is working it in. I think he's doing a better job working his ad read in than I am in working my you should sub to get out of the top of the hour and the bottom of the hour ad break ad read. So he's definitely doing better financially than I am. So I'm gonna skip it so I don't become a hater. I don't get jealous of Matt Walsh and all the money that he's rolling in from being a right-wing chud. Damn, that's a long ad read too. Like, what is this? There we go.
Sense of independence and responsibility. It's a step towards becoming more self-sufficient. By paying for your own finances, you learn how to budget. And
you're still on your ad read, aren't you? God damn, he gets away with, like, look, he did like a 2-minute ad read. What is that? God. This guy, what are his viewers watching? Look at that. That was 3 minutes. That was 3 minutes of ads. Looks like a lot of people came back in right here. Okay, here we go.
Inequity material and all training is all.
I enjoy literally nothing about Matt Walsh's existence. Look,
all about telling the Black and Hispanic workers how great they are and how wonderful they are and how persecuted they are and how
if you watch Matt Walsh, you need to be on a watch list. I already am.
Everyone else is out to get them and they're right about everything. That's 99.999% of everything. But this was the 0.00.
Wait, well, I'm missing some chat. Uber is doing some corporate virtual virtue signal. Like, are they though? Like, right? Because like, what? Like, I don't see any good actors, right? I see Uber trying to check a box so that in the future, when somebody does something racist in their company, they can say, "We paid for DEI lessons. That person didn't listen. We got our ass covered," right? And then I'm seeing the facilitator of the supposed DEI class saying, "You know what? It really isn't fair that we're just beating up on white people in here. We need to talk about prejudice against white people. We need to talk about the slur of Karen and how it's on an equal par with other slurs against like POC, right?" I don't see any good actors here.
0.00001% of cases where it focused on somebody else briefly, and they were furious. They just couldn't handle it.
Wait, that's literally what white people every day. That's literally what this facilitator who turned her DEI class, her corporate DEI class, right, into like a struggle session for like for tone policing POC, right? That's what she couldn't handle. Oh my God, like it feels unfair to only talk about like, you know, to only talk about like to talk about to not include white people in the discussion of racism. Let's talk about the racism that happens to white people. Let's talk about the word Karen. Let's get to the bottom of this and talk about this anti-whiteness. This lady was totally Vosh-pilled, right? You cannot find like a good person in this whole situation. The only people I feel sorry for are the employees who had to like they go to a DEI, you know, class, right? And instead of it becoming a place where maybe for a split second, like, you know, like the concept that, you know what, you can do harm, you can be the agent of racism without being conscious of it, right? Instead of that, we get like, well, you know, also POC, watch your tone. Watch your tone. Don't say Karen. Don't be too mean to these white people. We don't want to make them feel excluded, right? I don't know. It's garbage. It's garbage all around. Go to
How
streamer
dare she shift
right
the
here.
focus away from them for 12 seconds?
Demonic cat girl streamer right here.
You can't do that. Never. How dare she suggest, most of all, that they should
I don't know. My sub count's not feeling very goated right now.
actually maybe treat white people with some level of basic human respect and decency. Because that was the real
novel idea. Wow. What a genius. What a genius. Did you ever think like, you know, yeah, we should treat white people with a modicum of respect and oh my God, Matt. Like, I know that you're up your own ass, right? But what I want to know is like, how many times are you up your own ass? Because I feel like it's like recursive at this point. I feel like you're up your own ass and then back out your mouth and then up your own ass a second time and then back out your mouth. Like, I don't know how tightly are you wound? How tightly are you wrapped, Matt? What's going on? Google Kyle a meme and you'll see what I mean. Wait, what are you talking about? The Kyle meme? Someone give reparations to this cute cat girl by gifting Nautical a sub. That is an excellent idea. But again, I want to remind you, I am conscious of the fact that money is tight for a lot of people. And if you need to take care of yourself, if you need to take care of your own material needs, if you need to take care of the material needs of those around you, take care of those first by all means. Like, right, like these entreaties to support your streamer are not to you, and hopefully, you know, somebody who does have extra money can give you a gift sub. I know that when I say that, like, you know, that I require sustenance, that I require things to make the stream go on, the people that are the most likely to hear it are the people that are already giving the most, and the people that maybe don't have a lot to give in the first place. And I don't want anybody to like take the burden upon themselves, like, right, to your detriment. So as always, you know, take care of yourself first, right? I sound like Jerry Springer saying that. I don't know why. I hate the DI class work I had to go to when I was on the sales floor of the store I work at.
The egregious thing is that not only did this diversity chief briefly shift the focus away.
Briefly, yeah, because that's the whole thing. The whole problem with the United States is that people care entirely too much about POC and not enough about white people. They briefly wanted to talk about white people, and this was too much for these snowflakes to hear. They were like, yeah, these spoiled minorities to hear, right? Oh my God, Matt, you are so bass-ackwards. You are so bass-ackwards in this analysis. What is this? What even is this garbage?
From, you know, racial minorities to talk about white people. But she also suggested that if you're a racial minority, and I doubt that she put it this.
Yo, listening to Matt Walsh, I get the idea that racial minorities, like, they live, their house is cake, right? They live in cake. Like, they wake up, they are born in cake, and then they take the ice cream slide down to the pool of like Jolly Ranchers. They basically are living in Willy Wonka land. Racial minorities have just got everything in bounty. The whole world is about them. People care about them, and you know, heaven forbid that we concentrate on these poor deprived white people for like 2 seconds. What is this garbage? What is this garbage? How does anybody take this seriously? I briefly fell down the kids' something Kyle meme rabbit hole, but I'm back now. I don't know how to tell y'all, but you white folks in chat are not going to lecture me about the origins, history, and present existence of racism. My black ass will not tolerate that level of disrespect, nor should you. I don't know that there is actually a male name for Karen. Oh, well, people say Darren. Conservatives call other men Karen all the time, especially if the other man is a leftist or yeah, they'll call somebody Karen for complaining about racism. Like, that's one of their innovations. Think about the white people, right? Think about, why is no one talking about the white people? Next wise person that tells me racism is a recent development or a modern concept is, oh my God. Yeah, don't F with the mods.
Frankly, but she, you know, this was the implication. She suggested that if you're a racial minority, you know,
they are doing a lot for all of us, okay? Be good to your mods.
Maybe there are some standards of conduct that apply to you too. Maybe. Like, maybe you can't just say whatever you want all the time. Maybe there's times when you should also think about what you're saying and treat people with respect. Maybe. And because she did that, she's now fired, or on a leave of absence anyway.
The white people at my job wear Blue Lives Matter flags on the same day, but I'm the snowflake. Yeah, Persona 2 fan. Yeah, exactly.
Because that's not what these programs are supposed to be about. They're supposed to be anti-white.
Which reminds me, I need to finish Eternal Punishment.
It's interesting, too, to see how vehemently people defend the Karen slur. And, you know, we talked about this yesterday. Again,
it's a slur. It's a slur. Don't say Karen. Don't be anti-Karen.
They get really, really angry when you merely mention the obvious fact that it is an anti-white slur.
It's super anti-white. Think of the white.
They're not going to engage with the argument, obviously. As I pointed out many times, if I started calling annoying black women...
You're downloading it right now?
Shaniquas.
That's... Matt. Oh my God. Ah. Yeah, he just said that. He just said that. That's what he's gonna go with. That's what he's gonna go with, right? Lest anybody think that Matt Walsh is too far right to come up with a both-siderisms, here he goes. Here he goes. It's a perfect fishhook theory. He stuck the landing on his fishhook take right here.
Everyone would
He also tweeted this.
agree that it's racist. Every single person. You know, if I went up to you and I said, man, this damn Shaniqua at the grocery store yelled at me. I just can't stand these Shaniquas. Hey, shut up, Shaniqua.
I feel like he doesn't need to make another slur. I feel like he already knows plenty of slurs. For look, if you think that black women do not get shit from people, do not get dehumanized, do not get like, oh my God, what is this? Shaniquas, really?
If I said that,
that's what he's going with. That is what he's going with. Let's pretend like his audience doesn't. They will definitely take this up. You're gonna hear. Oh no, we're gonna get to hear this. Like, yeah, it's gonna get introduced into the wild.
everyone would agree that it's racist. Okay? There would be no argument about it. And this thing with Karen is exactly the same thing. It's exactly the same thing. There's no denying it. Nobody can deny it. Instead, they just explode with fury if you dare suggest that perhaps racial slurs against whites aren't great, because that
racial slurs against whites.
That's what it is, right? They're not really denying that Karen is a racial slur against white women, because
just what I'm trying to point out here is we have a I wouldn't even call Anna a radlib. What do you want to call Anna? She's like a radical centrist or something. I don't know. Yeah. You could almost start to make an argument that TYT is IDW at this point, right? But you got somebody like center left. Let's just say let's be generous and call Anna center left, which I think is more than she deserves, right? You got a center left person, and you got a reactionary, dominionist, tradcon, self-described theocratic fascist, right? And they're agreeing. They're shaking hands. Anna Kasparian and Matt Walsh are shaking hands on the fact that Karen is a slur and victimizes white women. Anna fell off, yeah, big time. Matt Walsh claims to be smart, pure, virtuous man, yet he is selling a baby plush of himself as a kid's toy. This guy has a bigger god complex than Light Yagami from Death Note. Nice. I love the weeb reference.
Obviously, I mean, even CNN says it refers to white women. It's derogatory. It's not a compliment. It's a derogatory label that is used against a particular race of people. Racial slur. So that can't be denied.
A way of conflating two ideas which are not the same. Reductionism, yeah.
Instead, what the people who object to my objection or anyone's objection to using Karen, what they're really saying is that, yeah, it's a racial slur.
No, let's get this right. You're objecting to POC's objection at being subjected to the loss of life and livelihood at the hands of weaponized perceived vulnerability by white women. You're the one who's objecting here, Matt. You are the snowflake, my dude. You are the snowflake.
But I should be allowed to use a racial slur against white women. And not only should I be allowed to use it, but I will passionately defend my right to use that racial slur. And that's what all this is. All the diversity stuff is simply about
Don't act like you care about racial slurs, dude. Don't act like you're not saying them at home. Please, we know. We know, Matt. We know.
establishing and reinforcing the racial hierarchy. That's all it is.
And if those texts ever, if those hacked emails or those hacked texts ever come out, we're going to see that. We're going to see exactly how you talk about racial minorities when nobody's looking.
We all know it. So let's just be honest about it. That's all I'm saying. Let's be honest about what it is. And that'll do it for this portion.
Okay, so yeah, far be it from somebody who is a right-wing reactionary theocratic fascist to not weaponize a bastardized version of intersectionality against intersectionality, right? This is recuperation in action with Matt Walsh. Okay. I am so depressed, chat. I am so depressed. CitiBike Karen, let's cover this really quickly. It's going to be a very short show today, everybody. I am just, I don't even know what I'm doing here. I'm definitely not getting paid for this, though, either by YouTube, because I am pretty sure at this point I am going to be, I'm going to be demonetized for talking about important stuff, and not on Twitch either, unfortunately. So let's get through this as quickly as possible. CitiBike Karen. Wait, you know what? You know who has a good video on this? Wait. It's not on his main, though. It's on this one. So this is Foreign Man in a Foreign Land. The main channel is Foreign Man in a Foreign Land. This is the secondary channel, right? Starting to get up there. This is Foreign Fridays, and I think what this is that I'm guessing. Wait, no, I don't see live here. So yeah, I was thinking these seem to be like live streams that he edits. And if you've never watched a Foreign Man in a Foreign Land video before, get ready to be wowed, because even on his content that's kind of like pared down, like this is his, you know, like you know how FD Signifier's got his main channel and then he's got Signified B-sides, and that's more like just conversational, you know, off the cuff kind of stuff. This is a Foreign Man's version of that, and it's still, you know, in spite of being like off the cuff, I think it's like he's one of the best. I don't know if he hires editors or if he is the editor, but his stuff is always clean.
I went online and I saw, of course, CitiBike Karen. If you ain't know about CitiBike Karen, then you gonna find out today. It's a foreign man in a foreign land.
Darren is the name that popped up for male Karen.
My humanity has been drained, so yours must as well, because CitiBike Karen is a whole nother league of Karen. Whole nother league of Karen. At this point, Karens, like...
Oh, also, thank you, Anonymous Gifter, for the Tier 1 sub to Nautical. And thank you, Flea Blotch, if I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Thank you for the follow. I saw this guy on Leftist Mafia. Yeah, that's right, he was on Leftist Mafia once.
Like, assuming the role of a Karen in public at this point should be a crime. Let's be real. Because you're putting people in mortal danger. Knowing how to police them is go. Hey, the only pig that I like is Charlotte. I don't like these.
Wait for it.
Other pigs, the pork, the bacon, we ain't with it. When it comes to the bacon, when it comes to the pork, when it comes to the pigs, I am Muslim. Let's fucking go. Big Foreign Fridays, you all know what it is. Oh, Charlotte was the spider egg. I thought.
Chat's on it. Yeah. I was gonna go with it though. When I gotta. Okay, so I've pre-watched this. That's why we're watching this, right? Because I thought this was so good, and I had to share it with you. But yeah, Charlotte is the spider's name. I almost forgot. Yeah, the pig is Wilbur.
Wilbur is the pig? Alright, when it comes, the only pig that I like is Wilbur. Big up Wilbur. All the rest of the pigs, them, put them in the blanket. Karening in public.
So understand that this is live stream, right? You can tell by the way his camera bounces whenever he touches the keyboard and stuff. But like, yeah, like if this is his rough content, like you can just imagine. And if you haven't seen his main channel yet, just imagine what his prepared content is like, right? It's like
ought be a crime because it has.
These are goals when it comes to editing, is what I'm saying.
Real life effects that we're gonna talk about right now. So here we are. I'm gonna exit out all this stuff. Animal Farm tried.
He's single-handedly keeping the Vine booms alive.
Warn us, indeed they did. Thank you very much, Sarah. Big up, Sarah, yet again, Sarah. We're talking about Karens. So before I talk about what they saying now, Ben Crump. I'd go Ben Crump. Crumping on Ben Crump, right? This is unacceptable. A white woman was caught on camera attempting to steal a CitiBike from a young black man in NYC. She grossly tried to weaponize her tears to paint this man as a threat. This is exactly the type of behavior that has endangered so many black men in the past. Yes, indeed. So like, there's like a lot of things going on about this video because like I'm not sure if the full verdict is out. Look, you will never find me defending a Karen on this live stream, on this channel, on this little milieu that we call the foreign line. You will never see me doing it. Hello. However, we are not sure. I am not sure if she had any claim to the bike. I am hearing contradicting reports. Apparently she may have claim to the bike. I'm not sure. Regardless, this is still very.
So my understanding is this. Now, chat, correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe somebody out there has covered has followed the CitiBike Karen story more closely than I have. But my understanding is this: she has a receipt. That receipt shows that she rented a bike during this time, but I don't think it actually shows her as having like that she had rented this bike, right?
Dangerous. You know, it's still very.
It's like, I mean, like it's different everywhere you go, right? But I think the way that these work is you pay for a bike on CitiBike, and then you snap the QR code, and that's what means, you know, that's what lets you use the bike. Please update the now and next. Okay.
Dangerous indeed. But, you know, I trying to figure out what the dog doing. I'm trying to figure out what the fucking dog doing. Alright, so like we gonna figure it out right now. Bellamy, you need to give it up. Didn't some lawyer prove the boys were wrong? So this is what I'm saying right now. Like, I need to figure out what's exactly going on. As far as the boys being wrong, that's one thing. Weaponizing, like weaponizing your tears. Okay. Hold on. It's right down here. Read, Bahamas, read. Okay, so this is here right now. This is it right now. So apparently there are some reports saying since the filming of this video, receipts have been made available to prove that the woman in question was in fact the person who paid to unlock and use the bike. Let's do our own little sleuthing real quick. Receipts show the white hospital worker accused in the viral video of trying to steal a black man's rental bike, paid for it herself, lawyer said. Alright, this doesn't change the argument that I'm about to go and put forth. So what is it, what you're saying? From what I've seen, the receipt.
So now, like, right, the whole thing about the possessiveness over a bike, you know, it's a rental bike. I think what Foreign's trying to get at is that isn't the issue, okay? People can be possessive and you know, argumentative and about things, and so like rather than sit and try to adjudicate like who had possession of the bike at what time. And my understanding is that she had paid for a bike, but I don't think she necessarily paid for this bike. Yeah, shouting for help. Yeah, and pretending she was under attack. That is the problem. And it doesn't matter if she had it doesn't matter. I don't care if she bought the bike. If she called up CitiBike and she made a deal and she said, I want to purchase this bike. I want to own this bike. I love your CitiBikes. I'm going to buy the company. If she bought the company CitiBike, I still don't care. She was still putting those kids' lives in danger, right? These are 17-year-olds that she's, you know, and my understanding is the one guy had rented the bike. They had traveled to a place. They were about to travel back, and she comes by and there's a bike rack full of bikes, but she wants this guy's bike. She wants this guy's bike, and there's some discrepancy of like, did he dock the bike? I've even heard it explained that he was holding on to the bike, he hadn't docked it yet, and she pushed it into the dock to dock it. Like, I'm not sure what happened, but the point of the matter, and what Foreign is wisely concentrating on, is the danger that she put these guys in by making this display, this unnecessary display. You're gonna see fake tears. You're gonna see her like calling a cop over, right? And acting like she is like she needs help. I need help, right? You are not in danger. You were not in danger. You were in a conflict over who had possession of a CitiBike. You did not need to make that kind of display that could have easily, put these guys' lives at risk.
Proves she rented the bike, but it doesn't specifically pertain to the bike in the incident. Ooh.
Okay, so Zara says he still had possession of the bike and was planning on using it to get home, but his plan says that he had to pull over and dock it every 45. What? Oh my God, that's an annoying aspect. So you have to pull over and dock it every 45 minutes. He was trying to do that, but then he wanted to get the bike again to ride home since he'd been riding on that bike, right? And she was like, nope, I'm gonna get the bike. I'm gonna take the bike. She comes in, he's got the bike in his hand, and she comes over and grabs it. There's other bikes available. A few of the other guys in the video like pointed that out to her. She didn't care. She wanted to win the situation, and she was willing to put their lives in danger to do that. Like as far as I can tell, like this is like this weird little ego thing she had of like, nope, I want that bike. So whatever. The receipts show he rented the bike and drove it for miles and time. Like she did have a receipt showing she had possession of a bike, but my understanding is that the bike number was blurred, right? So she wasn't the important part of the, and also like, again, let's not get caught up about the possession. The danger here, or the problem here, is putting people's lives in danger. Whatever you want to say about the bike and who had possession over it or whatever, right? The problem is like her putting on this fake display of not just white tears, but fake white tears, right? In order to make it look like she's somehow in danger in this situation, which she knows she wasn't. She tried to play off being in danger in a situation, harnessing, weaponizing racism to get her freaking way. So yeah, was the white woman arrested after the video? I do not think so. I don't know that anybody was arrested. Were they? He has an annual pass, but he has to dock the bike every 45 minutes. Anonymous gifter, thank you. Thank you for the sub. Deep Crime, you just got a sub, courtesy of Anonymous gifter. Her receipt showed that she scanned a bike, but she didn't have possession. Well, there was sussy stuff about her receipt. That's the thing, is like, look, what happened was this, right? This video was taken and people looked at it and they said, that is a Karen. That is gross, right? And because they saw how she was acting. They saw what she was doing. They saw her trying to play off the situation as being a situation that she's in danger, and basically calling the cops on these guys, right? Well, calling the cops over, or whoever's gonna, worse yet, like a vigilante or something like that, right? Putting these guys' life in danger. So people rightly called that out. Then the second thing that happened was that, like, I think her lawyer got involved, right? And they produced receipts. They produced a receipt that she scanned a bike but didn't have possession or ride it. Yeah. So yeah, it's for 0 minutes is what her receipt says. But there was other stuff about that receipt that was blurred out, right? So she's got a receipt that she's not willing to share in total. Like, what was she blurring out there, right? It wasn't private information. It wasn't her docs. It wasn't anything like that. Stream Elements, that is true. Stream Elements is a bot. Wouldn't that be cool if Stream Elements was a person though? Then I could talk to it, and after everybody else had gone, at the end of the day, I could have nice little conversations with Stream Elements, and we could just, I don't know, talk shit about other streamers. That's what every streamer does after a stream chat. No, it's not true. But yeah, that, like, so people saw like that she has a receipt, and I'm gonna call this receipt culture, right? I want to get this started. I want people to understand what receipt culture is and how it's a problem, right? It's a reductive way of looking at things where we like, oh, you got receipts, you got receipts, you got receipts. Yeah, you got receipts. You must be right, right? So, I could show you a receipt, chat, and I could tell you what it meant. I could show you like a note that I forged in first grade to say that I don't have to go go to school that day, and it's signed, chat. It's signed mom, right? That's a receipt. Does that prove that I'm in the right? Does that prove that I had my mom's permission to not go to class that day? But that's a receipt. But people are so focused on this idea of like, person has receipt, claim is good, right? That's what I mean by the receipt culture. That's the brain broken part of receipt culture, right? And the sort of focus on receipt, that anybody can show you a receipt, and as long as you're not going to scrutinize that receipt and you just say receipt is present, receipt check, right? People can tell you anything. People can convince you of anything. I've had this done to me before, where people like randomly screenshot like innocuous things that I've said in Discord, and they make claims about them, right? And it's like, your screenshot doesn't show that, right? You're counting on people literally not looking at the screenshot in this case, right? And unfortunately, like, a lot of people don't look at receipts, right? And in this case, it seems to be what happened, right? So people took that Karen has a receipt, therefore Karen is not a Karen. Therefore, she's completely in the right. If she had possession of this, she had every right to put these kids' lives in danger. No, she didn't. No, she didn't, right? And like her even her claim of possession of the bike is pretty spurious, right? We'll go over that in a little bit more detail. I know that the guys involved in this scene, one of their sisters actually put together a video that has something a little closer to receipts that aren't, that aren't decontextualized the way that that CitiBike Karens were. Their receipts will not suffice in an audit.
Plot thickens.
The plot thickens.
Plot thickens. FBI, open up! That's interesting. This is a 1 minute 30-second video. Who knows what all of the context around this was? I hate calling for.
Oh, that's right, Zara. That happened to you with Keffels, right?
Because I sound like them people.
Like Keffels literally screenshotted Zara and then like mischaracterized what Zara was saying and used that to try to prove that Zara was a sussy baka.
People on 4chan. I don't believe it. Why make a scene if she had receipts? Folks are now calling these high schoolers thieves, and these are
no. That, like, I mean, she's onto something. Maria CJ there is onto something, right? That not only is it suspicious that she's making a scene, right? She's gonna do a lot of stuff that is very suspicious for a person who is in the right? That does not make sense for a person who is in the right to do. She knows what she's doing. She knows it's wrong, and yet she still tries to get away with it. Watch.
They're high schoolers. These are high schoolers. These are kids. You are the adult in the situation, and you can de-escalate. However, we will soon find out that, especially when it comes to white feminism, and just, unfortunately, white women in general, they do weaponize the default innocence that is perceived and synonymous with white womanhood.
Record him.
Help me! Please help me!
It's not your bike.
Please help me!
It's not your bike. It's not your bike.
Please help me! Help! Please get off me!
Hey, what the fuck? What's going on, bro?
Please get off.
Yo, don't take him, bro. Now you're not getting
Okay, so that's weird. Like, okay.
And this I don't understand, right? This I don't understand. Like, why does she want this bike? Why does she need this bike? It's already been pointed out to her that there are a ton of bikes on the bike stand. Why is this, like, why does she want it that bad to be, like, yelling help? I hope nobody, I think somebody does come over. I don't remember who it is, but I'm pretty sure somebody does. She's a white woman, I mean.
Let's take, like, a quick.
I think the receipts of dominant groups, are not questioned as thoroughly. That is true. That is true. So in some ways, receipt culture is a way to slide by on your privilege, where you might be, in the wrong. Thank you for the follow, for Walton Bleach.
Quick second to acknowledge what she did right here. She took off her lanyard. She took off her name tag.
So there we go. Okay, so if you're in the right, if you did nothing wrong, but you're taking off your lanyard.
Because she understands what the internet is. She understands that she cannot just do
and that's not all she's gonna do either. Anonymous gifter, thank you for the tier 1 gift sub to Adadak. And thank you for making the bubbles go bubbly. It does good things to my brain.
White tears and expect that like everything will be fine. She took it off in order to protect herself from the scolding that she knows she will get when this video goes online. That she still got, despite the video, despite her taking off her lanyard and disrobing herself with her lanyard. So, you know, the help me's, yes, the help me.
She just needs to see the manager as they both paid for the bike.
Yes, the help me, indeed. Like, she knows what she's doing because I don't think that she's under attack here. I don't see it being threatening.
No, she's not just under attack, right? Somebody else had the bike. She came over and jumped on it. She's the one that's defying, like, you know, social convention, right? In terms of somebody else has got the bike. Now he's got to dock it. Zero was explaining to me. He's got to dock the bike in order to re-up his next 45 minutes. So the way that his plan works is that he's got to dock the bike, but he's going somewhere, right then. He's not trying to hold the bike. He's not trying to like put dibs on the bike. There's the way that this is getting characterized is wrong, right? The way that this is getting, she jumped on his bike while he's holding it, right? Understand that that's what's going on. Far from being attacked, I mean, I'm not going to say that she's doing the attacking, right? Because, yeah, I mean, she's not like, you know, she's not gesturing like violence at any, but well, in a way she is. In a way she is actually, right? In a way she's like, she is threatening him, but with violence, by sort of pretending that she is under attack herself. Yeah, but like in all reality, she's the one doing the attack here. Daily Wire is just too influential on rhetoric and talking points these days. They bastardize everything. She was trying to take his bike. Yeah, she took his name tag off to avoid accountability. But she doesn't stop either. Yeah. But watch what else she does. So take the name tag off.
Help!
Get off me! You just came over and got on his bike. What are you talking about? Get off me! Get off him! Wait, she just took his phone. Did she just take his phone? Yeah, asking for the 5-0. Well, yeah, I mean, like in this case, right? Especially the way she's doing it. She's acting like a person who's in physical danger. And there's no indication that that's going on, right? He rode up to the docking area with his friends to dock and keep going. But she approaches him and she just like, imagine holding a bike that you're going to dock and then they're going to undock and you're going to take for the second segment of your ride. And somebody comes up and grabs your bike and says, I want this one. Your friends say, hey, look, there's a million other bikes here. Do you want one of this? You want this one? You want that one? You could take any of the bikes on here. Like this guy, you know, was on this bike. He's docking it, but he's not putting it up, right? And she's like, no, I want your bike. I need your bike. She's threatening him with potential death. Yeah, exactly, Ubafly. She took his phone to prevent him from getting the bike back out. What the fuck? Okay, I thought she took his phone because she was thinking she was worried about being filmed. But yeah, she is being filmed here from a different angle. Oh my god. She took his phone to keep him from scanning the QR code. Like, right? So, like, but what? I gotta ask you, right? Because Walsh, Destiny, like, there are a ton of people. In fact, did TYT weigh in on this? This is the e-bike equivalent of a carjacking by her. Did TYT, like, look, Walsh and Destiny, I know for sure, and I'm sure other people took this and they read into, like, they characterized it as these guys wanted to call dibs on the bike, right? Destiny compared it to somebody standing in a parking space to save it for their friend who needs to park but is not parked there. That's not what's going on. And the fact that so many people, Anna did, of course. Oh my God, Anna weighed in. Do I need to ask what her take was? I can guess. Unfortunately, most people don't live in an area where the bike rentals are common. So it made it even easier for companies like Daily Wire and Fox News to spread information. Yo, they love to do that. They love to spread information about cities that are just not true. Like if you ask somebody in Indiana, if you ask somebody in like Oklahoma, Missouri, Idaho, what do you think about New York City? One of the first words that they'll say is it's dangerous, crime-riddled, unsafe, right? And there's every chance that their area of the country has more violent crime per capita than New York City. But because they don't live in New York City, because they don't go to New York City, because they don't know anybody from New York City, and the Daily Wire is talking about like all this crime in this Democratic-controlled cities, right? They're going to believe that without any knowledge. In the same way that people that live in an area that don't have rental bikes might believe whatever the hell the Daily Wire is selling them. Even white allies like Dusty Smith, no. Majority Report? Are you serious? Okay, that is unacceptable. Chat, should I call into the Majority Report? I felt pretty safe in NYC. Yeah, and I'm like, look, there's bad things happen everywhere. I'm not saying that like, any place is completely safe, but it's just so weird how people are willing to believe this stuff, that is just like literally out of Ben Shapiro's ass. Like what? Thank you for the follow. What's up? And welcome to the chat. Bringing up NYC, Chicago. Yeah, well, I mean, it's basically, racist fog. Yeah, you said, I was about to say a dog whistle, but yeah, maybe foghorn is more appropriate. What the channel rules? Yeah, I haven't changed them in years, but they're very uwu, aren't they? They're a weird mix of uwu and edgy, I guess. NYC is just bait for racist hypotheticals, basically.
She took a phone. She took his phone as well.
Well, we are analyzing this whole CitiBike Karen situation.
I don't like.
Matt Bender even had to later mention that CitiBike Karen wasn't showing the receipt and getting that kid slandered and harassed, but that was part. This is what happened, right? So like I only really know about the Walsh situation, and I don't know about it in super detail. But my understanding is this: Walsh came out, watched this video, said that is a Karen, and then proceeded to just like get unnecessary, like gratuitously misogynist, right? You find a woman objectively doing something bad, and Vosh is like, oh shit, I get to use misogyny? Hell yeah, right? So Vosh uses misogyny. It's super effective, right? He did that, right? So yeah, she's a Karen. She's putting them in danger, but there's no reason to like be like misogynistic about this. That's just silly, right? That has no place in this, right? But Vosh did it, right? So then he gets called out by Chud Logic and by other bad faith actors like that, like people, probably Destiny too, if I'm guessing. Like Vosh can't do anything without Destiny like calling it out. They are two sides of the same coin in some ways, right? So Vosh ends up walking it back, but he doesn't just walk it back. He's like, oh shit, so the black guys are in the wrong? Let's go racism. Let's go. That's what he said. That's what he said. My dude said, let's go racism. Like, right? He's like, perfect opportunity for me to be racist. So then he goes off on the guys, says that the woman's not a Karen after all, and makes another video, deletes his old video, right? Now, after more receipts came out that debunked the supposed receipts, my understanding is the receipts were like from her attorney, right? Her attorney got involved in like clearing her name, right? Show a receipt, show that you rented a bike at a certain time, and nobody's going to scrutinize it. Everybody's going to just assume, oh shit, yeah, I guess Karen is right. So yeah, this is just ridiculous. Don't use misogyny against people you don't like. Criticize don't use misogyny. Don't use but Vosh just feels like, covering somebody that's being bad is an excuse to be, you know, to be racist, sexist, whatever against them, right? Cis white pregnant lady works as a nurse, yet was able to get a lawyer at a good media PR that fast. That should have raised some suspicions among people. Well, no, like the other thing is that one of the editorials that got written that sort of changed the narrative about this was written by like a PR person, was written by somebody. What's up, Pup Tetris? Good to see you. A GoFund, yeah, she made a GoFundMe and raised over. Oh, I didn't realize it was that much. You know, Dragon Princess says $125,000 were raised on her behalf. Right, her attorney did the thing where you pay a PR firm to run inline native advertising. Oh, okay. So what it is it looks like this kind of editorial looks like an editorial, but it's actually, if you look like really close, it's like promoted. Right, it's a promoted content, right? So not they pay to get the editorial in there. It's absolutely. Remember how much money Rittenhouse made immediately? Yeah, another person that Chud Logic is a huge fan of, huge stand for Rittenhouse. But yeah, the you know, like as bad as Walsh is, right? He did in some way call out the you know, Karening going on in the situation at first. Now he went a little further and added in some misogyny, right? But you know, he at least, like, I'm not like, look, I'm not gonna lie to you and tell you that like I disagree with 100% of his takes. Part of the problem with Walsh is that I don't disagree with some of his takes. When he says trans people deserve human rights, I agree with that. Now, is he serious about that? Is he consistent about that? That's a different question, right? The problem with Walsh is that he does have good takes on some things and sometimes, and it allows him to shoehorn his reactionary BS in there and represent it as leftism, right? That's you know, the issue with Walsh, right? As fascism grows closer, expect more allies to go wobbly northern lib mode. I mean, that's what this is. He's weebling and wobbling and, you know, just all over the place, like just going with he gets criticized and then he changes his view to get out of that criticism, right? He's more concerned about what Chud Logic thinks than in, like, you know, protecting black people from the kind of violence that comes from, which is the real problem with Karening, right? The you know, worst case scenario, like you don't just lose your livelihood, the victim of this Karening does not just lose their livelihood, they lose their life, right? You'd hope that at least he could stand firm on that, but no, he's 100% optics. This guy doesn't care. That's the problem with him. And the problem with him is that his community, not only do they think that he is a leftist, they think that he is leftism. They think that he is a good in and of his own that needs to be protected, and that anybody making criticism against him is literally like hurting the left. When they don't understand that their tolerance for his bullshit, the ease with which they slide in behind their parasocial daddy, right, and allow the hierarchy, the hierarchies in our society, the hierarchy to take place within leftism too, right? That's the problem with Walsh. The idea of Karening is choosing misogyny and thinking the men were being discriminated against by ableist word bad nurse lady. Wasn't based on what was the material. Yeah, it wasn't based on the material conditions of the material reality of the situation.
Because I don't like when people pontificate.
Walsh found it convenient to attack her. It's not that he can. Yeah, exactly. And that's what, look, if Walsh was like 100% reactionary takes 100% of the time, we could just be like, this dude's a right winger and there'd be no problem, right? He if he was Andy No, if he was Tim Pool, right? I mean, he'd be a problem, but he wouldn't be our problem. Right, that's a problem that you can externalize. The problem with Walsh is that he's got all these reactionary views, and yet he insists on representing himself as a leftist when really all he is a warmed over as anti-SJW from Gamergate days.
and act like they're crime scene investigators and everything like that, so I don't really want to do that, but it's just very weird. It's just very weird. Like from a layman's view, why are you taking off your lanyard to make sure that you're not identifiable? You know, you're gonna say, oh, privacy. Why are you taking off your lanyard, and why are you taking away the person's phone?
Don't touch his phone. Do not touch his phone.
You're hurting my fetus.
And like, look, like the worst case scenario you would say is that, like, you know, if you believe her line of shit, then what you think about these guys is that they are trying to hold a bike that she's paid for, right? But even if that was true, why is she taking somebody's phone? Why is she taking somebody's phone? What do you think would happen if he took her phone? You think that the reaction, you think that like what happened might be a little different if he took her phone, right? So even if you believe that CitiBike Karen like had possession of the bike at this time and technically it should have been hers, why is she taking his phone? How do you explain that? Yeah, the fake crying, we're about to see that. I think she's about to go into that, right? So there's another reach at the taint side of the how. Oh yeah, Walsh's thing, how men are under attack. She even has set up, yeah, we were talking about that, 125K in her GoFundMe. That smells suspicious. Unfortunately, a lot of white allies and men never learned. You think the kid has a GoFundMe now? The gays are here, home from margarita night. Nice, Paul Skull. How are you doing? What's up, Corwin? Phone Takers, the new horror brought to you by Netflix. But seriously though, like what kind of person like grabs somebody's phone? Like, look, I'm trying to imagine there might be a situation where like grabbing somebody's phone is like okay. I don't know, like if Andy No is trying to film you out of context or something like that. But even then, you're probably going to catch a charge from taking Andy No's phone. Like, just being real. Did she catch a charge? Did she get charged with anything? She grabbed this dude's phone. If you really want to be like all about the property and like, I mean, this is property of CitiBike, right? But you want to say that she had possession of this property of CitiBike, right? Why do you not care about her taking possession of this guy's phone? He has 74K and a 120K goal. Oh no. It wasn't about who paid for the bike. It was about the, yeah, well, that's exactly right. That's a good point, Adrian. It's about the weaponization of the white women's tears. Yeah. Look, I'm even looking at it from their perspective, right? And even from their perspective, they're wrong. Like whatever hook they want, whatever, you know, bigoted hook they want to hang their hat on, they are still wrong, like from any angle, like, right? And this is what's passing. Like, look, not only did this get represented by the truth, for all I know, it's still being represented as the truth, right? For all I know, this is the dominant paradigm of the situation on social media right now, right? And if you disagree with it, you are going to get bullied. You are going to get attacked. You're going to get forced to relent, right? Because this is like the dominant, this is the viewpoint that has the juice, right? The idea that CitiBike Karen did nothing wrong, and this is just another example of people jumping to conclusions and mob justice and, you know, like the wokeness, you know, taken over, like, right? This is what you're going to get from a lot of people. And Walsh just like rolled over and took it, just rolled over and like absolutely. Taking a person's phone is a new version of taking their right away? Well, wait, now she literally, so it was explained to me, I think Zara said this, right? That because when I saw her take the phone away, I thought this was like, she knows she's doing something wrong and she doesn't want to get filmed, right? But Zara's explanation from what she read is that she took the phone away so that he couldn't scan the bike again, right? He had the bike. He has a plan where you have to dock the bike. He's going to dock the bike and then undock it and then scan it, right? Because he's still traveling, right? He still needs the bike. And she comes over despite the fact that there's a ton of bikes available, and she wants to take his bike. She jumps on his bike. He's holding the bike, right? This woman is flouting all kinds of social conventions, including now taking somebody's phone because she's afraid that he might, if he scans the QR code, then it is like legitimately, objectively like his bike, right? And then she all of her jumping in and trying to take the bike from him is for naught, right? Regardless of why taking his phone is theft, yeah, but people don't seem to be so keen to call this. Yeah, exactly. What's up with that? You're bringing up a good point, Yasmin. You're bringing up a good point. What is up with that? He says he was putting the code back in to reserve it again, and that's why she took his phone, right? So yeah, this is like, I mean, honestly, you cannot. This is not acceptable behavior, like any way you cut it, right?
What the dog doing? What the dog do? I shouldn't say that. That's wrong of me. I apologize. This is a woman.
You putting your stomach on my head. My dude, stop. No, dude, stop. No.
Wait, I'm not sure what the dog what's the dog was doing there.
No, I said
I didn't. He apologized for it. I didn't catch why he apologized.
I said sit down. Please.
And look at hey!
You have a video that has all the latest details on the story. Dr. Richie's video? Okay. We're a like away from our goal of 40 likes. Can we make that happen?
Hey, look at White Knight. Hey, look at Barry. Hey, my boy came out the woodworks, said, Clark Kent, this is your average Reddit user right now coming into effect to say what is up. He came in like the goddamn Kool-Aid man. This is what we talking about right here. Like, amazing how effective the white tears are. Isn't that amazing? I wish I could do that shit. If I start crying in public, people could lock me up and put me in Sandilands. Like, they will lock me up and put me into an asylum. If a big
comes in so hard he lost his fedora.
Black man with a beard do that shit. CitiBike Karen in under a minute. How long has it been? 36 seconds of screaming. You know, my boy came like, hey now. You're an all-star. Like, man, look, let's see what your boy Barry got to say, man.
She's just crying.
And then she start bawling. Hold on.
You're not crying. You're not crying.
Look at listen. What?
Oh my god, anonymous gifter doing all kinds of anonymous gifts today. Thank you so much for getting Adrian Vixen a gift sub and saving them from the top of the hour and bottom of the hour ad breaks, right? Which you can get out of with an Amazon Prime. If you integrate with that with your Twitch, you get a free sub. And if you give it to me, I will be so appreciative because I know you've only got one of those to give. You can also get out of that with by paying $5 yourself to put a little Persona 2 icon next to your name. And, if you're lucky enough and you're contributing in chat, you might even be targeted for a gift sub. So thank you, anonymous gifter. That's very kind of you.
What? Hold on, let me get some water. Cause y'all got me fucked up. Ooh, goddamn. Yes, Lord. Homegirl start crying though. Like homegirl just like he's a racism first responder. My boy said never forget.
Okay, that's a good meme right there. Racism first responder.
Oh Lord! Oh God, no man! This is amazing. Like you see how quickly she did that though? Look at that! She even got the facial expressions. Look, she went full on Stanislavski acting method just now. Amazing. Let's continue.
Full on Stanislavski.
That's our video.
If you don't know, method acting is a school of acting often attributed to a Russian writer named Stanislavski, and it is where you, in order to get into a role, you put yourself to. So whenever you hear anybody talk about they're a method actor, right? What they're saying is that like, okay, so I'm supposed to be suffering from pain. Let me put myself in a lot of pain to get into the mindset of the characters. Like somebody who like literally puts themselves, through the whatever the like, right. So in other words, she's putting herself into the role of this person who's been attacked in order to get this guy to come in and on her side. Brandon did it. Jared Leto did it. Oh my God. In the Suicide Squad? I shouldn't have said the name of that movie. God damn.
Hey, son, you put it out?
She trying to run over niggas right now. She trying to run their foot over right now. She said, hey, listen, FBI, open up. FBI, open up!
Hassan, Hassan, you put it out? This is my bike, it's on my account. Please.
I mean, she put the hand. Hey, you would swear that they killed this gal dog. You know the reason white people love dogs. You could
never go full Stanislavski.
Swear that they killed old Yellow. How this?
It's a movie title, right? Yeah, it should be.
This gal have her whole face in her hand. Like I swear to you.
Alright, so why don't we reset the bike?
I'm not resetting the bike. It's his.
She going red. She going Mr. Krabs. It's amazing though. That's gotta be like an evolutionary trait. Like, look how red this woman is. How'd she do that? How the hell she get this red? This gal is pinker than a baboon's ass in under 30 seconds. This is not her first time. It's not her first time carrying in public. Can't be. Cause how you get this red? How you do that? Goddamn. No man, come on man, you saw that? This gal, hey.
Stop the cap.
Man, look, you would swear that these hoodlums must have punched her.
Why won't this black child let me do a racism? It's not fair. Not fair at all.
Repeatedly in her belly to unalive her unborn fetus. Cause that's what she called them. And also called her the gamer word. The real gamer word. Cracker. It's
she must have had a hard day at work and wants to let her hair down and let all that racism flow. Yeah, Mr. Krabs. Her taking his phone was unnecessary. She knew exactly what she was doing. She knew the kid doesn't have enough money for a lawyer and took advantage of that. Yeah. Like she got a lawyer in here. He's too brave to say that. Well, yeah, he's definitely. Well, I mean, like,
amazing.
I think we'll be okay.
It's like she is just torrentially pouring tears. Like, I'm talking about, I've never seen this. I've never seen it like this before. This gal is talented. She's wasting her talents on bull. Like, I swear to you, Broadway needs you. You could be in Hamilton. You could be one of them rapping slave masters.
That's my fake crying. She's fake crying. Stop fake crying.
I love the Krabs in chat.
I can't wait till she stops.
Hold up. Hey, stop touching me.
Why don't you take this bike?
Stop touching me.
I will.
Exactly. So take it.
I'm just watching this gal's whole countenance change, like immediately. My girl went back to making my way downtown, da-na-na, pumpkin latte, spice, da-na-na-na-na-na, like, I mean, she ain't playing.
Not a tear came down, miss. Not a tear came down.
The reason why, like, we loathe Karens is because, like, there is a tangible danger that they weaponize against black men in particular. Like, when a white woman or a white femme is in public and they are in a situation where they weaponize their white womanhood by crying and calling and clamoring for help, when there's no obvious threat actually present, they are weaponizing a situation that is so widely known, a song widely sung. Everybody knows that black men, in particular, are the victims of excruciating police brutality at large across the United States. So when they do this, they are knowingly, with that in mind, they are doing that. This is something that is so understood in white womanhood. You have...
She's crying her little shriveled racist heart out.
Someone like, I don't remember the woman's name, but the woman that caused Emmett Till's...
And if you don't want me to cry my little shriveled heart out, make sure to hit a like on the YouTube.
Death? She understood what she was doing.
Wait, it was a White Chicks reference? I missed it.
She did that.
Wait, have I seen that movie? I don't know if I've seen that movie.
She understood that if she were to weaponize her white womanhood, she can get
the song and the dance, yeah.
This boy in a position that will literally cost him his life. And for what? In the case of Emmett Till, literally that's just to preserve her white femininity.
And to bring us back to other like famous Karens, right? You know, you got the park Karen, right? That had the dog, the woman with the dog, right? She's in part of the park that you're not supposed to take dogs in, right? And like, you know, the guy that she Karen'd came out and said he was trying to watch birds. Because, like, I mean, that's the part of the park where you watch birds, the part where there's no dogs to scare the birds away, right? He's trying to do bird watching, right? Excuse me, ma'am. Could you please walk your dog somewhere else? This is the part of the park you're not supposed to walk your dog in. She wants to win that situation so bad. Because, like, it's not like she doesn't get to walk her dog, right? She just can't walk her dog in the area of the park that's not for dog walking, right? But she has to be right. She has to win the situation to such a degree that she is willing to and she knew, like, that's the most egregious one, right? That's the woman that, like, you know, is like picking up her dog by the leash and the dog's like, you know, like that Karen, right? Like, you know, this is the situation where it's literally like, I want to win this interpersonal conflict, even though I know I am in the wrong, right? And I'm willing to put this guy's life in jeopardy to do it, right? And, like, you know, like, that's the thing, if somebody goes that far where they're like, you know, I'm gonna put your life in danger, you kind of got to be like, okay, you know, yeah, walk your dog in the non-dog, I don't know what you do there, right? But that's how she wins, right? That's how she wins, because she's willing to, like, put you know, his life in danger in order to win that situation. There are many Karen types walking dogs where I live. They are supposed to have the dogs on a leash, but they always let the dog run free. She did a fake apology a couple months later. She was on the Unrepentant. Oh, sorry. I thought you said she's on the Unrepentant podcast. I thought that was a thing. Look, if you tell me Unrepentant podcast is a thing, I will believe you. I will believe that's some kind of anti-SJW. Someone gets bitten every week. Yeah. She's unrepentant on podcasts. Yeah, not surprising.
To preserve her sanctity. Carol and Brian. See, I didn't even realize that. Thank you, Maria. Carol and Brian. I don't like to remember people's name. I don't like to remember Shooter's name. I don't like to remember these people's name because they should not be deified. They should not be immortalized. But, you know, understand that white women are in a position, despite being marginalized in their own right, to indeed do a lot of damage to other minorities. White women can very well be a marginalized experience. Being a woman in general in a white supremacist patriarchal society is dangerous. You are being harmed on a regular basis. However, you also have weapons. Your whiteness is still a weapon. And they totally understood this.
Because my dog is special. There we go. My dog's, yeah. Oh
yeah, definitely understood what she was doing.
Yeah, it should be a thing, right, Gazebo?
And as soon as she saw that it wasn't working on her favor, she just stopped crying. She stopped the attempt. This is why it's also very silly.
And something else that should be a thing is hitting that like button if you're on YouTube. Even if you're on Twitch and you want to, like, sneak over there and give it a like, I promise I won't tell on you. I appreciate that, right? The likes is what lets YouTube know that people are enjoying the stream. If YouTube thinks that people are enjoying the stream, YouTube will share the stream with people even after the stream is over. So we'll bring more people in. There'll be more people to talk to the next time that won't get like upset by NCC being mean to them. Is that what happened earlier? Did I chase all the class reductionists out? I don't know. I don't want to like go too hard on that, right? Because like class reductionists, like it's more nuanced than that, right? You could have a take that's wrong, that's not fully class reductionist or doesn't regard itself as class reductionist. You know, that like I'm willing to entertain these conversations, right? Maybe even more so than the people who disagree with me today. But regardless. Let's show YouTube that this is an enjoyable stream and that they can bring more people into it. Shaxba, thank you to Shaxba for the gift sub to Old Sickback. That's right, another chatter that this time will not be subject to the top of the hour, now it's the bottom of the hour ad break. And if you don't want to be subject to that bottom of the hour ad break, you too can integrate your Amazon Prime with Twitch, thus giving you a free sub. You can park it anywhere you want. If you park it with me, I will appreciate that massively because I know you only have one to give, right? So it means a lot to me. The other ways to go about that are to spend $5 of your own money if you have it. If that's not like gonna put you in a bad spot economically. I never want people to, you know, put themselves, you know, in a bad spot economically on my behalf, right? But you can pay for your own sub through $5, you know, like a $5 purchase, or you can even just hang out and chat, because like even if you don't have $5, I still want you here. We still want you here, and hopefully at some point somebody will come around and see your little non-Persona 2 icon having name tag, and they will take pity on you, and they will donate a gift sub in your name. So those are the ways that we get out of the ad break. NCC is always mean to me. She pushes me around and takes my lunch. I feel like did I go a little hard on people today over this Uber thing? I understand. I don't hate anybody. I don't get mad at anybody. I don't resent anybody. If you disagree with me in chat, like, you know, I might like, you know, like, I don't know. I think you understand this. I think most people understand this, right? Feel free to disagree with me. As long as you're not making the chat miserable for other people, we appreciate disagreement. The top of the hour is the bottom of the hour. Yo, I never thought of it that way. Death in a Lovely Italian. I never even thought of that. I always thought that like the bottom of the hour was like 30 and the top of the hour was like 00. But yeah, that is another way to think about it. Yeah, imagine disagreeing with NCC. I mean, it does happen. And even if I disagree with you, and understand me joking around about Thomas the Tank is not me endorsing Walsh's McCarthyite anti-communism. That is not how we roll around here, right? That is not how we roll. It was just a meme. It was just a meme. And yeah.
When people talk about Karens being a slur, as
it is the third, I should say on the 30.
Our turf in charge, Matt Walsh, of course. Karen is a racial slur. If I diversely refer to a random black woman I find annoying as Shaniqua, or whatever, everyone would consider it racist. The Karen slur is used to dismiss and degrade white women. That's the whole point.
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying.
Because that's the same thing. Because these things are the same. Literally centuries of subjugation, yet we're gonna go and make sure that Karen is equitable. If we really want to talk about the real threat towards white women, we need to start talking about white men. We need to, if that wasn't abundantly clear from people like Steven Crowder. Like, let's be real. Let's be really real here. Karens are just humans that refuse to emotional regulate themselves when they aren't the main character. I think that this is typically like something that a lot of...
So what about White History Month? Yeah, basically. I mean, this is some basic shit from Matt Walsh here.
A lot of white folks should...
I like to think he was drinking a pumpkin spice while he wrote this.
Feel. Like they feel as though when me as a white person, I know, crazy. Me as a white person, when there's any type of discourse, even like a mere conversation happening that I am not the focal point in, it is an affront to me as a white person. Because of years of inculcation that whiteness is the default, whiteness is prioritized, all these different things, creating this level of narcissism that just is almost hereditarily endowed to you by virtue of being white. And when you don't have that, when you are
it's this attitude of like, hey, what is this doing about here? This isn't relevant to me. Like, right? It's this attitude like of like, this isn't talking about me.
Deprived of being front and center in every conversation. You feel as though that's prejudice. You feel as though that is discrimination against you. I will be right back. Look at this very quickly.
Oh God.
Hey, what is wrong with you? That is not okay.
No, is lesbianism okay?
It is. Yeah.
No, it isn't.
Why isn't it?
Because you touch children, you rape children.
I do not touch children.
Yes, because you're all evil.
Oh. You're evil. God doesn't want you to talk that way to people. Do you go to church? Oh, I'll record you all day.
Okay, I'm here.
Oh, sweetheart.
I'm here.
Do you know who I work for? Do you know who I am?
No, nobody knows who you are. Okay.
I work for the president.
Great. You should be ashamed of yourself talking to people this way.
No, sweetheart.
Yes, sweetheart.
I'm actually very proud.
Yeah, go ahead and talk. Well, I can't even joke about that, Buffy. But point taken. Yeah.
That right there made her a Karen. That right there.
I want to think that she's part of General Flynn's staff. Like, right? This is in the during the Trump administration when this happened. I like to think that she's got a position like that's who she's like. Do you know who I work for? I work in the White House. I work in the White House.
Whereas right there made her a Karen. And this is Panera Bread also, by the way. So
I would believe it.
This Karen is accusing
if you tell me that this Karen works
queer
in the White House, I believe you.
And she's gripping pearls. Sappho and her roommate are here? No.
Lesbians?
Hell no.
Lesbians in my Starbucks? Don't they know that's a sin? She knows Q. There we go. She's got Q clearance. She is Q. There's Q. This is Q. Is he talking about Karens in general now? Yeah, he's bringing in a Karen in the wild. If you remember, this is the coffee shop sapphic scolder, I guess you'd call her. Like, right? You know, like saying that these girls that she's talking to are wrong for being lesbians, and then when they like start to question her, she's like, "Do you know who I work for? Do you know who I am?" Those are real Karen hours, right? Do you know who I am? Another mystery solved.
No, can't be. Not my good Christian Panera Bread. Let's talk about this one. Karen being extremely racist on the bus. Here we go. I thought Karens were a myth on the internet, but I just experienced my first one in person. Let's check it out.
I thought Karens were a myth on the internet, but I just experienced my first.
Bingo! Come on. Let's go. Like,
what the dog doing?
What is the dog doing? Like, I mean, like, let's run that back. Come on.
I thought Karens were a myth on the internet.
This man just hit me.
You can't be a woman like Todd can't.
This man just hit me. The buddy just turned on the camera. This is a KKK Karen, like for real.
I just experienced my first one.
He's black, he hit me. Bro, like, I don't understand how people are doing this at this, like, in this, you know, just like.
I mean, we start off with the CitiBike Karen, and then we move to a general discussion of Karening writ large.
Gesturing broadly at everything? How is this type of shit still happening? You know what you're doing.
Black skin.
Black skin. Let me run it from the. I can run it from the top without interrupting. I'm sorry.
I thought Karens were a myth on the internet, but I just experienced my first one in person.
No, nobody nobody's in for her shit still. Like, who is she telling that he's black? Like, seriously, he has black skin, Maria. Like, he has black skin. Situations like this definitely make me afraid to leave the house in the States. I agree.
I have a black man hammering a white woman.
This gotta be satire!
Hammering?
Like, this has to be satire. There's no way.
Wait, I mean...
There's no way. Like, if there was a bingo
I'm
for
not
Karen,
sure what
like,
it
she
is.
hit all of it.
Stalking me. I have a restraining order of Justin Samuels. This is his cousin. Yep.
Oh, she said cammering. She said cammering.
Like...
I thought I heard yeah. Cameraing.
Samuels, you're going away.
Okay, no, she's not well. She's not well. She can't be well. She can't be well. She's ill. She's ill. No, she has to be ill because, interesting, mental illness can bring out inner bigotry the same way Ambien apparently can. Okay, I know this is a joke, right? But like, still, I mean, it might not be a joke, but like, for real? Because like, the amount of times that I've heard people defend blatant racism with like autism, I've heard this as a defense for the one that will not be named.
Yo, you know who we're talking about? Okay, he said it.
Like, I've got so many, as soon as I start talking about your boy, this like, get your ass, if you watch it all kind of, listen, I get it. Some people have all kind of overlapping interests. I get it. Like, you might be able to excuse Walsh's racism. Juicy J can't. Okay? Like, I cannot. Why? Because the way how my melanin's set up, I just can't. I just can't. My boy says a tactical N-word. That kind of was the deal breaker for me. Like, I know, I'm just built different. I don't have the luxury of excusing his racism and bigotry. I don't have the luxury of it. So yeah, I mean, I just can't. How much do you give latitude to in the name of mental illness?
Okay, so this is how I read it, okay? I mean, she's not exactly connecting with the real world, right? But she is connected enough to know, like, that, like she's not just saying this at random. Like, she is, you know, yeah, she's a, you know, Karen with mental illness, right? And like, even though to most people on the bus, like when she says he's, you know, she says the stuff about him being black, like, right? So she's reading the implicit bias that is normalized, that is accepted in society, and because she's not really fully connecting with what's going on, you know, in the social sphere, she's like interpreting that as, so therefore explicit racism is okay too, right? Obviously that's not how the world works. Like, it might have been at one point, right? But her saying that this guy is black, right, is you know, kind of showing her cards. She just doesn't, you know, quite see that. So it's kind of like a, does that make sense? Like, she wouldn't be using the racism if she wasn't like perceiving, if that, you know, this is like a racist, you know, society, and the only difference is she's kind of saying the quiet part out loud in this case, right?
Or the name of valid reasons behind it. I'm not sure if that's valid. Wow.
Yeah, good point. It can make you mask off with the racism that you have.
We're on it. Yo.
She knows enough to make a false claim, yeah.
Excuse Hassan, but let me know. I'm fairly autistic.
So I mean, like here's a intersection, like, right, that here's some reality. You can be marginalized in one sense and still be the still weaponize oppression in another way, right? This is nothing new.
Too, and I don't think that gives me the yeah, I had to read that again. You have me in the first half. I ain't gonna lie. That I don't think that gives me a pass to say the R word. The racism is even worse, but as a white man, I'm not sure I'm ready to call that out. Yeah, I appreciate that. Like, I don't, I just don't get it. Yeah, you see that too, right, Thel? They keep on saying I'm a fake.
Yeah, good point. Plenty of people with mental illness that are not
racist.
Link,
in Legend of Link, in Legend of Link, in Legend of Link. Little do they know that I would beat your, I would step on y'all in Splatoon. Let me tell you something. I gotta get real close to this phallic mic and let y'all know that I will smash y'all in Splatoon. I will have y'all.
I don't doubt it. I don't even know how to use a Switch controller. You would probably rinse me in Splatoon.
Calling on.
You would splat me.
God, in Splatoon. Top 5 in Splatoon. Don't ask me these things. Stop asking me that. You don't ask how much a man makes, and you don't ask what his rank is in Splatoon.
You just don't do it.
Be real. Exactly, Maria. The salmon run for me. Yeah, this is a great point. Jessie Gender is autistic too, and she manages to be very aware of racism and how important it is for white queers to amplify non-white voices. And she does this to a fault. She does this to a fault, like to her own detriment. Jessie lives that shit. I know Jessie in person. I have hugged Jessie in person. Squeezed
okay,
her
so if you're
bones.
confused about how we got from from this Karen to Jessie Gender, it was that she was mask off racist, and then it became clear that she wasn't quite like perceiving reality the way it is, right? That she's she's not completely connecting, and that could be for a lot of reasons, right? We don't know in her case, right? But then somebody brought up Walsh, because Walsh's fans, when he does something racist or sexist, they'll be like, oh, but he's autistic, it's not his fault that he, and it's like, yeah, there's plenty of autistic people that aren't racism is not, I don't know who needs to hear this, but racism is not a symptom of autism. Thank you very much, Walsh fans. Yeah, definitely. Thank you, Buffy Geek. Thank you. That is the link for Foreign Man. This is this is the main channel. So if you're following the link that Buffy's posting, that is his main channel, his main focus, where he does his really polished, amazingly beautifully edited and well scripted videos. Like Foreign's, like, as far as like creating videos that are art, Foreign's got it. This channel that we're watching here is Foreign Fridays, which is a more pared down, top of the head kind of vibe that he's cooking here, but still pretty well put together, I gotta say, right? So I would say maybe even follow both of his channels, and I think you can find there we go, Buffy's. Yeah, you could probably, if you want to click on the Foreign Man in a Foreign Land link, you could probably also find this channel linked in the if you scroll down. I say we kick white supremacy's ass and burn it to the ground in Splatoon. Walsh literally blamed his autism for why he did sexual. I don't know. Did he do that, or did people do that for him? A lot of times I hear people doing that on his behalf. I have autism. I think I'm making a fairly good effort of reducing racism, misogyny, and other forms of bigotry from my behavior. It just takes a willingness to learn and improve. Yeah, so that's like that's why Jessie Gender is getting brought up here
in person.
If you're confused about that,
and ragdolled her, because I adore Jessie, and like literally, she's literally kinder in person than she is on camera. Jessie is not no performative white ally. Like when I see people come for people like Jesse in particular, y'all really, really, really fucking up. There are people out here like in these communities that I will not name that they come on, they perform this progressive shit, and then they get back into their little circles and they do a lot of damage. Jesse has constantly been attacked by the biggest bigots on the right and on the left. Rowling, Walsh, Shapiro, all of them came for Jesse before. Whole articles written after Jesse. On the left, Walsh. All kind of people, like everybody's come for Jesse, and Jesse still somehow perseveres and finds humanity in situations. I wish I was half the human as Jesse Gender. That's a foreign man in a foreign.
So yeah, that's the second channel, Foreign Fridays. Definitely check out Foreign's main and check out this channel as well. Like so the live streams that go on Foreign's main, I think that's how it works, right? Get repackaged as videos and put on this channel. So if you're not there while the live stream's going on, you can kind of this is like a highlights. Think of this like a highlights. Okay, so where even are we? That story. Oh my god. Oh my god. We have to cover this, don't we? We have to cover it. Oh, and one other thing that we have to cover. We have to cover my tweet. If you haven't already given it a like, if you haven't already given it a comment, a retweet, what have you, there's the thread for today. If you want to help me blast off with that, I forgot to mention that early. All right, so yeah, this is what we're dealing with right now. We're dealing with Louis C.K. Now this is, like I said, I mentioned some clickbait in the Twitter thread, right? What's going on with this? Okay, I think this is the way to take a look at this. Here we go. Okay, so as you might have suspected, or you might already know, right? So this looked like earlier. This said, oh my god, I'm trying to remember what it was. It said Louis C.K. something, and like right. This looked like it could be Louis C.K. The way that it was set up. This is an account that has like 100,000 some followers, uses Louis C.K.'s picture, has a check mark, and even gets subscribed, right? They're monetized. Like, this account is monetized. So, I mean, they made this post with this account. No jokes on this one. So scroll past if that is what you're looking for. Here is an honest take on the whole non-binary trans thing. I truly believe that most people have the exact same take, left or right. No one cares who or what you want to be if you're an adult. Children must wait until they are 18 to make any gender decisions. Just like getting a tattoo. Okay, transitioning, just like getting a tattoo. Wait, there was more to this. Elon Musk sounds reasonable. Now, did Elon get fooled? Did Elon get fooled here? So yeah, that's the joke about it, is that it turns out it is... See if I can find... It's this person, right? So now it says not Louis C.K., right? So there, before it was more ambiguous. I don't remember exactly what their name was, but it sounded like it could be Louis C.K. If you looked at it really close, you'd realize it wasn't Louis C.K., but it for all practical purposes, looked like Louis C.K. and sounded... Did you still want to get all the up-to-date details? Yeah, from Dr. Ritchie. I will absolutely do that. Thanks for reminding me. Let's see, do I... Yeah, I can. Oh, it's so much easier to copy a link, I think. Thank you for the link. Copied. Yeah, so this is the account in question. As you can see, they are blue check marked. And it was like, their name was like Louis C.K. Media or something like that. Louis C.K. something or other, right? And it got cut off, right? So you saw like Louis C.K. and then one letter, right? And a lot of people saw this and they thought it was Louis C.K. And it's saying something that like Louis C.K. would say. Okay, so here's the rest of it. Okay, so after the get a tattoo thing, we need a different word for non-binary. I was watching Disney Plus with my kid, and a girl who was calling a whale a they. That literally has always meant there is more than one whale. It's plural. I'm fine with not choosing, but make it not confusing. So doesn't like the they them pronouns, right? Go to the bathroom of your biological body was made for. Go to the bathroom that your biological body was made for. Example, urinals were made for yeah. Play sports. Play the sport your biological body was made for. Play the sport. I think he means like play in the like division of the sport that your biological body was made for. It's science that men are on average, there you go, on average, born bigger and stronger. You can be a female in social life if you like. What the hell? Okay, so I mean, this is believable. It's not a complete chud take. It's not like, you know, Michael Knowles, but it's pretty bad. And like, you know, if you know anything about Louis C.K. and his edgelord right-wing BS, you might believe this, right? They has always been singular and plural. People don't read books, right? I think urinals are the only type of toilet that you can make any kind of claim for. Like, what kind of weird thing is, though? Like, you know, like he's like, won't somebody think of the urinals? I guess. Drag reading and okay, so like drag queen story hour, right? And trans info can't be available if parents would like their kids to go. What? Can be drag reading and trans info can be available if parents would like their kids to go there, but it can't be forced on anyone. Okay, nobody's forced to go to drag queen story hour. That's not a thing. So yeah, a lot of people thought this was Louis C.K., including me for a hot minute. It turns out it is the work of a troll, and it's a troll who, thanks to Elon, is able to pass themselves off as the real deal, right? And like, look, I mean, I don't know if this is right. Like, let's look at this. Like, did Elon sounds reasonable. And I'd like to say, okay, he's trolling, but he's probably not. It is now called not Louis C.K., right? It changed its ad. The account was called something else that you know, somebody could mistake for being the actual Louis C.K. A lot of people thought it was Louis C.K. And if you look here, if we scroll all the way up, look, they are getting subscriptions. And what do you get for your subscription? Let's see here. A follow. So not Louis C.K. will follow you back. Retweets. Sometimes if it's something funny. Roast. I will make fun of you and call you names you like. Any names you like. Exclusive content, life thoughts, and jokes that aren't told to the public. Okay, so they're selling subscriptions. And there are people subscribing. There's a subscriber there. There's a subscriber. There's a subscriber. There's lots of, they're monetized, right? And they did have a name that reasonable person could look at and think this was Louis C.K. So this is just another testament to how screwed up Twitter is under Elon Musk. Was Elon Musk serious in saying sounds reasonable? Or was he memeing on himself? Because that's like literally whatever he says to any absurd right-wing BS, right? So, was he in on it? I don't know. I really don't know. But that's that story. Now, Natalie got me Dr. Ritchie's link, so we're going to use that. We're going to take a look at Dr. Ritchie's video now.
Let's give you an update now. Mother of a teenager in CitiBike videos.
Did I get the right one? Oh yeah. Okay. So it shortens the name.
Speaks out. The teen involved CitiBike viral video, along with his mother, spoke to News One to give their side of the story.
So I've been told this is the best debunking and aggregation of the entire story, because it came out in drips and drabs, right? First the video came out, then CitiBike Karen had her lawyer release some receipts and had somebody write the lawyer had somebody write an editorial, and you had everybody like Walsh backpedaling on it, and then one of these guys' sister actually made a TikTok explaining the whole situation. So this is they're gonna go through all that info.
Reluctance to speak out. Mary and Michael are eager to talk.
Wow, a joke from a fake comedian trying to pass as an actual comedian. Sign me up.
To Monique Judge of News One. Betty, their mother.
It was Louis CK3 or something. Yeah, it was. They changed their yeah.
Is reluctant to let Michael speak with anyone. He's only 17 years old. He's my baby, Betty says. He's a senior in high school. He should be planning to attend his prom and looking forward to walking the stage at his graduation in a few weeks. But instead, he and his family have spent the last week and a half living in turmoil. Michael is the teen in the infamous CitiBike video with Sarah Jane Comrie. And they're reporting from News One. Now, the teen's account of the incident, Michael said after resting in Harlem for a bit, the boys continued riding into the Lower East Side of Manhattan. They grabbed frozen yogurt and then headed to the CitiBike docking station at First Avenue and East 30th Street near Bellevue Hospital.
Yeah, it's kind of wild. So somebody said that Anna had a take on this too, and it wasn't nearly as good as this, right?
In the Kips Bay neighborhood, they docked their bikes at 7:19 p.m. and sat there to rest. Michael insisted he and his friends never left the bikes unattended. They don't leave the bikes. Michael said all four of his friends also have the same CitiBike reduced fare membership. So they docked the bikes to stop the timers from going over 45 minutes. Four of the boys were
we watched Anna's take on the Uber DEI situation. We did not watch Anna's take on the CitiBike Karen situation.
On their bikes as they rested, but Michael was standing next to his with his hands on the handlebars. They were there for a few minutes when he said Sarah Jane Comrie approached their group. She initially asked one of Michael's friends if she could take the bike he was resting on. He politely declined, informing her that they were going to be leaving shortly and using the bikes again. She next approached a different boy in the group and asked him the same thing. That boy also politely declined. Michael was still standing near his bike with his hands on the handlebars. According to Michael, Sarah Jane Comrie asked him, "Can I please have this bike?"
She did mention this.
Michael said he declined. "No, I'm about to take it back out," he told her. Michael said Sarah Jane Comrie then said to him, "I'm pregnant. Can you help a pregnant woman out?" Michael said he then told her, "I'm sorry, ma'am, I've ridden this."
And here's what I don't understand. Like, what is she getting from this? Like, right? Because my understanding is there were several bikes in the racks, and she could have taken any of them. Did she just not want to get it out of the rack or something? Because I mean, like I get that Anna talked about the CitiBike Karen during the video about the Uber Karen seminars. Okay, thank you, Natalie Marie. So there is no separate video then? That yeah, I do remember something like that. Why was she yeah, why did she want their bike? Those bikes aren't powered. Okay, so you're saying that the bikes that were in the racks were unpowered and this is a powered one and she wanted to have it even though it was spoken for. The racked bikes don't come with racism included, and she wanted that kind of bike, yeah.
Bike all the way from the Bronx, and
her bike was powered by racism.
To go back home. Michael says that is when Sarah Jane Comrie moved closer to him and his bike, leaned over him, and scanned the QR code with her phone, even as he had his hands on the handlebars. She then pushed her way onto the bike and attempted to remove it from the docking station and take it. It was 7:24 p.m.
That's wild. She did a reverse Rosa Parks.
And that is when the boys began recording. Rest of the interaction.
This covers that.
Plays out in the video. Sarah Jane Comrie, dressed in scrubs, bearing the NYC Health Plus Hospital's logo, removed her work ID badge from her neck, placed it in her bag along with a brown paper bag she was holding, and began screaming for help. The boys can be heard repeatedly telling her it's not her bike. During the film part of the interaction, Michael was able to successfully push the bike back into the dock. He said he then,
instead of refusing to give up her seat, she decided to take one.
Entered the bike's number into his phone to put the reservation back on his account. Michael said when Sarah Jane Comrie noticed him doing this, she snatched his phone out of his hand, which is shown in that video. Michael's story directly contradicts the narrative that Justin Marino, the employment attorney representing Sarah Jane Comrie, gave in a statement he wrote to the New York Post. Marino originally made public redacted alleged receipts, but as of Wednesday, his apparent Twitter account posted the unredacted receipt showing Sarah Jane Comrie had rented the bike for 1 minute at 7:24. Family provided News One receipts for the CitiBike purchases. They show he originally rented the bike at 5:53 p.m. He returned it after his final ride at 10:12 p.m. Each of the receipts he sent for review shows him riding the bike in intervals of 45 minutes or less, redocking the bike and then taking it out again a short time later. Things turned worse for the teen once Marino put a statement out in the media. When those receipts got released, everything flipped, Michael said. People started calling me a thief, a thug, and a black man. It's definitely having an effect on me, he continued. It's just like, wow, this is crazy, Michael added. She did something wrong, and she basically got rewarded for it. She's made over $100,000 on a GoFundMe. She got all the white conservatives on her side. Everyone who was on my side has just kind of stayed silent.
Yo, yeah, the New York Post is the home of racist reporting.
Tizzy, why wouldn't they?
Yeah, I didn't even think of this earlier, right? But we saw Anna like grab an article from Jesse Singal, right? Now, like we think of like TYT and Jimmy Dore as being like two very different things. Like Jimmy Dore is like some post-left. I wouldn't even call him post-left because he never was left, right? But he somehow speed ran the Bernie Sockdem to MAGA chud, like pipeline in like record time, right? He's got the record for that, like, right? And he didn't even have to cheat like Dream did. He didn't even have to set the Pearl rates for Piglin trades differently in order to get that, right? So yeah, we think of TYT and Jimmy Dore as being very different, but understand here's the connection. Jesse Singal is in that same like circle that Jimmy Dore's traveling in, right? At what point are they going to have a Jimmy Dore and TYT like reunion, right? At this point, they have come over to him. They have come over to Jimmy Dore. Yeah, because like, we're talking about Jesse Singal, that's Jesse Singal, Glenn Greenwald, Aaron Mate. These are, these are fellow travelers in the whatever weird, like, Jesse Singal is a journalist who is apparently now at the New York Times. or at least wrote an article for the New York Times. You might know about him from his work with somebody named Katie Herzog, who was one of the first people to blow up the idea of detransitioners. So basically, who's Jesse Singal? He's an anti-trans bigot, but also calls himself a journalist and pals around like with people like Aaron Mate, Glenn Greenwald, etc. Right? This is, and this is somebody that Anna's, using his article, right? Going straight to his article. When Anna says that time Jimmy Dore sexually harassed her in front of her students wasn't really that bad. Oh my God. Yeah, that's wild. The crypto fashion. Yeah, exactly, Ubafly. I was trying to typify it, but that works.
This is America. Look at your life, America. Okay? It seems pretty clear, but there's this mountain of evidence that Black youth, Black boys, Black young men have to climb, it seems, when a certain type persuasion points the finger.
Like, she literally stole one of these guys' phones, right? And people are out here calling them bike thieves. I mean, there's your dog whistle right there. There is your dog whistle right there. These racists always refer to Black boys and men as men, yeah, to make them sound more threatening and to remove any leniency or bias, automatically give it. Yeah, they've done studies on this, right? They've done studies on how, what ages white people will tend to ascribe to Black men, and it's always they'll interpret minors as being adults pretty regularly.
Say you.
Yeah, I've been a part of this story since the beginning. I've been talking to his sister.
Oh, hey, this is somebody on TikTok. God damn, I know entirely too much about this TikToker. Is their name Tizzy Ent? Same with Black girls, but more pronounced with the boys, yeah. Why people see Black kids as older and more mature and more dangerous, true. Doesn't he debunk or do he does some good work, but yeah, they I don't know. I think on this issue he's pretty based. But I've seen videos of him getting into drama with 12-year-olds. I don't know what to think. I don't know what to think, right? It's
since last week. And that is the issue. I mean, I can't speak for anyone else. I can only say myself.
I don't know enough to make a real appraisal. I just thought it was weird to see him doing that. But yeah, I think on this issue he's got I don't think there's anything wrong with his take on this issue. Yeah, just of all the people to the reason that I think she's bringing him on is that he signal boosted the video by the sister of one of the victims, of one of the guys with the bike, right? He by putting his face on, what is it? I'm trying to remember which one's a duet and which one's a I think it's a duet, right? When you put your face on with somebody else's TikTok.
I made a video initially about that video.
He literally talked with them?
No. And it had nothing to do with a stolen bike. I didn't care about a stolen bike. That was not what I saw that alarmed me. What I saw that alarmed me was the response to him, her screaming help like that, and pointing out, this is dangerous. This gets young Black men killed, a la Emmett Till. Don't do this. And then receipts came, and a narrative came, and a press push came that vilified him. And suddenly, he was a thug, and he was a thief, and he and his friends were intimidating a young pregnant woman, and no one bothered to talk about.
She was the one that was flouting social convention in order to bully herself into having the bike. She literally comes over and tries to scan a QR scan a bike that's in somebody else's that somebody else is about to dock and then pull out and re-up, right? She asks, can I have this bike? And they're like, no, we're gonna use it. They're only allowed to use it in 45 they have like a limit of 45 minutes at a time, but they were gonna, re-up that, right? And she scans it, and then when he tries to put the bike under his name, when he tries to use his phone, she steals his phone, right? So there's one person in this situation that you could say stole something, and it's her. It's not him. But like, far be it from racist American society to see that.
The fact that he was a 17-year-old high school kid who acted more like an adult in that video, in my opinion, than she did.
True.
And then, like he said, no one was sharing his story. No one was being a voice for him, it seemed. And then now we have his receipts and we have his, words about.
Okay, so despite the weird conflicts that Tizzy Ent maybe gets into with people on TikTok, in this case, he's instrumental in getting this person's story out. So good on you, Tizzy Ent.
Happened. What's crazy to me is that's what we have from both sides of this. We have receipts and we have a claim of how it went down, and we have receipts and we have a claim of how it went down. One is not more or less, believable than the other. I personally see enough of his story that makes sense than I do with the other. Yet there's a whole group of people I've seen who took her.
I mean, his receipts were not redacted. Understand that. Like, her receipts had something blurred out. His receipts were just the receipts. There was nothing blurred. Meanwhile, white women in their 20s will be referred to as girls to bias the narrative. I wonder if anyone else likes licorice as much as I do. I mean, what kind of licorice are we talking about? Are you talking about licorice root? Because I love licorice root. Licorice root is so good. What Tizzy did for that kid is an example of actual white allyship.
Word as gospel and say he is a liar automatically before they've even really reviewed anything, while she is literally paying PR firms to put out op-ed pieces. And I'm assuming she's paying them, because why else is that happening? But there was a piece in USA Today that was an op-ed piece by a man who works and founded Proven Media Solutions, painting a picture that she has been vilified falsely, etc.
Yeah.
And I understand that it's damage.
Yeah, this is Tizzy Ent.
Control, and it's something to try and.
Who's, I guess, also on Twitter and Insta.
Help with her appearance in the media and so forth, and to save her job. That's why she has an employment attorney. But whether on purpose or not, it makes that young man collateral damage.
Beautiful. Couldn't have said it better. And that's the truth. What you just laid out are a series of facts, just the facts. Here's what we know, and here's the reaction to it. And yes, there are people who are willing to not just take her word as gospel. What makes her word more important than these young people? What makes her word gospel? Well, America teaches him.
Thank you for the follow, one Chubba Hubba.
You don't matter, okay? Sometimes it all certainly is much. And there are people who don't care about the facts you just eloquently laid out, because the facts don't help them. The facts don't matter to them.
Yeah, if the woman gave one single crap about the boy's well-being, she never would have started yelling help or fake crying or pretending to be like pretending she's being attacked. Yeah.
They want to be pro.
Hold up, I got a Tatsuya next to my name. This chat does rule. Yeah, gift subs are great. We appreciate the anonymous gifter who gave that to you, Nautical.
Active, and they want to rewrite history sometimes and paint a picture and fit people into a box for her, and you can figure out what that box means and supports, and a box for him, and he's already verbalized what that means for him. I don't know, as the mother of a Black child, if you can have enough talks to keep people safe. But one of the
oh my God, Doodler Stargazer also receiving the free gift sub from anonymous gifter. Thank you so much, Anana.
Things, Tizzy, that you said that I need people to understand, it's not hyperbole. This kind of thing gets Black young men killed, okay?
We got any Maya fans in here?
Did in the 50s, and it does today.
Look, if I didn't get copyright claimed, Maya's theme would be the theme for this stream. As it is, the best we can get away with is "Open Your Heart" from the what is it called? The Something of Their Youth, Follies of Their Youth OST.
And it's not a game, and it's not a PR campaign.
I want to watch? I don't know. Like Stream Snipe, non-compete.
It's actually about life and breathing.
I would have to talk to Luna and EJ and make sure they were okay with that, right?
Surviving.
Yeah,
I'll give you the rest.
Yeah, no, and I mean, I've seen people ask, why did those boys start recording? Because they knew that. Because they knew that behavior
it's the only way that they're going to be believed is to literally have video evidence. And even then, people are ignoring the fact that she took their phone, even with that video evidence. Like
that gets them killed.
What are they covering tonight?
Gets them arrested. They knew they were in danger, and they pulled out a phone and started recording to protect themselves. And then what does he see? He sees a ton of people donating thousands of dollars to her. She raised over $100,000 on a GoFundMe. Good news is, myself and others encouraged that family to post a GoFundMe. They finally did yesterday afternoon. They've raised over $50,000 so far. And I hope that continues to happen.
So if you're like a Twitch streamer and you've had discussions with people in DMs on Twitter or DMs in Discord or anywhere else, you know like with the pain of having to video record those DMs and scroll up and down just to make sure that that person doesn't then like lie about the conversation, mischaracterize entirely that situation, right? You know the pain of that, of having to have like those kind of receipts. Imagine having to do that in real life, right? Imagine having to literally, record the scenario in order to be believed. And then even after that, to not be believed. Even after that, to not be believed. Yeah, exactly, Zara. People don't even believe with video evidence. You have to have receipts to, so you're saying like the receipts plus, like, I don't know. Like he's saying, this person, like the guy and his receipts go in a very different box in people's minds than she and her receipts, right? They get privileged, they get preference, they get believed. After getting Froyo, some allies we got here. Yeah.
Because every interaction that I've had with them, they are sweet, kind, loving people who never even wished ill will on her. He just had worked very hard to find a bike. He had the bike, his hands were on the bike, and he needed to get home. He literally needed the bike. And then it turned into something else. What should have been a simple dispute or conversation or disagreement between two people turned into something much bigger. And then has been used to paint a picture of him as something else. And he's now has to defend himself for simply going out on a ride with his friends and wanting to get home.
Damn. Look at this. Look at who's defending CitiBike Karen. It's the Hill. Are you anybody surprised by that? Yeah. And then TYT. That's the one we saw earlier. There's this actual CitiBike right there. Anybody know how what was David Hackman's take on that? Oh yeah, wait, didn't Def Noodles did like a
Mother of teen in CitiBike video speaks out. No one bothered to ask him what happened. More trouble for the CitiBike Karen? No! But she was doing so good. She was finally convincing everyone who's really gullible and apparently has a lot of expendable income to keep donating to her. My goodness, it is so heartbreaking that Karens are going to keep being known as Karens. Oh, by the way, in case you're not familiar with this whole situation, I am not going to waste your time catching you up anymore. I'm just going to describe it as briefly as possible by letting you know that there was an altercation. Two people wanted a CitiBike. One of them, the accused Karen, is...
Oh, nice. Natalie Marie, you've got the two different ways Vosh covered it. Did you make a... Okay, this is a... that's a tweet. Yeah, I'll take a look at that. Let's...
being said to have essentially tried...
So I don't really need... Yeah, is Def Noodles good or bad? I was wondering the same thing, right? The only thing I know about Def Noodles is that he was in a controversy where he set up like an illegal comedy club. I don't know how a comedy club is illegal, but like he had a comedy club that wasn't licensed or something. Pronouns, I don't know what their pronouns are for sure either. I called it She Has the Info. Oh, you're asking my pronouns. I'm sorry. I thought you were asking Def Noodles pronouns. I don't want to assume. I don't want to assume. I don't know. This is the whole thing. I don't know anything about Def Noodles, right? He's obviously, or they are obviously a very, prolific content creator here. 500,000 some subs. There was the controversy with the, some kind of altercation in a comedy club that Def Noodles set up. But more than that, I don't really know. He pretty firmly against Shuts. That's the feeling that I get. That's the feeling that I get from what I've seen.
To push a 17-year-old boy, and we just got confirmation of him being 17 years old, off the bike so she could get the electric bike for herself instead of going to one of the other bikes at the bike rack. Now, there is a lot of conversation around who had actually rented the bike, who had the right to the bike.
Yeah, Natalie, can you post that link again? I don't know if I copied it.
The boy had docked the bike, so it was no longer his, even though he was sitting on it.
Copied.
The Karen had the right to the bike because she was there and scanned it. Anyway, I think everybody at this point has entrenched themselves into their opinions.
Thank you. I'm sorry I made you post it twice.
Their minds as far as who they support. The site supporting the Karen is vehemently supporting her. In fact, they raised over $120, I guess it's at $140,000 right now, so she can fight the label of being a Karen. She has an employment attorney trying to save her reputation and her job. And now we have the young man and his mother speaking out a day after his sister ended up sharing receipts showing that he had in fact rented the bike and was in possession of the bike at the moment that the altercation happened with the Karen. But you may ask yourself, Dennis, but why are you still looking at this whole situation? Because a lot of people just stopped paying attention after the CitiBike Karen had her
14 hours ago. I thought that was from... Did he really? One button and 2 clicks.
Lawyer go on a press run sharing a highly redacted receipt. And I just think it's fair to look at the entire situation and every account before we start discounting people and their versions of the event. This is a court of public opinion, and a lot of the times people need very little evidence to choose who to go with. Many times an emotional hook will have a greater effect on swaying people's judgment rather than actual evidence. So with all that being said, yeah, I'm going to keep looking at evidence and things that come out as long as things keep coming out, because I think it's important to tell all sides of the story. Will this change?
His other video is Karen is not a slur.
Anybody's mind if they're on the side of the Karen? Probably not. Will this change anybody's mind if they're on the side of the young man who almost had his bike taken away from him? Probably not. So it's just more about becoming more familiarized with the situation and context, and additional context has never hurt anybody. So let's get to it. Mary and Michael are eager to talk to me, but Betty, their mother, is reluctant to let Michael speak with anyone. He's only 17 years old. He's my baby, Betty says. He's a senior in high school. He should be planning to attend his prom and looking forward to walking the stage at his graduation in a few weeks. But instead, he and his family have spent the last week and a half living in turmoil. Michael is a teen in the infamous CitiBike video with Sarah Jane Comrie, the woman who has been accused of weaponizing whiteness and her tears in an effort to take the bike from the teen in New York City. Betty has seen video after video of racists and trolls calling her son a thug and a thief and labeling him as a man when, in her words, he's just a boy. Yeah, I've been seeing this all throughout my comments. Not the vast majority of people, though. I would say there is a subset of people who, regardless of the situation that is unfolding, they always choose to use it as a way to justify the racism. And we're definitely seeing it in this situation. There is, I would say it's about 15 to 20% of the people who are commenting on the situation who are using it as a way to talk in a derogatory manner about the young black man who nearly had his bike taken away by the Karen. Now, obviously, this 15 to 20% of the people who are doing this are on the side of the Karen. However, that should not be used as a way to just, with a broad brushstroke, qualify all the people who are on the side of the Karen as racists. I think it's important to know that there are a lot of people who see the Karen's situation and relate to it for one reason or another. There are a lot of people who see her as a pregnant person who's experiencing hormones and has just come off of a 12-hour work shift and just wants to get her bike and want to get home, and there's no racial aspect in this whole situation for them. So yeah, I think it's important to know what's what so that we don't go as far as marginalizing or purposely villainizing people who are on the other side of this debate just because we disagree with them. It hurts her that people are saying these things that she knows are not true about him. Betty is upset because she says the narrative has been one-sided. No one bothered to contact us to find out Michael's
a little bit of centrist vibes here.
Story, she said in a low voice during an interview on Wednesday. They write all
people have recommended his videos to me before. That's why I'm taking a little bit of time to kind of feel him out and see what he's about. It sounds like he's on the right side here, but he's being a little bit forgiving to people that are jumping on Karen's side. And there are going to be many reasons besides racism that they might jump on Karen's side. Maybe they have been pregnant recently, and I don't know. Is this wait. The what? Wait, what video? About Illuminati? The woman, wait, is that her name? He sounds like a moderate white dude with a big YouTube account. Are we talking about Blair from Illuminati? He's from Brazil, true. Yeah, he's from Brazil.
Of these things about him, and no one bothered to ask him what happened or look at his receipts. Michael interjected, "That's because if they have my side of the story, she doesn't have a case." Mary agreed with him, saying, "Right." Throughout the 50-minute interview with Betty and her children, she had her phone out watching video after video of conservatives and racists saying negative things about her baby. She is afraid that someone will try to harm her or her family. I think it's important to know that the Karen isn't the only one receiving harassment in this situation, that the young man who just had his hand on the handlebar is also receiving loads of harassment in a situation like this, one usually assumes that the villain in the situation is the only one getting harassed. So naturally, people are thinking, oh no, the Karen, poor Karen, she's been proven innocent as a result of that receipt, and now she's facing all this harassment. She's going to lose her job. But no, usually harassment on the internet goes both ways.
Well,
even if you're seen.
See, here's where I have to differ. Mostly harassment on the internet goes in the direction of marginalized people, and yeah, in this case, like, you know, it's gonna follow the racist lines that it projects along.
As the one who was in the right, everybody ends up getting harassment, because if there's something that the internet has a surplus of, it's usually hate.
Third largest white population in Brazil.
No one is helping us, she said, her voice cracking. We are poor people. We are immigrants. We can't afford a lawyer. Mary, who is 24, and Michael told their mother that now is their chance to tell his story. Betty agreed only on the condition that their names are changed to protect their identities. I don't want anything to happen to my family, Betty said. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, the internet is a very scary and volatile place. You never know what's going to happen until it happens. And because all this information is usually so easily accessible to literally anybody in any place in the world, and they can literally take any action with zero to no consequences, it just really enables people to anonymously harass anyone who they may have a disliking to, which is honestly the best thing about the internet, if you catch the sarcasm. Anyway, the author of the article goes on to describe how the mother is an immigrant from West Africa, how she and two of her children work to maintain their apartment in the Bronx, and later describes how the young man who's seen in the video with the Karen initially rented his bike in the Bronx and was driving down to Harlem with his friends, sharing the receipt with the date and the time of the rental clearly on it, and adding, my brother is an extreme CitiBike rider, Mary said proudly. He is in a group called CitiBike Angels that sends out free stuff to people who have accumulated a certain amount of points, and my brother has been a frequent CitiBike rider since 2020 or 2021. Michael said it's a regular routine with him and his friends. They meet up in the Bronx, find the new e-bikes Citi has out, and ride them all over New York City. For anybody who's ever been to New York or is an actual New Yorker, that's one of the best things about New York. You get to go anywhere relatively quickly. The city has so many different pockets and areas that you can explore and hang out, and CitiBikes have really made it a lot easier to get through town, even though riding a CitiBike through traffic, especially in the downtown Manhattan area, can be very stressful and often feel like you're about to lose your life. Because if there's one thing that drivers respect less than pigeons on the street, it's bikers. I use CitiBike every day, Michael said. I use the bikes to get to and from school if I'm traveling anywhere in the city, even if it's from here to Brooklyn. My first option is CitiBike. It's my preferred mode of transport. It's like my car, he added. Michael said he and his friends, who are all from immigrant West African families, understand CitiBike and all its programs. They use them because for teenagers like themselves, it's a cheaper option than taking the subway from borough to borough. Michael said that day they walked around the Bronx for 20 minutes before they found the highly coveted but hard to find new e-bikes. Also, much healthier, a much better view in and of itself. I can tell you, as somebody who used to take the subway multiple times for hours on end, man, is it depressing to find yourself underground so long and not seeing daylight. And holy shit, dude, those cars stink. Do not miss that. Anyway, the young man goes on to describe the journey he and his friends took that fateful day that they met the Karen. Michael said that day they walked around the Bronx for 20 minutes before they found the highly coveted but hard to find new e-bikes. They took the bikes to Harlem first, where they stopped riding for 45 minutes. Michael explained that because his family receives some public assistance, he gets a discount on CitiBike rides, but after 45 minutes, the rate on the bikes increases. Michael said he pays for his own CitiBike account, and in order to avoid the higher charges, he frequently stops his bike before they go over 45 minutes to rest and redock the bike. Redocking the bike resets the timer.
Way faster to get to Brooklyn from the Bronx on a bike than by subway.
Allowing him to ride for another 45 minutes before stopping again. Even regular CitiBike riders do this, Mary explained. The price goes up after 45 minutes for everyone. So people routinely ride their bikes, dock their bikes, ride their bikes, and dock their bikes again. Sounds perfectly reasonable. Money doesn't grow on trees. And if you have the option of just pausing somewhere for a couple of minutes, docking your bike, so you can save an extra buck, why not do it? Especially if you're on a budget. And if you're on public assistance, sounds like you're on a very, very tight budget. So I don't fault him for stopping the bike. Now, I'm just curious how much time has to elapse before the bike resets itself. Is it something that happens instantly? Does he have to wait 5 minutes? Did he get accosted by the Karen in the process of waiting for the bike to get reset? These are all questions that are valid because the Karen tried to paint this narrative that she deserved to have possession of the bike. But as we read, not only is this a common practice in New York and people are familiar with people docking and waiting for their bikes to reset, it seems like the Karen may have known about this and just took advantage of the situation. Anyway, there's another receipt that's shared that has the time and the date showing they were riding downtown and this specific ride lasted 22 minutes. So we're starting to see a pattern here, right? In the first receipt, they went a certain amount of minutes, stopped. Second receipt, 22 more minutes, stopped. They're stopping. They're docking their bikes to reset the timer. They're resting. And it's notable because if they're doing this before they got accosted by the Karen, that means that nobody else did what the Karen did. So just sets a precedent as far as docking the bikes so they can reset the timer and then later re-engage with the bike for their journey. Michael said after resting in Harlem for a bit, the boys continued riding into the Lower East Side of Manhattan. They grabbed frozen yogurt and then headed to the CitiBike docking station at 1st Avenue and East 30th Street near Bellevue Hospital in the Kips Bay neighborhood. They docked their bikes at 719 and sat there to rest. Michael insisted he and his friends never left the bikes unattended. They don't leave the bikes. Michael said all 4 of his friends also have the same CitiBike reduced fare membership, so they docked the bikes to stop the timers from going over 45 minutes. 4 of the boys were sitting on their bikes as they rested, but Michael was standing next to his with his hands on the handlebars. They were there for a few minutes when he said Sarah Jane Comrie approached their group. She initially asked one of Michael's friends if she could take the bike he was resting on. He politely declined, informing her that they were going to be leaving shortly and using the bikes again. She next approached a different boy in the group and asked him the same thing. That boy also politely declined. Michael was still standing near his bike with his hands on the handlebar. According to Michael, Sarah Jane Comrie asked him, "Can I please have this bike?" Michael said he declined. "No, I'm about to take it back out," he told her. Michael said Sarah Jane Comrie then said to him, "I'm pregnant. Can you help a pregnant woman out?" Michael said he then told her, "I'm sorry, ma'am. I've ridden this bike all the way from the Bronx, and I need this bike to go back home." Michael says that is when Sarah Jane Comrie moved closer to him and his bike, leaned over him, and scanned the QR code with her phone, even as he had his hands on the handlebar. She then pushed her way onto the bike and attempted to remove it from the docking station and take it. It was 7:24 p.m. and that
is wild that you could just scan the QR code on a bike that somebody else is on.
Is when the boys began recording. You can hear them in the video calling for someone to record Sarah Jane Comrie at the beginning of the footage. You know, if someone is using something, Mary interjected emphatically, there are obvious physical cues to let you know when something is in use or someone is planning to use something. Michael insisted Sarah Jane Comrie knew he was planning to use the bike. He said she asked him and his friends to use theirs, and they all informed her they were using the bikes and would be leaving shortly. He said she seemed annoyed that they wouldn't willingly give up their bikes to her. He also said he believed she wanted that bike as opposed to the others that remained docked in the rack because he had one of the newer e-bikes. The rest...
Wait. So we're getting a different story. Somebody earlier said that the other bikes were not powered, so the other bikes were just bicycles. Like, right, there's no, like... So the different, like, my understanding is an e-bike is a bike that's got some power to it. You pedal it, but the power of the bike like augments your pedal. And so you're able to go like, right. So you're not really doing all the work. So it's easier, right? You're just like lightly pedaling and you can go a long way instead of gassing yourself out like on a normal bike, right? But like from what it says here is it sounds like it's because it was one of the newer e-bikes. The motor that can get you up to 18 miles an hour. Yeah, it's like a Prius bike. Yeah. So like, wait, the way this story is written, it sounds more like it wasn't an issue of a powered bike versus a regular bike. It was an issue of a newer power bike versus an older powered bike.
Of the interaction plays out in the video. Sarah Jane Comrie, dressed in scrubs, bearing the New York City Health Plus Hospitals logo, removed her work ID badge from her neck, placed it in her bag along with a brown paper bag she was holding, and began screaming for help.
Regular
the
bike?
Voice can be heard repeatedly telling her it's not her bike. During the filmed part of the interaction, Michael was able to successfully push the bike back in the dock. He said he then entered the bike's number into his phone to put the reservation back on his account. Michael said when Sarah Jane Comrie noticed him doing this, she snatched his phone out of his hand, which is shown in the video.
A prominent right-wing YouTuber named Actual Justice Warrior, I have heard of this person, recently made a video praising Anna Kasparian for calling out anti-white nonsense. Yo, this is the Walsh pill. And yeah, it's going to share a lot in common with right-wing. I mean, they agree with the Ben Shapiro's of the world. They agree with the Matt Walsh's of the world. Karen could have avoided the entire situation. She just instead decided to take a bus or subway instead of trying to, take somebody's bike. Send you the video in Discord.
Yeah, very aggressive on Sarah Jane Comrie's part, shall I add, which makes me question to all the people out there who are saying, well, do you really believe a pregnant woman is going to approach 5 black men and try to steal a bike away from them? Do you not understand? I mean, how do you justify that? She was comfortable enough to rip his phone out of his hand. It's on the video. It's clearly on the video. It makes absolutely no sense. I can't understand how people keep making excuses for the Karen. You know you lost a debate when you're confronted with facts, and instead of responding with more facts and logic, all you do is you start making excuses for the person you're desperately trying to defend because you find some emotional connection to that person. Anyway, the article continues exploring the statements made by Sarah Jane Comrie's lawyer, statements made by the mother of the kid who was accosted by the Karen. Now, with all that being said, I think it's pretty evident from all of my videos that I'm on the side of the young man who just had his hand on the bike and just ended up getting screamed at because this Karen didn't want to use a regular bike to go home and instead really wanted that electric bike. I know this has become a really divisive conversation. A lot of people are picking sides on who's right, who's wrong. It's become weirdly political.
We got ourselves a facts and logic fan.
Right versus
yeah, I'm trying to feel this person out because I literally don't know anything about this content creator. I had him recommended to me, and I didn't really know much about him. And I just wanted to kind of feel out like where he's at. So he's got the right take as far as, supporting the kids that got Karen'd, but a little bit of a centrist.
Left thing. And I think that at the end of the day, the lesson that we should all take away from this situation, that regardless whose side you're on, whether you're supporting the Karen, Sarah Jane Comrie, or the young man who had his hands on the handlebar, I think it's important that we all just acknowledge that interaction.
President Sunday said that you just have to let a pregnant woman get whatever she wants, then take a picture and report her later.
Is not the best way to deal with any sort of public confrontation that happens. I'm not attributing blame to either party here. I'm trying to be neutral with this, even though I'm on the young man's side. I think it's important that we as a society...
Okay, enough. We got the idea. Here's the Vosh. Like now, is this the first take? He's talking about Tears of the Kingdom, and then this gets posted to it.
Is this an opportunity for me to demonstrate how not racist I am? Of course she would be a nurse. Dude, nurses are f***ing psychotic, where you're a horrible, abusive piece of shit, and you get out of school and you want to like have control over people's lives. The black guy, they rented the bike, and then the white lady came over and just wanted to take it. And
so this is the initial Vosh video. This is the one that got criticized heavily by people like Destiny and Vosh, or sorry, Destiny and Chad Logic. And then obviously after getting criticized on this level, he completely oh, it's both back to back. Thank you so much, Natalie. Thank you so much for finding me just that kind of video. That was what I was hoping. Demonstrate how not racist I am. Yeah, he's yeah.
Then just started shouting help. This woman is either a sociopath, a racist, or both. See this insane psycho sociopath shit. She should be fired immediately. Why are people... This seems like pretty one and done.
3 days later.
Does that mean these guys, the black guys, are trying to manufacture like Karen outrage shit? Okay, if she reserved the bike first, then she's completely off the hook.
So, oh, I'm sorry, did Karen have a receipt? Did Karen have a receipt? Oh, I'm sorry, I completely changed my mind now. Karening them, putting their lives in danger was perfectly acceptable if Karen had a receipt.
And it seems like the lawyer is saying she reserved it first. Which means
the
she's off the
lawyer
hook.
says so.
This was all manufactured in an effort to harass a white woman.
Yeah, she scanned the QR code while the guy was on it. That's what she did.
In order to like get a rise out of her, get a video, and then it just turned out to go viral and got big, you know? I think
and also like this whole assumption that he is looking to go viral. He is looking to go viral here. Okay, while there is some danger in her being like, help me, help me, help me, and that like people are going to think that she is in actual danger and either a cop or a vigilante is going to come over and render aid that's going to end up being deadly to these boys, or the other possibility is that this thing goes viral and racist country we live in, like some really messed up, scary people decide that they want to, track these guys down, right? In every sense of in every way of looking at this, these guys are in danger. The idea that they wanted to make a viral video is not following Occam's razor, Vosh. Not following Occam's razor.
I think these guys are purely in the wrong. Just purely like a consideration of
like, did they make her steal like the guy's phone?
Facts.
Did they make her jump on a bike that somebody was holding?
Seems far more likely to me that these guys are just huge pieces of shit who are just like here to harass and get content off of some poor pregnant
is this some Karen entrapment? What is he saying?
Like roaming gangs of
roaming gang. Oh, here we go. You might as well, Vosh. Is this your Fox News edition? Is this his Fox News audition? When people harp on facts before the facts are out, yeah.
Young men like harassing and attacking people. It's been known to happen. These guys
oh my god, dog whistle much?
Being pieces of shit. Groups of young men do bad shit all the
roving groups of bad men. Yeah, Vosh, come on.
Time.
Oh my god. Is this from Breitbart's Black Crime page? It very well might as well be. Oh my god, chat. Oh my god. This is literally Sargon of Akkad's roving band. It's like I knew I recognized it from somewhere. I didn't realize it was Sargon, but yeah, there's a lot of in like just Vosh's what would you say, like content creation pedigree that really reeks of, some sussy bakas on the right. His content vocabulary, there we go. 17-year-olds, men, yes. Chat, I am gonna take a wild leap, right? And rate a content creator who we watched on we've watched before. We've watched their videos. They have some good videos now. I do not agree with this person on everything, and in general, I'm a little bit skeptical about atheists these days, just given the whole like where the new atheist went. That being said, I am friends, or Twitter friends with some atheists that are actually pretty cool people. Christiosity comes to mind, Rebecca Watson, right? So we're gonna take a chance. This is Telltale Atheist. They actually grew up in, I think, one of the more conservative branches of no, it was like Jehovah's Witnesses and stuff like that. And they look into, they investigate far right evangelical weirdness, right? So I don't necessarily, I'm not putting my I agree with, I'm trying to remember his name. Shakespeare knows. What is his name? He was a Jehovah's Witness. Owen. Yeah, this is Owen from Telltale Media. Like, again, we're just going to try out because I haven't ever rated him before, and I enjoy his content, but just understand that, we're both different content creators. We both have probably slightly different, takes. I appreciate his analysis of certain theocratic fascists, and I appreciate his content. So we'll take a look in here and just spread the love a little further than we normally do, and say hi to me for Owen, or to Owen for me. He's a friend of Jimmy Snow. Wait, who's Jimmy Snow? Owen Morgan. The atheists that have not been sending their best for a while. Wait, am I missing something? I like Telltale. Okay, so some people will appreciate this. Vosh also has a lot of wrong takes about animated media. He even thought the live-action Little Mermaid was going to tank, but it turns out to be a huge hit. His Twitch channel is Telltale Atheist. Yeah, I think that's who we're Wait, am I not rating the right one? Oh wait, yeah, there we go. I didn't press the button. I didn't press the. Whoa. Okay, I did press the button. There we are. We rated in. Okay, thank you everybody for being here, and check out Telltale Atheist if you want to. Again, I don't know the most about this person, but they've done some good videos, and I will see you probably not tomorrow because it's a holiday, but I will see you probably Thursday. Meow.
What was in those emails. There are references to having lunch with Abramovic, who practices spirit cooking. Right. Another QAnon conspiracy theory. Spirit cooking was like an art project that this person did like decades ago. She was just like drawing on a wall and being weird. There's no conspiracy to be had here.